Skin lu banyak amat, Bang.
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar.
Dapatkan 1 dari 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MLBB sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh Anarki Hoshi.
Ternyata Anarki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini naikkan ini pecah.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won this if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita kan buat.
MPL Indonesia Season 16 is powered by Moontalk. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Back at it again with MPL Indonesia Season 16, Week 2, Day number 3, last day of the week here. We got some spicy matches coming up, and with me here is Sheffin, Mirko, and Agani. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Especially Mirko. Man, it's been a pretty good week for BTR, huh?
Hey, it's been an amazing week for BTR. Again, they got a win. If they can get a win here today in the last day of week number 2, then obviously it'll be the best day. Not too good for you, huh, Sheffin?
Oh man. Well, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about like the upcoming matches. Gani, Navi versus Alter Ego. Now there's gonna be a lot of options here for both teams, especially with T's, you know, the arrivals of Andoryu and Ukir. Now, you're one of the guys that went to Riyadh for EWC. Like, what do you see from Andoryu with Virtus Pro back then?
I think what I saw from Andoryu from MSC was potential, a lot of potential in that kid, and it seems like he will bring just the mechanics, the decision making in game, which definitely can propel Navi to newer heights, and hopefully with the roster official announcement already this week around Wednesday, I think we might get to see him and Ukir make their debut today. Let's see.
Yeah, I really hope so. I really hope that comes in this time, because again, we did get to see Navi this week, and it was actually still Worship on X Magic. Now, Gani, what I saw was the same potential, but I saw another layer it was selfishness too in MSC. The way he played with Virtus Pro, it was very individual. Like he was going to make plays alone. He was farming alone. He looked at it kind of like a rank game with a rank game perspective. Maybe because he didn't really trust the rest of the team, or he couldn't communicate with them. So that's a big question mark here as he joins Na'Vi. Luckily, it isn't the same case because he has someone who speaks the same language with him, who's been a part of the same team in Smart Omega Ukir for the longest time. So I'm hoping that won't be a problem. But again, that always could be a problem, you know, with these new players coming into Indonesia.
But yeah, let's check out the schedule and also the standings first here. Onyx still standing strong with a 0 game loss. Gotta feel good, right, Gani? Oh, this is just a bit unfair for a lot of teams out there, the addition of Skylar. And they seem right now unbeatable, except for probably like Geek Fam game in game number 1, but it was not even close in game number 2.
It really wasn't, and we will get to see a lot of action today, right, from all of the 6 teams that will be taking part today. But yeah, you mentioned Onyx. I think Onyx is still very strong. I think on paper and also in game, it's just they're unbeatable still. And mind you, Chef and Mirko, right? They deployed Skylar twice already, and they deployed Savero once. So it seems like either or, they still are able to get the dub. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, after a win yesterday, they're able to sit for now at that second place.
Yeah, and Alter Ego, speaking of additions, Mirko, they also added Ivan as the roamer. He was straight out of MPL MY. Like, what's your expectations coming into MPL ID again, Ivan, as an Alter Ego player right now?
Yeah, I don't know about Ivan, you know. He was great in Homeboys. He was also great in MDL for Evos for the longest time. But unfortunately, every time he makes, every time he shows up in the MPL stage, it's been a bit different. Back with Aura, back with Aura Fire when he was still called Vanstrong. He went through like a lot of different roles, gold lane, mid lane, and now he's a roamer. So it really is proving grounds for what, like the 5th time for Ivan. If he fails here, I don't know where he's gonna go next.
Yeah, there's some options for Alter Ego as well. Not only on the roaming area between Alec and Ivan. And I gotta say, I'm kind of looking for Ivan's debut in this one because Alec, from what I've seen in the season, it's a bit shaky, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see the brilliance, sometimes you see just like how young he is, how inexperienced he is in the engages, not much of calculations when he's going in. But on the other side, we also have some options here in the mid lane, Gani. That is Mr. Hijume. You know, if you want to go standard and for experienced type of player, you could go Hijume. But on the other side, you got Cyrus as well, which is also Rookie of the Week, I believe, in his first week.
Yeah, he got Rookie of the Week, and I think it's because of his, again, just flashy. He shows that at least in week 1, he is able to, and he is capable to find that outplay plays on that Valentina especially. So let's see here. Super fans pick though. It seems like it's still Alter Ego. Surprising, right? 41%. Where are the kingdoms?
Oh, that's a good question, Gani. But this is, by the way, those are the votes for who's going to represent Indonesia in M7. So Alter Ego fans, they are mighty confident, Mirko, as always.
Hey, you know what? The Ultra Champs, that's one thing they always have that's, you know, on the positive side. You know, even when the teams don't do too well for Alter Ego, even when they don't make it to playoffs, fans are always there supporting them, backing them up. And I can say the same thing about Na'Vi. So it's great to see these new players come in and possibly have, finally, the right change for the team.
Yeah, and this is the newest additions of 2 teams, Andorio and Ukir. Obviously, there's a lot of hypes between those two, and hopefully that can bring Na'Vi a new breath of fresh air, like a new type of gameplay, and a more, I guess, like experienced type of gameplay, because Andorio have already tasted the world stage in MSC. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, we haven't mentioned Yazuke, which is, he was, don't get me wrong, he was awesome, amazing at Fanny, but other than that, Gani, the other picks, what do you think about Yazuke?
I think Yazuke just put him on Assassin. I think he is still very reliable, the hero that can slash and dash. And I think in this current, in this upcoming match, I think it's going to be, he is going to be very reliant, or I mean, I think he is going to be very reliable for his team, taking on the gold laner, right? Super Shive. I think that is going to be the main key to shut Na'Vi down, because they also rely on Super Shive in that mid and late game.
Yeah, Shive have tasted, or maybe like we've seen some brilliance, even though when Na'Vi is not doing too well, Mirko, Shive is always there, kind of like, it feels like he didn't have a chance to show up as who he is, because the games are just so bad for his teammates.
Yeah, in the past, that definitely has been the problem. I think with the previous lineup, yes, with Washapon X Magic, that certainly is a big question mark. But with Endorio and Ukir coming in, I don't think it's going to be as one-dimensional as it was before. I don't think it'll be a full Shiva show if he can carry, if he can even, do well in the game, because Shiva has really been gatekept by a lot of his teammates' really weird moves sometimes. So Endorio Ukir, again, we're constantly just mentioning Endorio Ukir, but this is really a massive change. We're finally seeing, I don't want to use like too harsh of words, but technically carry competent players here on stage. They don't need to rely on just utility anymore.
So let's see though the lineup for Alter Ego. It's gonna be Nino, Yasuke, Cyrus, RV, and Ivan making his debut this time, Gani.
This is actually surprising. Ivan, the newcomer, it seems like he will make his debut in an Alter Ego jersey. Will it come to fruition? Will he be able to take charge and take the 3 masks to a victory? Let's see and welcome. This is Alter Ego Esports.
Okay, initial thought, Mirko. This change, we haven't seen this kind of combination in the jungle and mid for Alter Ego, or mid and roam for Alter Ego.
This is a drastic move, Sheffin. To still be, going through the lineups in week number 2 is definitely a big doubt, but we get our answer. Yeah, and Endorio Ukir, they're in the lineup.
They definitely are. They will too, like Ivan, make their debut in an MPL Indonesia stage. Again, begs the question, will they fit in immediately, or will this roster take their time to find their rhythm? Please welcome, this is Na'Vi.
Yeah, already 1 win so far this season. Much better. Surprisingly, against their Season 15 record, and hopefully they can add more to that win total with these new additions, man. But Mirko, there's one thing that I guess noticed in Indonesia so far, the PH imports. Beloyski as a roam, he was great. Eman as a gold, he's great. Kyrie, successful. And Kin, so far he's been looking really good. So is this the first mid laner that's gonna work in Indonesia right now?
Oh man, did we even have a mid laner back then? I don't think we've ever had a mid lane import, right? I'm thinking about it again. I can't really think of anyone. Yeah, it's always been, even from Myanmar, it was Naomi. So yeah, shining star here for mid lane. The first ever mid lane import that we've had. I don't know about Ukir, right? I think at this point, it's just the synergy that they want instantly with the trio mid, and it's very, very important. We've seen that games are won and lost through the mid lane alone. You get the trio mid growing, you get that mid prio, and you're able to make so much more plays. That actually has cracked open my narrative, the narrative that I set forth about the Yi Sun-shin and Lancelot. It's not really about the heroes anymore. It really comes down to who accompanies them. If you have a strong mid duo with prio, any one of those picks, Lancelot or Yi Sun-shin, should be able to secure that early game snowball to take over the game. So I think now, yes, it's cool to talk about the players, but I think mainly it's in the coach's hands. Zephyr and Aldo are going to have a lot to do here in the drafts, because both of them are kind of used to flexing and picking random stuff. More so Aldo than Zephyr. Zephyr's been more on the meta side. But yeah, Zephyr's going to definitely have to think about the Aldo cheese picks that we've come accustomed to.
Now, I want to talk about the trio mid for Na'Vi here. So they got Andoryu and Ukir. That's a good PH duo. So we're gonna assume that the communication is gonna go just fine. But with Afro Gani, is that a concern?
Yeah, I think that is going to be the vocal point if we're talking about Na'Vi, because I have not seen Afro makes a lot of like great or just to turn the game around. I don't think he's an enabler as a roamer. So perhaps in this match though, we might get to see a different side, especially now he pairs with a new player, with the Ukir. So perhaps in that mid-roam connection, we might see it in sync today.
I really hope so.
And
Let's
Right,
yield
seems
it
the grab
for
here.
a real fight.
presented by Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 7 and Z Flip 7. Coach Do and Coach Sever. Let's see them battling it out in drafting phase. Jushin, first pick Mirko. This is something that you are very familiar or really like.
Yeah, good choice. Again, we've really been seeing more of the Lancelots and Esun Shins at first pick, but with both of them having kind of equal standing right now in the win rate department, Jusin stands atop both of them. So force your opponent to pick up the Lancelot or the Esun Shin first. And Alter Ego, always, whenever they see the CC, they'll pick it up themselves. And they even pick up the Gatot Kacha here. So not forcing Na'Vi to play in or play with their game plan. It's them just saying, yeah, Na'Vi, you've already gotten the juice in. We'll get the CC, same level of prio in their opinion. And now it's time for you to make that decision. Lancelot or Esun Shin. And hey, talking about Endoryu and MSC, he definitely had more of a, crazy performance on the Lancelot, so I'm thinking more Lancelot here for Na'Vi. No Kalea means that it'll be a bit more tough for them to pick up a hero like Cho. A hero like Cho early, because it's not really as prio as the Kalea. You don't want to pick it up this early, but it does get you that guaranteed mid prio. They go for the Harith instead, a safe pick when you already have a physical damage dealer in the jungle.
All right. Now it seems like Na'Vi, they will lock in the mid, the jungle, and the gold laner as well. No real flex here, not just from Na'Vi, from side of Alter Ego as well. With their Gatot Kacha and CC pick, it's set. The mid, the roam, and the EXP will be filled up. So what are they looking for? I feel like they might secure a gold laner here. I think a Moscow comes to mind. YSS is still open. You're right. YSS can definitely.
Because I saved my
And the thing with YSS is now the Gatot and the CC surprisingly can be flexed. The CC can go into the gold lane if it needs to be, but against a Harith, yes. I know that, Mirko. I'm just telling you, it's an option. It's an option.
Yeah, it's an option. I hope they don't take it, though. I really hope it's more of what Gani said. I hope it's just a CCXP Gato roam situation. They actually ban out the Hilda, so maybe... No, I guess it's just for the Esun Shin. I was thinking maybe they want to go for the Farsa too, which is a pretty good counter against the Harith, and also maybe a Granger for extra range. But against a Lancelot and Jusin, this is already a great dive comp for Na'Vi. They're actually going to take the Eve away, something that is kind of similar to the Farsa, but unlike the Farsa, does more damage when it comes to just laning alone. And Na'Vi clearly prioritizing that mid prio. They want to get the juice in to rotate around the map way earlier. Even the Kimi taken away here. So again, very quick, Alter Ego taking away the Arlet. That is a bit odd, I would say. It would have to be like an independent Arlet even if Na'Vi pick it up.
All right. First pick for with Arlet already banned out. So okay, now they add another area of effect element here, Mirko. All right, with the Mountain Shocker, you can stun multiple members. You can, in a perfect world, AOG lands, Mountain Shocker lands, and Claude will just deal a lot of damage. But wow, this is a great response. Lapu. I like this pick because Lapu in that EXP can rotate, can clear fast, can rotate fast, and technically is a perfect package, right? You have immunity, you have crowd control, and you have sustainability. And to add to that, they added the Khalid mobility again for Na'Vi.
I love the small adaptations for Na'Vi. Again, seeing that the last few days has really been won on mid-prio alone. Nothing gets mid-prio better. Nothing clears the way better than a Khalid in the mid lane with Concussive Blast. You literally have an easy, guaranteed winning lane in the Khalid mid, Khalid roam with a dual mid. And Alter Ego are now forced to play Valentina, right? There's no
Yeah.
other choice. You go Farce up against this, it's going to be extremely
Wait.
tough, and the Gatot Kacha is going to get punished anyways.
Is Zask too much? Is that reaching too far? If we're
I
going
think
Zask?
it might be.
Oh yeah, that's the usual choice, but again, not much of a good ultimate here. Probably the best way you can use your ultimate, the IMU, is that Raging Sandstorm
Agreed.
from Afro.
Yeah, the Raging Sandstorm is probably the only choice for him to go for. The Crimson Beacon, I guess, for some maneuverability, but we've seen whenever the Valentina is picked up, just because it doesn't really do too well, and this is another good example. It is a signature pick, however, for Alter Ego. For Cyrus, he did perform really well on this pick in his debut.
Oh yeah, let's go, baby! Alter Ego versus Na'Vi. They've drafted their compositions. Let's see, what can they do in the Land of Dawn? The battle of the executions here to open up day number 3 of Week 2 MPL Indonesia Season 16.
Boys and girls, you see the Garuda flying, you see the Land of Dawn, and let's welcome you officially to the Land of Dawn. Welcome to Game 1. This is match number 1 for Day 3 of Week 2, and it is Na'Vi taking on Alter Ego.
Quick check all around. Nothing too crazy going on right now in the emblem department. Everybody just standing strong with their own preferences. Young Blood versus Young Blood, though. This is the clash of the Young Bloods for Shive and Arfi. Arfi debuted just last season. Shive got a head start in his debut for Season 12 when Bigatron deployed him, promoting him from MDL to MPL. Instant impact, yes, but not the way that Arfi has really, made his mark in MPL. The way he debuted, even getting the outplay on him on, I still remember it. Beautiful stuff. And that's what we're seeing here for Alter Ego, just building on the foundation of having these really good rookies, even trusting Cyrus and Yazuki to play against Na'Vi's Andoryu and Ukir. Ukir's doing a good job. Again with Apro, this mid-prio should be very, very advantageous to the side of Na'Vi. As we take a look at the emblems by GamesMax, again, nothing too crazy. Agility and Wilderness Blessing for Jusin, so exactly what we said earlier. We know they're going to clear fast. They're going to rotate across the board, but for Alter Ego, at least for Gatot Kacha, it is the normal route, tenacity and firmness.
Yeah, look at this. The mid lane prio for Afro and also Ukir. They've been dominating against Cyrus. He's struggling, man, just to get close to the minions. So far, Na'Vi, the mid duo, has been doing pretty damn well against Ivan. Also the new addition for Alter Ego as well, but there's some action in the bottom lane here. I don't think there's going to be anything just yet.
No.
We're building up towards the first turtle right now.
Seems like both teams are playing it slow here, Mirko, and as well as Shepin. Both mid laners want level 4, and Afro here, it seems like he will go ahead and control that turtle. Ivan jumps in, still level 3 as well. Andoryu looking for an opening, looks for an angle as well. That's a great taunt, but no follow-up. Oh, Cyrus jumps in though. That's gonna be Andoryu now. And trouble! Uh-oh! That's a lot of damage already coming from both teams, and that's a double from Cars. Wow.
Two bravest fighters doing work for both teams right now. And it looks like from the kill count, Na'Vi had the better of Alter Ego.
Yeah, for sure. And they also got rid of... Andoryu died a bit earlier, I believe, because Andoryu is already here quicker than Yazuki, who doesn't have ultimate cards with the bravest fighter again.
But careful, that's a lot of damage. Ivan running away. That's a great taunt. Alter Ego now forcing their fight, but he's still doing Na'Vi. Oh, that's damage. Andoryu claims the double, the triple. Na'Vi making it smart, and that's going to be Andoryu's first kill as well on MPL ID.
Oh, that's fast. He's redeeming himself really, really quickly here, Andoryu, but Yazuki at that time, that was a very, very risky gamble, Mirko. As we're taking a look at the talent prediction here, it looks like, whoa, both of you guys voted for Na'Vi.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? After hearing of the news of Andoryu and Ukir joining into this lineup this week finally, even though we didn't get to see, the debut earlier this week, I trusted him, man, and I trusted Na'Vi's management to also deploy him here up against Alter Ego. It looks like so far, it's been going well for me and Gani's prediction. Navi able to utilize that mid prio again, able to utilize the damage from Apro, from Cars as well, just going in before Alter Ego can even react. And even Syra is going to be caught now, forced to use the Crimson Beacon. Cars, man, ultra aggression from Navi.
Gotta be careful here. Alter Ego will play reactively, and seems like because a lot of resources were spent, they will try to pinch the Navi members. Top lane though, Afro is a-okay. Tive, I think his farm is also pretty good. It's still a 2v1 here. Gotta be careful for Marfi.
All about the snowball. Remember, when we're talking about Lancelot and the Yi Sun-shin, whoever facilitates Lancelot Yi Sun-shin better wins it out. And so far, Lancelot definitely getting enabled way more. Able to farm up, getting those 3 kills on the board was massive for him. And it was, in turn, really bad for Yuzuke. He's going to struggle a lot. Like, the jungle is going to be constantly invaded. And Navi's pace, with the river control that they have, is going to be a big problem for Alter Ego. And I would personally advise them against contesting for Turtle too.
Yeah, for sure. This is pretty dangerous, especially Cyrus so far. He had his moments with the Bravest Fighter that's stolen from Cars, but I'm not sure if he can go on in the Turtle fight number 2 here, because remember, Bravest Fighter kills with physical damage, so there's not going to be much utility coming in from the Valentina here.
Yeah. Apro. Okay. It's going to be a trade, it seems. Yuzuki's just going to go for the purple, but Apro's going in!
Uh-oh, he jumps in. That's going to be Alter Ego reacting again. The damage profile for Na'Vi is already shown here, and it's very evident as Na'Vi will find a way to kill more members. But Alter Ego, great response.
Wow, this is a whole new different Na'Vi, Mirko, right from the get-go. You can see how disciplined they are, how reactive, how good of a reaction they have towards some of the invades coming in from Alter Ego, because when you normally try to take the turtle and you know you're gonna get it, the opponent will most likely go towards your buff. But it looks like we got action here. Cars 1v1.
1v1, 2v2 now. Cyrus jumps in. That's a great stun. Oh my goodness, the damage from Andorio will be enough to take Nino down. Not a good game for Nino this time around. And yeah, twice already. The technically CC first pick not doing too good for Alter Ego.
I'm telling you, man, the CC's kind of overrated, man. Like, it's good, but as a blind pick, it's weird, because yeah, it's a solid lane that doesn't really lose to a lot of picks, but you get immense value when you're up against utility jungle. The fact that they've banned out the Baksha, and obviously will be seeing more of a Yi Sun-shin Lancelot matchup, if not maybe a Joy to come out, and still they've gone for CC. I personally not a big fan of that, and you can see the instant impact in the game for that. And Doryu able to go for the steal. Now CC 0-2-0, not even able to do what she is meant to do, deal damage. She's so far behind, even against Cars she's losing.
Yeah, for sure. And I've mentioned you this, Mirko. CC is a hero that skills with items. You don't really have a good momentum kind of skills. I guess the current calls is kind of an underrated kind of CC from the CC, but in the end, it's not really that big of a deal. Meanwhile, Afro wants to chase.
That's a Crimson Beacon spent though. That's info. Uh-oh, Nino again stuck! Vengeance will not save him. That's going to be the 3rd time he falls in this game. Objective is going to be on the board, and Mountain Chalker just to provide info. And though, should be Alter Ego's first structure of the game. Incident bot, never mind. It's Shive taking the structure bottom.
Yeah, and right on cue, Mirko, that CC that, you know, he's lacking items right now. I would love to see the items that Nino has racked up so far in the gold. But you can see they burst through the Vengeance too.
Yeah, for sure. Ukir picks up the Sky Piercer too. Hey, I was literally just playing MLBV earlier, last night with my friends. My friend Rawl, shout out to him, man. He plays the Juicid every single game, and he always buys Sky Piercer. So I was like, hey, at MPL, it's going to be tough to do that. But hey, Ukir's doing a phenomenal job. Currently 008. He should be racking up kills now with that Sky Piercer. And it's great, especially when none of your teammates have Sky Piercer. When you have a Granger, folks, and you're on a Juicid, don't go for the Sky Piercer. But if it's a Harith Lancelot composition, go for it. It's great. You get to execute on anyone you see, and hey, you're so mobile. You have the gap closer on Juicid, so you can really get close when your other friends can't.
And now going into the 9th minute mark here, almost 7k gold lead from Na'Vi. A whole different Na'Vi that we're seeing, courtesy of this new additions, Andoryu and Ukir, who's been playing really, really well so far. And might have to eat my word here for my predictions. I predicted 2-0 Alter Ego, but man, this is looking good for Na'Vi.
Oh,
Go play.
Seal.
Looking for an opening.
Okay.
Great reaction there by all three, but bust out. Now,
Oh, Yazuke to 1v1 against Andoryu.
Oh,
Jungler
man.
v Jungler. My goodness, Andoryu showing his march, showing his style here in his debut indeed. Yazuke goes down, and that's a solo.
It's not even a fair fight, Miracle. It's a Yi-Sun-shin, it's a rookie, you know, up against an MSC experienced player, Karsto Bravest Fighter.
The formation, they will take the structure inner turret mid. Oh, the damage! The damage again from Shive this time. He tests the damage and seems like it's more than enough to take the roamer down. Not a good debut here for Ivan.
Hey, you know what, Sheffin? Yes, it wasn't fair because Yazuki was already 0-3 and Dori was 5-1. But game is game, you know? You picked up the Yi-Sun Shin. You could have actually picked up the Lancelot instead of the Yi-Sun Shin and built the composition that Navi's gone for. So, hey, I'll just give it over to Navi, both to Andoryu and to Aldo. Cars in the bottom lane, Reekin, Havoc, and Arfi. No BMI!
Oh, will they be able to close the gap? That's going to be the Shaman Force popped. Ivan looking for the taunt, will not commit to it. That's great distancing this time from Alter Ego, but it's still a 10,000 gold lead in 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is just absolute slaughterhouse coming in from Na'Vi here. And even Afro is playing quite well here, contrary to what we've seen early in the season. And I'm gonna guess it's from the fact that this is a kind of like a snowballing competition, composition of Khalid, which gives you pretty much the whole map to work with. So it's quite easy for Afro to show off his skills.
It's not just that, Sheffin, but it's the fact that Navi's roamer, for the first time since their match against BTR, have space to play with aggressively where he doesn't need to peel for his team constantly. And now Navi are going for the siege, Gunners.
One time, Afro finds the two-man stun, but it seems like the damage this time will not be enough to 1-for-1 for now. Yazuke and Nino goes down at the base, wide open. And ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Na'Vi wins in a very dominating fashion. 12k gold lead, and that is game one.
Normally, Na'Vi and dominating does not belong in the same sentence, but they did it, man. That was real. 12k gold lead by the end of the match against Alter Ego. This is last season they were a playoff team, mind you, and Na'Vi have pulled it off.
I think when you look at the roster, when you look at these big names, especially against Alter Ego's very inexperienced lineup, you should expect this kind of outcome, man. Ivan, Cyrus, some of these names, Nino, you've seen before. Yes, an MPL playoff level team, but with no synergy yet. They've just been rotating the roster a bit too much. Usually, again, this is the reason we see a lot of teams go for package in terms of how they rotate around the rosters, right? Usually, when you see Cyrus, you get to see Yazuke. When you see Rin, you get to see Hijime. That type of deal. But for Alter Ego's case, it looks like they're just going for whatever they want to do. They don't have that package. They don't have that synergy bonus package that they bring up. They're just going, you know what? We did Rin and Hijime yesterday. Let's try Cyrus Yazuki today. Let's see what happens and what works. I think MPL, especially now with Andoryu and Ukir coming in, is going to be very difficult to use as a platform to experiment on. So Alter Ego learned the lesson the hard way. They got to stop doing this. I know exactly what they were trying to do. It's Na'Vi. They didn't deploy Andoryu Ukir last match, so they were thinking, all right, it's gonna be a free point anyways. Let's just try our stuff.
Man, outside of Onyx right now, which is pretty much dominating the #1 spot, it looks MPL ID is getting more spicy from the second position down to the bottom. Even Na'Vi right now, you can call them competitive. Even Kin, the newest edition of Dewa United, has been popping off. This is building up to quite of a interesting season, Gani.
Yo, it's more than interesting, man. I think it's just so bloody, right? There's just a huge gap. Let's just be real here. There's a huge gap between Onyx and the rest, and it seems like the rest are they're Yeah, it's bloody. It's definitely bloody, but only Onyx just stands strong. So yeah, again with Na'Vi, with this new current lineup, we gotta give it to Andoryu for that MVP. Well done, well done.
Yep, ano tayong official tournament smartphones na Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 7 and Z Flip 7 Miracle. So, what about that, overconfidence and a bit of selfishness here? It doesn't show up in Na'Vi. So what's the difference between this Andoryu and MSC Andoryu?
I think the difference is he's joined a team way earlier compared to VP. VP was kind of a last-minute substitution, right? So he didn't have time to learn the language, didn't have time to synergize with the rest of the team. So he just, I believe, was told to play his game. Here, for Na'Vi, he's had time. He's been here for months. He's been learning the language. We even got to hear from Cars in the interview, winning interview, by the way, against BTR, that they have helped the team. Even when they weren't in the lineup, they were part of that. They were part of the discussions. They were part of the support, and they've given so much support to Washa Paul and X Magic. That's what led into a victory against BTR, and now it's what led to a victory against Alter Ego. Them finally playing, them finally being able to show their skills in the land of Dawn, and I gotta say, it's beautiful. It's great. Andoryu and Ukir, great transfer, and yeah, I gotta give props to Ukir too. MVP definitely Andoryu, but Ukir did a whole lot. The enabling on his part before he bought the Sky Piercer, at least, right? After that, he was kind of like, all right, I'm gonna go in as well. We're too far ahead to lose. Was phenomenal. He used the Crimson Beacon very aggressively a lot of times, knowing that there were people to back him up in the Bravest Fighter from Cars, in the Raging Sandstorm from Khalid, and I gotta say as well, when we're talking about if you give me the platform to analyze, I'm going to say some harsh stuff. Alter Ego, you can clearly see the inexperience for a lot of the new members, man. Yazuki and Cyrus. The Rookie of the Week for week number 1 was very underwhelming this time, but Yazuki especially. When you give him a pick like Fanny, he does really well, yes. When you give him a pick like Yisun Shin that requires a bit more, thinking power, oh man, it was horrible. Turtle number 2, it was Yazuki dashed in forward to try to secure the turtle. Like on a Yisun Shin, you don't want to do that, brother, man. You want to go and farm, especially when the team's already losing. It was just a baffling decision to make for an MPL level team.
Yeah, for sure. You can see the domination here in the stats all over the place. They've been dominating. Only 1 turret given to Alter Ego. And also, the sign of Na'Vi dominating is the fact that Andoryu went for a full damage Lancelot. Even for a lot of Lancelot players out there, they still want some safety with that brute force breastplate in case of them getting CC'd. But no, Andoryu just goes glass cannon with the Lancelot, the Endless, the Harder Strike. Even I think he's building up towards the Blade of Despair. He knows that he is snowballing and he's gonna win the game really, really fast. Under 12 minutes, Connie, 11 minutes and 28 seconds only for Na'Vi. They were the bottom team last season without any wins whatsoever.
It seems like they are looking for their second win match-wise today. So, of the season, week 2 as well. So this is quite new Na'Vi, and I mean, we will get to see a new Na'Vi. I feel like with this roster, if they are able to just refine, enhance, and improve, I think this roster can definitely surprise us far. Imagine if they make playoffs, and perhaps they might even surprise us there.
Yeah,
Donnie, I don't even think that's an if right now. I think that's a guarantee. With Andoryu Ukir, I knew for sure that this team would make it to playoffs. It's just, how far can they get in playoffs is my question. Yeah, before the season started, I put them in playoff category. I put them in guaranteed playoff category in my tier list.
Wow.
Because of Andoryu Ukir. I knew that transfer happened even though they didn't announce it.
Well, yeah, that's but when Na'Vi and Dewa United is climbing up the power rankings, Miracle, like, who do you think, which team do you think will kind of like slowly going down compared to their performance last season? I know that TL ID is one of them. Is Alter Ego is in one of those lists as well?
Yeah, I put Alter Ego in no playoff category because I had to fit in, a slot for Na'Vi. Again, they're really good. I think that really shows it. And yeah, maybe we would see something different from Rin and Hijume, but we might also see the same thing. They're already very snowbally, like Rin and Hijume. When they get the early lead, they do really well. But if they don't, which is very tough to do against a composition drafted very well by Aldo. I gotta give him props again. Yeah, I just feel like Navi, they really built on the foundation that they already had, even when it was a season that the management would like to forget. They saw the glimpses of brilliance through the 0-16 record. Aldo doing amazing in the draft, side lanes being pretty good with Cars and Shive. Just correct the trio mid and you have a solid team.
Yeah, and by the way, speaking of solid, we also got some solid phones here. Galaxy Z Fold 7 and Z Flip 7. Oh man,
Hey.
I'm the only one who got this, not you guys. And I'm gonna
That's unfortunate.
play around with it a bit, you know. Oh, imagine. I'm taking a photo right now of the studio. Can I show it?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, hey, that's a pretty good quality picture right there, Sheffin. Special
the green
promo,
screen.
get PWP. That's purchase with purchase or trade-in cashbacks up to 3.5 million plus bank cashbacks up to 2.5 million. Enjoy free 6 months of Google AI Pro and installments starting from only 700,000 rupiah per month. Now, the promo period runs from August 16 all the way to the 15th of September 2025. All right, don't mix it up with 2026. Check it out at samsung.com/ID or scan the QR code below and click the link in the pinned chat. Galaxy Z Fold 7.
Yo, check it out, boys and girls. Definitely a phone to look out for. And yeah, Navi, what a showing, what a debut, both from Andorio and Ukir. But it seems like even them, they are still just craving for that Z Flip and Z Fold 7.
Is the change in phone gonna be crucial for Alter Ego to pick up the W here, Mirko?
Hey, they gotta start folding their opponents, you know, and I don't know any other way to fold your opponents outside of doing it in game or doing it through your hardware, dude. Just fold them up, you know. If you can't beat them in the Lanadon, hardware diff them. Just fold your phone.
And at least you
Not
got
that hard.
swag, if you lose, man.
Oh, yeah.
But we're gonna go back to the game right here, real quick. Now, Mirko, do you think this is immediate concern for Alter Ego right now? Do you think a change, a substitution is very much necessary for game number 2 if they want to have a chance? Because, as you said earlier, the experience is night and day compared to Andorio and Ukir.
Hey, I think the decision was made, you know, a while ago, and I think they need to stick to this decision. But then they'll learn from this, you know. I feel like they just need to learn from this. Unfortunately, if you swap in Hijime and Rin, it'll be even more chaotic because Ivan's already a new guy. Hijime and Rin have that synergy, but it's not the same synergy. They've already... Alex knew too. That's why we saw a shaky Alter Ego all throughout. Yeah, I think at this point, stick with it, but next week, finally decide on what lineup is the best. Don't try to have everything. You know, don't try to experiment in MPL, especially with how good the teams are right now. Dewa, again, with Kin. Yeah, it's really weird. There's no free points anymore. I don't know why Alter Ego are even doing this. When I saw their lineup, I was already kind of confused because it goes back to like the old days of Evos, the old days of RRQ when they had 10-man lineup, 9-man lineup. It's just why? This isn't football, you know, it's MLBB. You got to stick with who you think works, and then you have some substitutes here and there. You don't need 11 players on a pitch.
I think I couldn't agree with you more. And we saw the disconnect, just a lot of miscoordination from Alter Ego because I feel like the roster changes here and there. It seems like they weren't able to find the right, they were not in the same beat, I think, Alter Ego from that first game. And it will, again, just be beneficial towards Navi, right? If they are able to get in the jam quicker against a team like Alter Ego, who is usually banked on the early game, it's going to be just GG. It is going to be just Navi taking the 2-0. I perhaps might be wrong on the prediction. I voted for a 2-1 Navi, but we might see a 2-0 direct from Navi. So again, Alter Ego, they need to just be clear, be concise, and again, just in-game, I think they need to communicate better. I don't think they were communicating at all. I feel like after the mid game, after they lose all control, I don't think they were communicating properly. And again, just Navi, just snowballing like heck. Easy one to know.
Yeah, and there's like the lack of setup, the lack of, I guess, comeback tools coming in from Alter Ego in the draft.
Yeah.
Kind of makes Navi, it's easier for them to be able to win, but we got an audience topic voting here facing Navi's new lineup. Can Alter Ego keep their winning streak? Looks like they also agree with me. Yes, AE's lineup is strong. Apparently, B with this lineup, Navi will win is only 32%.
Yeah.
But I see you just, maybe like moving your head a little, Mirko. Is this just the audience does not know that Andoryu and Ukir is gonna play this game?
I think so. I think that's exactly why they went for Alter Ego lineup is strong. They thought they had Andoryu Ukir from last week. They thought they had Andoryu Ukir from week 2, day number 1, and just decided not to play him, which is true for week 2, day number 1. They did actually have Andoryu Ukir and they were ready to play, but I don't know why they decided against it. They didn't know. They didn't know about Andoryu Ukir. Now that they do, it should change, really. I think if we redo the polls, it'll be 70% to with this lineup, Navi will win. And the 18% will probably stay the same because y'all are scaredy cats, all right? Never vote for need to see it first. You guys have an opinion, man. Don't be a little scaredy cat.
If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Just take
Exactly,
it,
dude.
And the chin, bro. But yeah, Navi now leading. But let's see now. I'm excited to see more Navi. Now I think I might be the Navi Nation in me might increase here.
This
we all
is
are Navi Nation deep inside. Like, you're a Sonic, you're a Femunity, man. I'm a Trooper, but deep inside, we're all Navi Nation, man. We all wanted them to get their first win. Maybe not in the way they did it for me, but it was a win. And hey, guys, I just realized I was with the duo yesterday, the Eterna and Arashi duo. Yeah, and now I'm with the good players duo. No wonder we have opinions.
Oh man. You just
no.
I hope they're not hearing this. Or
I hope they are.
I hope they are, for sure. We're gonna be back into the draft presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 7 and Z Flip 7. And I gotta say, rooting for Navi is kind of like that 2016 Leicester winning Premier League. It feels like that, right?
Yeah, building slowly and getting there. Navi go over the same route. Oh, thank goodness. Alter Ego pick up the land slot, but same problem. I'm not a big fan of the CC, and now even more power to Navi because they could put a power move here and say, yeah, we are also as good on Yi Sun-shin. It really isn't the pick. It's just how you play it and how you enable it.
Yeah, and I gotta say the Khalid doesn't sound too bad here, considering that Alter Ego does play Khalid as well. So Navi can just stick with the usual mid duo Intuition and Khalid to win out on the mid and rotate even faster, and maybe getting some kills on the side lanes as well.
Yeah, it seems like with this, Navi now will adjust their approach as well. And there you go. They adjusted. The Arlet will be the trade for that Lancelot. But Mirko really likes that CC, right?
Yep.
So, Arlet, I think it's the theme for EXP this season. Alright, Arlet CC, and I think a lot of the time, laning-wise at least, Arlet has the advantage.
Yeah, I think so in this matchup. I believe Sheffen's been very vocal about this matchup as well, that Arlet can actually, take over against the CC, especially later on. Good trades on the board too. The Yi comes in, so Navi could really utilize this mobility that they already have with the Juicin and the Arlet and build upon it. Alter Ego, though, they're really setting up for Navi to counter Navi's utility pick. With an Arlet picked here, it does seem like Navi might want to go for a Fredrin, and if that's the case, Alter Ego shouldn't ban it. I think they should ban the Yi Sun-shin. The easy answer here for Navi is still the Yi Sun-shin. You have a great way to CC a whole lot of opponents with the Mountain Shocker still, and it's a very underrated tool to combo with the Arlet, especially when you already have a Juicin in the mix. So if they just tunnel vision and go for the Fredrin ban, I'll be very disappointed because they've already built for the Fredrin. They have a CC Yves and Lancelot who are all amazing against the Fredrin. So don't ban it. Please let it through so that even if Navi pick it up, you beat it.
I don't know about that, Mirko, because the first ban here is a Kai. So if they want to go with the same route of just, in their head, we gotta ban the tanky boys in the front line. Fredin should be the ban here, but I gotta say I agree with you, considering the fact that even viewers like Joy, maybe like Hayabusa, is still not out of the table for Navi.
Exactly.
So, wow, okay, Alter Ego. Gotta be honest though, I think with the Eve, it equalized on the draft, right? They add I guess a slight area of effect, not a slight, but a big one, and it will be advantageous during team fights 4v4 or 5v5. Navi last ban, as well as Alter Ego, okay, they identified that the mobility and the pressure from Khalid was just too much. Imagine the Khalid and the Arlet, that will be just so the damage profile will be huge from the side of Navi. So they identified that and they will take that away. Navi, I think, just limit another gold laner here. No, seems like they are signifying that they will go for another assassin pick.
Yeah. I think it's solid for both. For Navi building on that ban on the... I think it's just the Eason Shin here. I don't think it's an assassin. But again, yeah, the Hayabusa and Joy are both up for grabs. Alter Ego did a good job banning out the Khalid. I like it, you know. We were already talking about how you need to just take away the heroes that can enable the Eason Shin and lands instead of banning the Eason Shin and lands here. And Alter Ego have done a pretty good job, my bad, on, again, having the landslide and building for it. So Navi, safe choice would obviously be the Eason Shin. But then in the mid, in the roam department, yeah, that's where it gets really tough. Because normally you would just want a tanky boy, but you have Eve and CC on the other side. This is where the draft actually fits Alter Ego really, really well. Like they've put Navi into a corner. They forced him into a corner.
No, it's gonna be the Hylos, which is in a way kind of a bad matchup against the Eve and also the CC. But I guess out of all the tanky boys that you mentioned, Mirko, this one fits the build the most, especially with the carpet old, what we call it, the
Glorious Pathway?
Nah, Glorious Pathway.
Yeah.
And also, I think the thing with Hylos, right? I think it's just to cover the members, the formation, just to keep it tight. And definitely the Hylos will rock the Revitalize as well. So I think that might aid the big team fights that Revitalize. Let's see, will they have enough burst here this time around from the side of Navi to take it to a win?
Yeah, counter index and also lineup rating that favors Navi by a lot, almost 2 point here. Let's see though. It's not always the same in the Land of Dawn, but with Andoryu and Ukir, Navi might will their first or like the second win in 2 seasons for this franchise. Let's go to the Land of Dawn.
Smash them.
And witness Game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Will Alter Ego force this series? And perhaps we might see a Game 3, or like Sheffin mentioned, we might see a clean 2-0 from Navi.
Hey, I'm really hoping it's a clean 2-0 for a team who's gone 0-16 in the past. They did crack that record against BTR with the old lineup, but hey, that would be even better, you know, cracking the new lose streak that they just recently formed with the new lineup in a 2-0 fashion against a team who made it to the playoffs. Why the lineup rating is so high is because the synergy is off the charts. They have an Arlet and they've built for the Arlet. Everybody on the team except for the Harith can enable the Arlet, can get the reset for the Arlet. And despite the Hylos pick not really being too good, it's still pretty solid, especially in the early phase of the game. And what I mean by that is like mid-prio, fighting Ivan, it's still going to be great. You have so much more pressure. As long as you respect the Lancelot, you got to respect that. Emblem by GameSmax though, tenacity this time for Ukir. He knows it's not as free as it was in game number 1 when he had a Khalid, so he needs a bit more tenacity. He can't just be roaming around the map. He's going to take a whole lot more damage against the Eve as well. That's why Alpro has gone for the same thing, tenacity, and I believe vitality he's gone for, so extra HP to survive against these heavy poke. Oh, on the shocker.
Wow.
That's a great engage there, but also a better disengage with the flicker. That's going to be the info though for Navi. During Turtle fight later on, perhaps the Juicy Cyrus, the Juicy Eve will be the main target.
Oh, Cars missed out on the vengeance there. but still survives or has a bit of HP to build up for the first turtle. But Andoryu is going to top here.
No mountain
just
chakra
helping
dogs.
out.
Yeah.
I think he's just helping out. I don't think he's gonna go for a gank even. No mountain chakra. Turtle number 1.
See, here's Alter Ego controlling Mandoryu. No angle. That's gonna be a free one for Alter Ego. Afro pops to revitalize. No connection. Real world manipulation will lock the horse down. That's gonna be a kill for Alter Ego. Even though knocked up, that's gonna be double kill for Cars. A great recovery. Though, neutral objective, they didn't win that one out. The Mountain Shocker did not connect.
Okay, Mirko, like, who won at a time? I would say Na'Vi, even though they don't really have something to convert right away after the team fight win.
Na'Vi, they definitely won that trade. Again, they got 2 kills in favor of a kill and Turtle, but you also have to see that, you know, the kills have all gone to Cars, the guy that we were talking about that could be enabled in this game. So he got 2 kills, his laner got slayed, they got instant capitalization. You might not have seen it, but he got a few hits on the gold crab, and Nino has lost a few minions from that wave shove up top. So that grants Na'Vi an even bigger lead, and I gotta say, brilliant by Na'Vi. This is what I was expecting from Alter Ego in game 1. When they lost the turtle fight, just go for the team fight in general. Just leave the turtle. Go for something else. Na'Vi look in sync. The calls are great. It's clean, and it's really playing to their strengths.
Yeah, so far though, not much going on since the first total fight. Only 400 gold lead for Alter Ego, so really can swing both ways. Oh, Cars and Nino.
To 2v1. The final slash was committed. That's a dash. Oh my goodness! Great cancellation by Cars to cancel the Phantom Execution. Though now it's a fair fight. It's a 2v2. The horse will be around just to hover. Seems like it will not end with blood taken down their top lane. The turtle, though, will be up in 10.
This is where it's going to be good for Na'Vi. They'll have more ways to really deal with Alter Ego, especially considering, again, Cyrus technically needs to pop ult before the final slash comes around. Because if he gets caught in the final slash and any pops real world manipulation, it'll be tough. Cars already getting scouted. Alter Ego on the turtle.
On Chopper pops. Turtle taken down by Yazuke. Real world manipulation invested.
Wow.
That's a stun. Cyrus flickers out. Na'Vi will find a kill onto Cyrus. Finally, Andoryu, though, isolated and taken down. That's a taunt. Alter Ego now. A lot of damage taken. Yazuke finds the execution. But Arfi will be the main trade. Chive now still okay. No Shaman Force, though, as Ivan will be in trouble. Cars finds a great juke, and that's going to be Cars, though, still taken down by Yazuke. Yazuke! Oh, great read by Uki!
Wow.
The outplay in the lane! And Shive shuts Yazuke down!
I was gonna say that's a total win for Alter Ego. There was a great setup towards the total, but that's an extra movement coming in from Yazuke and Nino, the 1v1 against Shive.
My goodness, Shive in the second game! This is not the land of dawn. This is Shive's playground.
It truly is Shiva's playground. Phenomenal stuff by Na'Vi. Sheffield, I mean, you touched on it, and I'm just gonna go in deep with it. Yeah, it looked like an Alter Ego win. It was for sure an Alter Ego win up until the outplay from Uki. Showing his clash, Yazuke!
Gotta be careful. One more kill! Seems like the law and order was not enough to cover Shive. And Shive will be taken down.
Oh my lord. I mean, so much action, man. At this point, we can just let Gani solo cast and dip. They're just going at it. Unlike game number 1, it's not as clean for either one of these teams, but it's full of outplays. It really isn't, you know, mistakes all around. Great move by Arfi. It's not a battle of blunders. It's more of a battle of just forced errors. Arfi!
Oh, very bold. That's the... Oh my goodness, Blazing Duet. It might be a mistake. That's Arfi's mistake right there. The miscalculation. He will be taken down, no compensation.
Okay, Mirko, you gotta stop mentioning Battle of Blunders and making it come true right now. The caster jinx.
That's completely my bad. I'll take the blame for that one. You know what? I'm just going to analyze. I'm not gonna, you know, make statements anymore. Turtle number 3, though, here. Alter Ego have gone every single one of it. Can Na'Vi finally get their turtle on the board?
Gotta be careful. Ivan now. Glorious Pathway committed already. Now the repositioning as well. Oh, that's a big final slash by Cars. Two-man reposition. And Cyrus and RP goes down. Now it's a 5v3. It's not a fair fight. Yazuki looks for an angle. That's a stun. Phantom execution in time there to get out.
Wow, great stuff coming in from Na'Vi, especially Cars, man. This is why stop playing Uranus on this guy. This guy's is really
man, I
good
agree.
at a setup hero. This is the potential of Mr. Cars.
All my homies hate Cars on Uranus, dude. Like, he is just like what Dyron is to RRQ, right? He's the playmaker. You need to be aware of that. You need to put him on heroes that can make plays. Yasuke is going in, doing the same thing, dashing around as well. Doesn't really get much, though, out of that. He gets a green camp, and that's it. And yeah, Na'Vi is really just banked on the fact that everybody could enable Cars. He didn't go for any more damage, unfortunately. I would like to see him go for a little bit more. Maybe a Sea Halberd or just finishing off the Fury Hammer, but this is the standard Arlet build. He's just still playing for the team. He knows that once he gets to the late game, he doesn't need to be the carry anymore. He can just rely on Endoryu, who's already gotten an endless battle, which is great. Pops in a Mountain Chakra for vision and cuts in the wave up top so that Shive, who's on a Feather of Heaven, very close to a Holy Crystal, can get a turret up top, traded for the one below.
Yeah, only 1k gold lead for Na'Vi, though. But so far from the stuff that we're seeing, they're building up to a really good late game here. Cars, though, just assisting Shive to take down or maybe some shots towards this turret. Can they do it? I don't think so, but that's a really solid hits coming in from Shive.
Dude, Alter Ego are getting out macroed hard. They're rotating way too slow, and they have no tempo on the map, despite having the better side wave clear composition. They have a Lancelot, a CC, and a Claude. This really shouldn't be happening to Alter Ego. Instead, it should actually be happening to Na'Vi. They should be the ones splitting Na'Vi up. So Alter Ego needs to get that. Whoa, they're just diving in.
Line AOG. That's going to be Alter Ego now. Repositioning. Na'Vi looks for an opening. It's a real world manipulation already invested. So again, big ult. But then Mountain Chakra is not in Andoryu's hand. So top lane, though, not looking too good for Na'Vi. Claude, will he show? Not yet. Taking his time here. There you go. That's going to be the clear top lane. Yazuki jumps in, forcing a fight. Cars, Vengeance. Oh, final slash onto Osiris. Flickers out of the way. Not enough damage. Yazuki looks for Ook here. Shaman Force pop. Cars now flickering out into the Shaman Force zone. Alter Ego with Nino. Seems like it's still 5 players standing from both sides here.
Man, I'm just so happy seeing Na'Vi playing some good MLBB. We've been waiting for this for years, man. This is finally
another line AOG. That's a taunt, though. The damage will be enough this time. Glorious Pathway just built the slow for Alter Ego. Now, let's see. It's gonna be Yazuki who gets the Lord in the mid, though. The fight don't stop. Cars taken down by Arfi, but Yazuki will be taken down. It's a 2-for-1, but fortunately for Alter Ego, they will take the Lord.
Wow, almost there. Thankfully, Yazuki was there to make the outplay. That was super hard. 1v5ing pretty much against the whole Na'Vi team, but can they actually convert with the Lord here?
Doesn't look like they'll be able to convert on much, but can they convert? Yes, I think the mid-tier 1 should fall here. Unless Na'Vi do an extremely good job of really manipulating the waves. They might actually let the Holy Shield get cracked there. They don't really have the best of wave clears when it's outside of the base. So, okay, no, they're just going to go on it. Yeah, they're going to sacrifice tier 1. I thought maybe they would let it go to Holy Shield to defend tier 1 mid, but that would be a bit too weird. So they go for the clear up top, leaving the tier 1 mid alone, and it's going to be the tier 2 mid attacked, but I think that's it. I think that's all Alter Ego can really get.
Okay, now much better game here for Alter Ego. They're actually up in economy. Let's see, though, the players' gold by Simpati. Shive has been actually leading the gold from all the players, but so far have we seen like crazy Shive play so far? It feels like a quiet game, even though he has like 5-1-3 KDA.
That's that mid game, right? Where Shive was able to find the connection. Seems like the tone has gone down here a bit for Na'Vi.
Oh, Conceal.
Might be wrong. the conceal, the glorious pathway, and the mountain shocker was invested for that attempt. And Navi didn't come to fruition now. Great response though, great spacing there from Alter Ego.
Yeah, and it's not bad at all for Navi. Yes, they did use their resources there. They will lose tier 2 bottom, but that was going to be a tier 2 taken anyways. And the timing of when they utilized the ultimate was pretty good. Why? Because the Lord wasn't up for another 70 seconds, so they could still afford to utilize some of those resources. And if they didn't get a catch, they could just back away. Great read by Alter Ego, yes, to avoid a possible pickoff, but also good timing for Navi to look for that moment. And now it's up to Alter Ego. Yazuki's got to be careful there. He can't just invade randomly, especially with cars lurking in who can follow through those punctures. Alter Ego should have the advantage coming into the next Lord because of the fact that they have a better composition to deal with the side lanes. Claude can go up top now. Winter Crown also already done for RP. It's Yazuka who actually takes it with the Retribution, and Doryu hesitant on that one. Didn't want to burn the Retri on purple.
Yeah, and we have a game fact here from Gopei. Yi Sun-shin become the most picked hero for Andoryu at MSC 2025 with 6 picks and a 100% win rate. Good stuff coming in. I gotta say, I didn't expect the 100% because it feels like, you know, I don't know.
Let's see.
Definitely weird.
Definitely weird. It's a 5v5. Mount Shocker pops. Andoryu finds his son on towards Cyrus! Eliminated instantly. That's going to be a 5v4. Ukir now with a Crimson Beacon to get out of the way. Andoryu versus Yazuki with the help of Ukir as Ukir claims the double. Now Alter Ego with just 2 members out. That's going to be Ivan isolated and taken down as Ukir finds the triple. This is again just Navi finding the right buttons to push, and they will take the Lord.
Again, amazing, man. And what I really like about the fights that Navi has been taking so far, the first objective has always been Cyrus. And that is why he's not having a really good game right now. 0-4-3 on the KDA, Mirko. It's cars. It's pretty much the whole team knowing the win condition of a team fight.
It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful for Navi, man. Something that, again, you wouldn't hear us saying about Navi last season. Or even back in the Rebellion days, you wouldn't really hear beautifully done domination and clean gameplay. You would hear, yeah, a lot of glimpses of brilliance for their team fights, for their pickoffs back in the day. But now they're looking clean. They really understand how to utilize their composition, and it's a beauty to witness, man. Finally, an MPL ID, a team that understands exactly how to utilize these picks. Don't go for the early turtles, go for the next few ones, and then the glorious pathway sent right into the Yi, basically sending the cavalry to break the formation of Alter Ego. And now they're gonna go for the siege up top of the conceal.
Real word inflation though, well, zone members of Navi, that's gonna be final slash landing on towards Nino. The great 2-man stun. Nino goes down. Ivan AOG towards the back. Cars taking too much damage there towards the turret, but that's gonna be the base turret top taken down. Navi now taking it slow. They know they are a man down as well, so they will not force anything rash here. Alter Ego slowly but surely here in the jungles of their side. Andoryu versus Yazuki there in that purple. Very low. Almost taken down there, but is able to distance himself. That's going to be Ivan stunned. Nothing more. It's a 1-for-1, but Navi collects the structure top.
And there you go, the discipline to just go back and try to regroup for another engage, another invade, or maybe a siege towards the bottom turrets here. RP, I don't think he's going to be able to defend this one. That's another mid-tier for Navi. And I just realized, Mirko, that damage from Andoryu towards Yazuki, that's a Yi Sun-shin that only racked up 1 kill throughout 16 minutes.
Yeah, that's what having an enabled Arlet and a Sky Piercer Juicin does to you as a Yi Sun-shin, man. You're not going to get a lot of kills, but you are still going to do a whole lot of damage. So at least on that front, you're fine. Would love to take a look at the items right now with Andoryu getting that ridiculous 1-1-13 kind of roamer stat. Yeah, they're really just controlling the map. The tempo around the map is fully on Navi. Despite Alter Ego's pretty good composition to deal with side lanes, they can't deal with it too far away from their base turret. So these lanes that are effectively frozen, they're untouched. Alter Ego cannot get close to them, and Na'Vi are really just suffocating Alter Ego at this point, with the real-time victory rate being pretty accurate, in my opinion. 83% to 17%. Alter Ego really needed to have the advantage on turrets at this point of the game for them to actually have a chance to beat Na'Vi, because, again, their win condition as of right now is to split Na'Vi up, break that formation, and to split them up with split pushes. That is not easy to do with the slow pushes constantly built for Na'Vi and their decisiveness even. Look at that.
The final slash. Oh my goodness, Ivan! The chain crowd control was just too much. Glorious pathway perfectly put. That's gonna be Afro though, taken down. That's the winner crown. RP in trouble. Tars looking to close the gap and will seal the deal. Cyrus finds a kill. That's an immortality bot by Andorio. Will not be enough to survive though, as Cyrus.
Cars.
No flicker, and Cars collects the double. It's action between Arlet and Lancelot. Both got a double. 3 members from respective teams will go down.
Oh man, that was a good damage control from Yazuki. It was chased down by 2 people, but still gets Ukir at the end of the day. This has been quite an interesting team fight there. I'm not sure how did Na'Vi end up on an equal trade here. Mirko, can you break it down even further that time?
Yeah, Na'Vi definitely had the advantage in the bottom lane. Again, having the force error, forcing Alter Ego to brute force their way in, and that's what caused Ivan to get picked off early. And that's what also caused Na'Vi to get provocated and to just go in, to get provoked and just to go in randomly, instead of just utilizing what they've already got fundamentally, which is that wave in the bottom lane and an Ivan pickoff. They went in, played into Alter Ego's box, and you gotta understand that even though Alter Ego hasn't really been able to win out a lot of team fights, when certain conditions are met, like let's say Na'Vi get caught in a very strange choke point where all the AoE of Alter Ego can come in, they're still very, they have a very winnable composition when that happens. So Na'Vi's got to play it way more clean, man. They can't just be letting these small advantages go. They have to still play with it. The bottom lane is now actually building for Alter Ego, I believe. So that's why Andoryu is going to be sent down below to build it back for Na'Vi.
Oh, that's a huge item there from Cyrus. Finally, he's not going to be able to take a beating if he popped the Winter Crown at the right time, because so far he is the main target of Na'Vi before every team fight. And now back to the Lord Dance here. Again, as you mentioned, Mirko, now it's still building up for Alter Ego, or...
Yeah, that's a strange one. I think it might actually be good for Alter Ego, so that's why they're holding on to an AOG.
Blind AOG. Shaman for spot. Glorious pathway again, perfectly put. Ivan revitalized. No AOG, isolated. That's a 3-man stun by Andoryu. What an opening. Blazing duet towards his safety. That's going to be Cars taken down. It's a 1-4-2 still. Alter Ego, though, they will go back. Chive looking for a kill. Has the Shaman Force.
Oh my god!
That's the burst damage that the Hereth can provide. Down goes Yazuki.
What was that damage from a single Chrono Dash from the Hereth?
That's a late game Harith for you, Sheffin. Now they're gonna go for the Siege instead of the Lord.
No blazing duets for RP. Let's say Afro finds the law and order. Ladies and gentlemen, Na'Vi has done it. Na'Vi has made the Land of Dawn their playground.
Oh man, I'm already wondering, like, what's the ceiling of the team? You know, I know that Alter Ego didn't really play the best Mobile Legends in that match, but Na'Vi, this is a huge improvement from what we've seen even in the win against Bigatron, Miracle.
For sure. Great moves by Na'Vi. I'm thinking the same thing right now. I'm wondering about the same thing. And I gotta give props to Ukir, man. If Game 1 was an Andoryu show, I think Game 2 was proper Ukir. The fact that he was able to not only be the guy to enable a lot of these plays to happen with the Jusin, but the fact that he's always there to pop the Skypiercer, to be the assassin later on as well. You saw him just dive in deep into enemy territory to get that play in, and yeah, it's phenomenal to see. Na'Vi, they definitely have something special in their hands right now. A lot of potential. It's just how they build on it, right? Again, great drafts from Aldo too. Gotta give him that. The high-lows, even though it is countered in a straightforward matchup against the CC, you gotta see the greater picture, the bigger picture. It allows everyone from the side of Na'Vi to just dive and break the formation of Alter Ego in the front to back that they clearly have built for themselves.
Yeah, just amazing debut from these two players. Even not only them playing their game, and also the fact that they played good made the others better as well. Cars, you can also argue that he was the MVP of the game, just made Cyrus's life as bad as possible, man. It's not a good match so far from Cyrus on the Yi, even in the first game. It's not, as you said, Mirko, earlier, the Rookie of the Week in week number 1 was kind of like a gimme, Not much rookie have performed, but Cyrus, it gotta be, this is just, I guess, welcome to MPL moment for him.
Definitely a tough game, tough match, rather, for Cyrus. A lot of targets are basically him getting the other end of the stick, and yeah, that was because Na'Vi understood. They know that, hey, without Cyrus, the team fight will definitely be ours. So that's why they're solely the first step is to bait the flicker out, and then they move on with more resources on towards the fight. And we saw that multiple times in this game where Cyrus was unable to provide the Yves as we like to see. So yeah, again, just props to Na'Vi, man, winning this clean one. It was cleaner the first game, but the second game Alter Ego adjusted, so that's why it was tougher for Na'Vi.
Now, a question for you, Berko. A question for you. Talking about Navi's ceiling again, you mentioned that it's almost guaranteed that they're gonna go into the playoffs. But after seeing game number 2,
I think it's guaranteed, Sheffin.
Oh wow, that is super bold. So you know what? Elaborate on that.
I think I've already kind of mentioned it earlier. It's just as simple as they built from the strong foundations that they already had in the previous seasons, and they've added in the improvements that they needed to add, which is definitely jungle mid, right? Even the roam, they actually even changed roam, right? Cars was a roamer, Hanafi before that, both of them very mid, below average, maybe you could even say for MPL level. So putting Cars back in XP was a very obvious move. Shive is still being in the lineup after having a phenomenal season, and again, I think in this season too, from week 1 and week 2, you could definitely see that Shive was still one of the strong pillars, despite the shaky mid trio. Swapping out Washapon X Magic for already, I would say, developed talent, right? And Dorian Ukir aren't new. They have played in MPL Philippines for quite a while, so they are developed talent. They are ready to go talents for this team already, means that they should be able to win, especially considering in Indo, at least, a lot of the teams making it to playoffs are just getting there because the others are worse, not really because they deserve a spot. I think Na'Vi have made a name for themselves just with the lineup and with the coach at the helms that I really trust.
Yeah, now the Na'Vi glazing section is over. Let's talk about Alter Ego right now, because there's a lot of things that needs to be fixed, but does it always start in the what player they filled first before they went into deeper problems? But is there anything that you can take away from that match, or the approach in the team fights, or maybe pretty much everything in that game in particular, Gani?
You know what I think? Before evaluating in game, I think they need to deal something outside of the game first. I don't think they have yet to decide on a set roster here, and I think that's going to be their main issue moving forward from week 1 and week 2. If they have not identified that, evaluating in game will kind of, not all of it, it will be kind of irrelevant. They need to at least decide first, set the chemistry, and then find more specific matters. But I don't think they have a set roster. That's the main issue for me. That's why I don't really root for Alter Ego. Until then, you can talk all in game, you can talk all macro, but I don't think it will be relevant to moving forward.
Yeah, I think especially for Alter Ego, in my opinion, it's kind of the same. Gani has already said what I want to say. They still are struggling to find their main 5 in week number 2. It's still early week, so it's still okay technically.
Yeah.
But I think they're changing it a bit too much now with the Ivan purchase too. I don't know if it's because they're just indecisive when they were trying
panic
players.
buy?
Or, yeah, it was a panic buy because they already trialed. Alec was doing good, but suddenly he dipped. That's why they got Ivan. But either way, it just shows that, there's definitely something going on behind the scenes right now. The fact that they have so many people there, so many players to shuffle around, it's a tough job for Zephyr to do, even with Styx, an added analyst here from MDL, who won MDL last season. And the drafts, I think, have not been too good. It's been good in a sense of like, if you want to counter just one thing in particular, it's great. Picking a CC, expecting utility jungle, but picking the CC when you know for a fact that the Yi Sun-shin will come up, and instead of banning the Yi Sun-shin, banning the other assassins, you ban out the Akai, shows again that they're not even in sync to what they're picking up in the first phase. You want to pick a first phase counter, then you ban the heroes that don't get countered by the CC in the second phase. They ended up giving Na'Vi everything they needed to win that game.
Yeah, amazing stuff too from the Arlet, from Cars. And I feel like, oh man, I don't know, man, the obsession with Alter Ego, you know, maybe like 2 seasons ago, it was Hylas. Last season, it was kind of like CC again, right? And are we just seeing the same thing over and over again from Alter Ego right now?
Seems so.
Yeah, I think so, right? It seems like even though they technically let Nafari go, but it seems like that now they are in a hole, right? It's not just the coach. I think the roster now it's still not decided. And yeah, I think draft, you mentioned draft as well, but I think it's mainly because Zephyr doesn't really get a feel with the players. Their players, you know.
I
okay,
agree.
Yesterday it was with, let's say, with Miracle, but now it's gonna be Chef, and then next week it's gonna be Realize, and then Arashi, and then Eterna, and then me. And it's
that's a downgrade.
It's too much for Zephyr. But yeah.
I agree. I think we can go round and round about this topic, right? Because the drafts in turn become kind of weird because of the roster, and the roster keeps on switching. So we can't fully blame Zephyr for getting outdrafted. We can't blame the players as well, because they have to re-strategize every time they play, it seems. The only guys who are still sticking around is like Nino and Arfi, and that's it. Everybody else from the trio mid has been swapped around. They gotta stop. If they want to make it a playoffs, they gotta stop. They gotta find what's best, and they gotta stick with it, because there's no way they can continue this chicanery into week number 3.
Yeah, it seems like Alter Ego, not only they love ex-EVOS players, they're also taking a page out of EVOS's book and try to help to build the perfect lineup, or the perfect roster, which is, we know it didn't work at all for EVOS. So I'm not really sure about this decision so far coming in from Alter Ego's management, but maybe we're just gonna try to maybe talk about the next matchup here. RRQ versus TLID. This is a matchup of the Grand Finals in Season 14, I believe. But we got an interview here, I believe, with the winning team, Na'Vi. Let's see what they have to say.
The ticket? Yeah, it's little. The ticket.
Okay. First of all, I wanna ask you a question for Andrew. Andrew, before you play for VP, right, on MSC, and then what makes you decide to play in MPL ID with Na'Vi?
Okay. Decide because I want to rest, but Oker wants to play, so I just go with Oker.
So Ukir made a move. Ukir wanted to play. He wanted to stay. He wanted to rest.
Probably.
Okay. Just follow Ukir wherever he goes.
Can I ask, why do you trust Ukir so much?
Because we're team in the start. Like before, when we are amateur, we're dreaming that we are on the same team.
Okay.
In the amateur, then in MDL Omega, they took us to play with Oker, so I'm happy to play with him.
Oke, jadi katanya Andorio datang ke Indonesia itu sebenarnya dia pengen istirahat, tapi karena diajak Ukir dia akhirnya mau. Dan kenapa nih kok mau nih diajak sama Ukir? Karena mereka itu udah mulai sama-sama dari amatir juga pada saat sebelum ada di professional scene. Tapi next aku ingin bertanya kepada Shive.
No, next question is to Shive.
Main untuk di MPL Indonesia sebelumnya masih Worshipol, tapi sekarang udah dengan lineup yang berbeda lagi.
You utilize Worshipol,
Transisinya menurut kamu susah
but now it's finally Andorio Ukir.
Dua player Filipin.
How does it feel like adapting to the two Filipino players?
Enak-enak aja sih, udah itu aja.
It's good
aja.
from
Oke,
us.
tapi
Nothing.
sekarang
It's not
Navi
difficult.
Jadi satu nama yang berbeda kayaknya setelah kedatangan Andoryu dan juga Ukir. Nama kalian tersorot
Navi
banget
has
dan
become very
dari
different
para
with Andoryu and
penonton
Ukir.
juga jadinya sangat menantikan
Even from
nih
the viewers,
permainan dari Navi. Tanggapan kalian seperti apa nih?
Everybody is really
Ngelihat
surprised with
perbedaan
Navi's
dari
gameplay.
penonton yang langsung signifikan banget.
Tanggapannya ya.
So what's your thoughts on that?
Kita nggak dianggap kayak season kemarin lah.
It's really good because we're no longer discounted or disregarded like last season.
Pressure apalagi kan season kemarin nggak pernah menang.
Waduh.
Well, there's no pressure on us though, luckily, because last season we didn't win a single match.
Okay. But for Andoryu, do you have any player who you wanna be competed right now at MPL ID?
Semua.
Semua ya,
Indonesia.
He wants to go up against every player. He said everyone when asked about who he wants to go up against.
Main goals with Navi for now.
To make it to the playoffs.
Oh,
Playoffs is his goal. I think he'll get it,
Okay,
guys. Guaranteed.
interesting. But everyone, especially Navi Nation, who waits for you to play. Do you have any message to Navi Nation or all your fans around the world?
Hello guys, this is Andoryu. I'm playing right now, so thank you for supporting me and still following me in the different country. Thank you for still supporting and trusting me.
Wah, artinya Nevin. Ya, terima kasih intinya ya untuk teman-teman pendukung. Nah itu, coba dari Andoryu pakai bahasa Indonesia sedikit, kasih pesan buat Navi Nation.
Just a message to Navi, the Navi Nation.
Yang udah dukung.
He says thank you.
Dukung. Yes.
Thank you to everybody who supported us, who's been supporting us.
Aku tetap belajar bahasa.
Nice.
Keren! Thank you so much Shive dan Andoryu. Kita doakan semoga juga Navi.
Thank you, Shive. Thank you, Andoryu.
Yang terbaik untuk next match-nya. Thank you so much. Bye. Bye bye. Selamat.
Yeah, and that is Shive and also Andoryu. Good stuff, man. I'm just happy to see Navi is winning, even though I'm not a Navi fan. Just like any other Mobile Legends fan out there,
listen.
an underdog story in any kind of situation, it's always fun. And I think I just got a message from one of the managers of Navi. He said to tell the world that King Navi is back.
There you go.
King Navi is, well, not really back. They were never there to begin with. They're finally here, right? They're not back. They're not back yet. Maybe if they make it to playoffs here, they don't make it to playoffs next season, and then they make it to playoffs again, then they're back.
Fair
let's go through
well
this.
said, well said.
Yeah, let's go back to the highlights of what happened in the game. And really, it's all about understanding your win conditions, guys. For Navi, they ultimately understood their win conditions a bit better than Alter Ego, who were a lot of times just forced to play Navi's game. Despite them having, again, the side lane control for the most part, they never really used it. And hey, this was my vote, the POTG and POTM. This is Ukir. And 8-9, he was also the guy who got Andoryu to play, moved to Navi. So technically, my boys, he's the MVP for Navi, because without Ukir, I don't think Andoryu would have made the move. So we get to see this all the way from the start of the game. Alter Ego going for the turtle, and obviously with their composition, having a better hold on the turtle. But Navi, instead of brute forcing their way into turtle, they instead just played to go for trades. They played to go for team fights and what they were, what their composition is built for, the strength, which is again brawling, team fighting after the turtle, after the resources have been spent from Alter Ego. So they were constantly able to get fair trades, to wait for their power spikes. Some of those trades, not even fair, actually good for Navi in the early game. And here, a couple of times, just underestimating the power of Cars on the Arlet. Yes, he was pretty bad on the roamers, but we all know that he's really good on the XP. So I think a lot of these teams, especially after watching this match, will be aware of how good Cars can be when finally he has a team that he doesn't need to defend. Well, he doesn't have to play passive with the entire time. He can actually make moves, aggressive moves around the map, make those crazy plays like we've known him to do from Season 11 when he made his debut. Yeah, it's just good stuff. A couple of times Navi did get corralled into an alter ego fight, which is good on alter ego's part, but mainly I would say it's because Navi saw an angle. It wasn't really because alter ego forced it, and that's where I can draw some big concerns for alter ego. Could be because of the draft, could be because of the lineup, just constantly changing, but yeah, this final one, the 3-man mountain shocker. Cyrus on the Eve was always put in a forced error situation. You never know what he needs to do. If he pops the real world manipulation early, it's bad. If he pops it way too late, it's bad. He needs to hit that sweet spot, and the sweet spot is very hard to see. It's basically like, imagine you're blind and you're trying to hit a sweet spot. It's impossible, because Navi could just pull the trigger anytime they want.
Yeah, let's take a look at the items and the game duration though, 20 minutes, much longer than the first game, but in the end, Navi prevails. And I gotta say, Cyrus, I think Alter Ego also kind of like grasp like what they need to do with Cyrus in the late game. Just try to bait out all the Navi members to spend all their resources, and then Cyrus will punish with the RWM. But so far, what I really like about Navi in that kind of scenario is they're not really easily baited, not the usual Navi that we're used to seeing. And shout out to Andoryu too with the very peculiar Yisanshin Katie with a killing spree too.
1-18. That's what happens when the boys have Sky Piercer, all right? You're never going to get kills. I think everybody who's played with me, when I go Granger, feels the same way. They're like, God damn it, dude, I'm doing all this damage and you're just coming in with a Dead Sonata to take all my kills.
But yeah, I think, again, it's just, it's again just so sharp from Navi. The new Navi look, I am down, Chef, and I am down, Mirko, and I'm sure a lot of the viewers agree that the new Navi look, hey, it's good, it's clean.
Yeah, in the words of Pak Bulong, titip M7. Nah, just kidding. Just kidding. Navi, there's still a lot of ways to, maybe like a lot of, I guess, wall to hurdle for them to be able to represent Indonesia in M7. But I gotta say, you know, it might be an overreaction, but I'm not ruling that possibility of Navi actually representing Indonesia in M7, because holy, if that was the first game of Andoryu and Ukir, like what's the next game gonna be? It's all the way up, right? Only way up.
It's the same.
Potential.
It's not just the first game for Andoryu Ukir, but it's the first time for Kar, Shiva, and Apro to play with, again, competent carries in mid and jungle. So not only is Andoryu Ukir's ceiling like very high, but everybody else too, now that they have these components.
Most definitely.
Yep, and oh man, Navi, I just cannot comprehend how happy I am for this team. Even Afro, like,
we're all Navi Nation.
Criticize Afro a lot in the first week, man. There's just a bad stuff that that he did a lot of times, but with this kind of composition, like even Afro on the high list earlier, a lot of solid glorious pathways, even though he is quote-unquote the least impressive member in Navi in that game, but nonetheless he played really, really good. And what's also good, Mirko, is WDP from GoPay.
Yeah, you guys can grab the special promo for super fans exclusively on GoPay Games. Every WDP purchase gets you 100% cashback, meaning your balance will be fully refunded. The most honest, affordable, top-up prices are always at GoPay Games. Payments are also very easy and secure. Gani knows about it.
Yo, you can just check it out, gopay.co.id/games. It's essential ammo for you all out there, gamers, and hey, non-gamers, you all are also invited to keep playing smoothly, just without lag. Buy phone credit on the new GoPay app as well. It's always cheap. You can get 15,000 credit for only 9.9k. That's below 10k, by the way. FYI. To put it out there.
It's very cheap.
That's value, that's value. And a lot of my friends, me included, back then before I was a caster, WDP used to be my like go-to, I want a Starlight, but I don't want to buy a Starlight. Just buy WDP.
Yeah, but Chefin, who is your champion for Season 16?
No, Geek Fan for sure.
Well, then
Wow.
you can vote for your champion. Hey, if you want to
Already?
vote now with your Geek Fam, just like previous seasons, don't forget to vote for your favorite team in every MPL ID Season 16 match through the GoPay app. And this season, there are even bigger prizes. You know what the prizes are, Sheffin? You're going to like this one. 16 electric motorbikes and 16 gaming phones up for grabs. Of course, there are also other rewards like MLB skins, GoPay coins, headphones, and power banks all waiting for you. So scan the QR code and vote for your champion now.
Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Just vote your favorite team. If you suddenly convert to Nav to become a Navi Nation, vote for Navi, man. I'm sure a lot of you are now
Yeah.
Navi Nation.
The Navi stocks are rising up. Or, you know, it's not. It's not. I was gonna say something that's a bit disrespectful, but Navi stocks were never value in the seasons before, but right now
Until.
it's just it's
Skyrockets.
Oh, man, to the moon, as the crypto people
To
would
the
say.
moon. Yeah.
By
you
the
know
way,
what, Sheffin?
yeah,
How's your day, brother?
it's pretty good. Oh,
It's pretty good.
day, right? Day,
Day,
not week,
not
right?
week. Okay.
Yeah.
I was about to ask.
Yeah.
'Cause,
yeah, it's not very fun as a Geek fan, but
0-2.
after I had a good day, you shut up by the way. Now B winning, that's double good day for me. This one is a fantastic mochaccino, and you know what? For all of you guys out there that buys this kind of version with Mobile Legends collab, you can just check the QR code in the back of the package, and you can get some stuff there, Miracle. And what are those?
Yeah, you guys can go and buy the Good Day Special Edition Mobile Legends from the nearest mini market or store. That's the one with these really cool designs. Find the unique code behind the packaging label, scan the QR code on the packaging to redeem the code, and then you'll instantly receive diamonds, skins, and collect the prizes now and make your gaming moments, even more GG with Good Day.
make it more GG, make it more fun, and you can definitely feel the vibe of goodness already once you have just taken a sip. So guys, it's value, it's
Look
good.
at Rafaela.
Look at Rafaela right there. That's
She
the
a baddie.
originale cappuccino right there from Good Day XMPL. You can see the fantastic mochaccino as well with the Brody.
Whoa,
and I believe
fantastic.
this is fantastic indeed. I believe that was your favorite, Chefin, no? Fantastic mochaccino?
Flavor or
Flavor.
the background, or like okay,
Flavor.
flavor. I guess I prefer the avocado. Wait, how do you say it?
Avocado.
Avocado.
Fresh avocado.
Fresh avocado.
Yeah.
Means avocado coffee. So if you
Yeah.
guys want, check it out. I also like the avocado coffee. After trying it,
It's-
I gotta say, all
You know,
tongues
it-
must
it-
confess.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird combination for a lot of people out there, especially foreigners, because they usually put avocado in like a guacamole or maybe something that complement a dish. But
Yep.
here, you mix it with a drink, and it's absolutely incredible. This is not the avocado, though.
I agree.
Yeah.
But you know what? We're gonna be taking a break just a second for second match. It's RRQ versus TLRI. Who's gonna win in the next match of
Kingdom.
MPL Indonesia Season 16?
I'm
Let's
so
see.
kingdom.
Kok skin lu banyak amat, Bang?
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar.
Dapatkan 1 dari 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MLB sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh Anarki Hoshi.
Ternyata Anarki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zizi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Freestyle from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos ke live aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji total lah.
Berhasil mendorong Torito menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan satu tambah sekali dan Badian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi dek. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue cobain gol lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Sakit hijau tapi sekarang lu kipan dan shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Pada saat daerah dia sendiri di kakak bisa-pisan, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan di mana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun itu sekarang ada satu blessing duet.
You miss me?
Blessing duet belum kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga.
Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
How do I stop my new puppy from chewing my stuff?
Young dogs need a lot of toys to chew. Maybe a rope toy?
Yeah, tried that. He's an 8-month terrier.
Gotcha. Well, young terriers are super energetic. How about a run?
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, yo, Good Day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka
Di granat! Boom! Ya, gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu. Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Kok skin lu banyak amat, Bang?
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar. Dapatkan 1 dari 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MLB Biz sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh Araki Hoshi.
Ternyata Araki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh. Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi. Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris. Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas. Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata Zi, buat jadi juara.
Zi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniatu.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Freestyle from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Gagayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji viral.
Berhasil mendorong Vitoritonya menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan kemenangan di atas satu sama sekali dan Pedian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Ngisi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboy.
Kalau bukan karena gue,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue kecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Sakti Hijume, tapi sekarang lu kipannya disyacau. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu maniak season ini?
Pada saat daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisan, tapi masih ada pergerakan di ada dan gimana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun itu sekarang satu mulai si Johan.
You miss me?
Tuan belum kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
How do I stop my new puppy from chewing my stuff?
Young dogs need a lot of toys to chew. Maybe a rope toy?
Yeah, I tried that. He's an 8-month terrier.
Gotcha. Well, young terriers are super energetic. How about a run?
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, yo, Good Day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya, gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu. Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Skin lu banyak amat bang.
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar. Dapatkan 1 dan 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MLB Biz sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh Araki Hoshi.
Ternyata Araki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zizi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniatu.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Rizal from Mafia, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos ke live aja masih susah. Gagayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji ke Leral lah.
Berhasil mendorong Ito menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kembali tidak tersentuh sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Sakti Hijume, tapi sekarang lu kipan dan shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Pada saat daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisan, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan gimana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang satu buah Juan.
You miss me?
Tuan belum kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
stop my new puppy from chewing my stuff?
Young dogs need a lot of toys to chew. Maybe a rope toy?
Yeah, tried that. He's an 8-month terrier.
Gotcha. Well, young terriers are super energetic. How about a run?
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, yo, Good Day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya, gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal, saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Skin lu banyak amat bang.
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering maba.
Dapatkan 1 dari 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MLB Biz sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh Anarki Hoshi.
Ternyata Anarki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zima meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Brisal from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos ke live aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji ke lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino menjadi korban berhasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan yang kemenangan di dasar satu sama sekali dan Badian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Ngisi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gue,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Sakit hijaunya, tapi sekarang lu ibadah shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Pada saat daerahnya setidaknya mereka bisa pisan, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan di mana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang ada satu buah situation.
You miss me?
Tuan belum kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa? Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Just let me
How do I stop my new puppy from chewing my stuff?
Young dogs need a lot of toys to chew. Maybe a rope toy?
Yeah, I tried that. He's an 8-month terrier.
Gotcha. Well, young terriers are super energetic. How about a run?
Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat tumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, yo, Good Day MPL, oh. Aku udah nonton. Fix Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal. Saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Kok skin lu banyak amat, Bang?
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar.
Dapatkan 1 dan 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MLB Biz sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh Anarki Hoshi.
Ternyata Anarki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zizi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Rizal from Fabian, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Gagayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pet?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji viral lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vito menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kemenangan di dasar satu sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi dek. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Alam bukan karena gua.
Monster kill.
Monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi jelek-jeleknya?
Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Sakti Juve, tapi sekarang lu kipannya di shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Sekarang dia sendiri mereka bisa pisah, tapi masih ada pergerakan dia dan gimana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun itu sekarang satu peluang Zigduan.
You miss me?
Zigduan blok kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Just let me
How do I stop my new puppy from chewing my stuff?
Young dogs need a lot of toys to chew. Maybe a rope toy?
Yeah, tried that. He's an 8-month terrier.
Gotcha. Well, young terriers are super energetic. How about a run?
Walau yang lain terus berubah, gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, yes, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, yes, good day MPL, yo, good day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya, gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal, saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang.
Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Kok skin lu banyak amat, Bang?
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar. Dapatkan 1 dan 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MLBB sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh Araki Hoshi.
Ternyata Araki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Isi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Freestyle from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji Clara lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kemenangan di atas satu sama sekali dan Pedian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboy.
Kalau bukan karena gue,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Sakit hijaunya, tapi sekarang lu kipan dan shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu maniak season ini?
Pada sekarang daerahnya sendiri dikira bisa-bisan, tapi masih ada pergerakan dia dan gimana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun itu sekarang ada satu blessing Johan.
You miss me?
Tuan Rob Skala.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
How do I stop my new puppy from chewing my stuff?
Young dogs need a lot of toys to chew. Maybe a rope toy?
Yeah, I tried that. He's an 8-month terrier.
Gotcha. Well, young terriers are super energetic. How about a run?
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat tumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, yes, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, yes, good day MPL, yo, good day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya, gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal, saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang. Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time.
Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Skin lu banyak amat bang.
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar. Dapatkan 1 dari 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MPL ID sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh anarki Hoshi.
Ternyata anarki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata Zi, buat jadi juara.
Zi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau tuh tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Rizal from Fabian, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji Kelera lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vito menjadi korban berhasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kemenangan di atas satu sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi dek. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gue,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Satu hijau tapi sekarang lu kipan dari Shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Pada saat daerahnya sendiri kakak bisa pisan, tapi masih ada pergerakan di area dan di mana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun itu sekarang ada satu peluang Duet.
You miss me?
Duet belum kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
stop my new puppy from chewing my stuff?
Young dogs need a lot of toys to chew. Maybe a rope toy?
Yeah, tried that. He's an 8-month terrier.
Gotcha. Well, young terriers are super energetic. How about a run?
Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL, woo! Good Day MPL, woo! Good Day MPL, yes. Good Day MPL, woo! Good Day MPL, yes. Good Day MPL, yo. Good Day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya, gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal, saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang. Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time.
Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this.
MPL Indonesia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Yo, we're back for more action of Mobile Legends here in match number 2 of week number 2 and last day in this beautiful Sunday of RRQ versus TLID. Back at it again with me, Sheffin, Goni, and Mirko, the best players, the best Mobile Legends players out of all the English casters. Now, this is going to be an interesting matchup, Mirko, because RRQ and TLID, they are in a way, in terms of like their fighting prowess, surely RRQ is better than TLID currently, but in a way they're trying to rebuild something of their own with some of the swaps in their roles.
Yeah, they've tried a lot of different things again, TLID and RRQ. I think it's a bit weirder for RRQ. TLID, yeah, they didn't make it far in the playoffs last season, so they were in need of a few tweaks here and there. But for RRQ, I thought Dyron was the main man with Edok, you know, the fact that they've just swapped it. And even their jungler Sutsujin, more of a case to be built there. Dyron though out for Rez. I think with Dyron coming back from Medan, according to his IG stories, it should be Dyron playing again for RRQ. So I think we're going to be seeing more of Dyron Zunesh, maybe Dyron Sutsujin this time around.
Let's see here. Yeah, I will expect surprises. I do expect Dyron to come in today to fill that EXP, but hey, RRQ seems like then it's just tough to really expect anything. And let's see here. Again, TL, I got the chance to cast them for Indonesia IESF. They made it to the finals, but they ended up losing against Cambodia 2-1. So maybe they have adjusted. All I know, all I can learn from that game, Kabuki on the 1-1 was crazy. So a thing to look out for RRQ.
Okay,
yeah, we actually got to see the match against Daewoo yesterday, and I personally am not really too convinced with TLID's performance right now, Sheffin.
Yeah, for sure. I want to ask you a further question, Goni. With that loss against Cambodia, is it more of a case of Cambodia improving, being that powerhouse, or maybe like dark horse in the next international tournament, or is it just TLID not performing to their utmost potential?
I think there's a little bit of both, right, Chefin? I don't think TLID went in that series, at least not for game one. They got game one cleanly, but after that, it seems like they weren't able to find the formula against Cambodia. On the other hand, Cambodia went guns blazing. They were able to just utilize their composition very, very well.
Well, we're going to take a look at the dream teams in the making then right now, you know, taking a look at different lineups that we've seen in the past. Zunesh, Dairen, Sutsujin, and Rez. And obviously for TLID, it's going to be Kyo, Joe, who's just recently debuted, Fabian, and Kabuki. So actually no Aaron Shiki here in the mix at all. They're not even putting Aaron Shiki here, which means maybe Aaron's out of the team entirely. Maybe he's still in the lineup, but not in the team to actually be deployed. So veterans, young bloods, or rookies, who'll be the game changer? I think right now Kabuki or Kyo is a good comparison. I don't know what happened to Kyo, dude. Like, he was pretty good last season, at least in the regular season. In the playoffs, yes, he did dip quite a bit, but I think it's kind of a given. You know, it was for his first time in the playoffs. He was playing with a star-studded lineup in TLID's defending champion lineup, but now it really does seem like they're just going all in with Kabuki. I think for TLID, we don't need to assume that much because, like Gani said, we already actually watched. We saw the matches they played representing Indonesia, and I would like to believe that the lineup they deployed is the strongest version of themselves representing Indonesia. I don't think they'll be using, you know, their secondary lineup to represent Indo for our national team. So I think it's still going to be Joe and Kabuki. I'm sorry, Fabian and Kyo. We might not be able to see them at all even this season.
Yeah, this is, by the way, this is an interesting encounter for RRQ versus TLID. Obviously, historically, RRQ wins out the matchup by a landslide, 24-4, ever since the Aura days of TLID. Now, the main question that I want to ask you specifically, Mirko, because you put TLID, I guess, back into that Aura position of not making it to the playoffs. Like, how sure are you of that prediction?
Not too sure, Sheffin. Unlike the Na'Vi prediction of playoffs, I think for TLID, it really depends. Because earlier in the season, I think it's accurate, but later on, they could always obviously improve like they did in the past.
And now for TLID, it looks like it's going to be the same lineup with Joe and also Kabuki, starring with Aran, Yehezkiel, and also Weedy.
Well, that's game. For two seasons ago, so last year, they weren't able to find the early start, but with the switches, they made it to the finals and win. Will they be able to do it this time without a lot of shakeups, but with Kabuki in that gold lane? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Team Liquid.
The Cavalry is looking to flip the script and finally go back to winning ways of the new Team Liquid ID back then. They look pretty cozy, I gotta say. And now for RRQ. Rez, Zunesh, Rince, Toy, and Enoch, so no Dairen still.
Wow. Still trying to play with this lineup. We'll see what they got.
No Dairen this time around again. Will Rez be able to fill again that spot, that EXP playmaking, or will perhaps Zunesh now step up and have a go to get that Rookie of the Week? This is Rex Regium K-On.
Well,
Okay,
yeah.
Miracle.
Now looking at it again, Kescute and MM still in the mix though. And the big story for RRQ is definitely trust the process. You gotta wait and see what Kescute and MM have cooked up for this week. Well, we have the audience topic voting here, Sheffin.
Yep. The Dream Team is still in the making. Who will win this match? TLID better than RRQ. It's actually not that far from the RRQ vote with like 11% difference. What does this signify, Miracle? I would expect RRQ to be winning much more against TLID in this vote.
Yeah, it's actually... I don't know. I think definitely RRQ is still the way to go here. Despite, again, them losing up against Onyx, I don't think we can... Well, actually, wait, wasn't against Onyx. Who did RRQ lose to? Geek Fam! Right, the second best team. They lost to Geek Fam. They actually, after this week, you're right. Maybe TLID deserves more of a shot here. Let's take a look at the keys to victory first. Presented by Samsung Galaxy S25 series RRQ. Let Zunesh take the role as the main weapon and bring an early game draft. So... I don't know about this, actually. I think Zunesh has been taking a role as the main weapon. He's been placed on Assassins, Hayabusa, Fanny, and it hasn't actually been good for the team. So I actually disagree with that. Bringing in an early game composition, sure. But that's also what they've been able to do the last few weeks. So TLID, keys to victory. Samsung Galaxy S25 series as well. Don't be Kabuki-centric in drafting and reduce overcommitment. Has it been Kabuki-centric? I don't even think so. I personally don't think it has been Kabuki-centric. So I think for TLID, it's just being a bit more clean with the decision making, especially for Witty, because Witty, when he's having a good game, he's doing really good. But when he's not, it's very indecisive. Again, on the Gatot Kachas, he would just randomly go in, and it ends up being like easy kills. And you can't do that against RRQ with Rins, who's has a signature pick with a Sky Piercer item. Same goes for Toy with Granger on a Sky Piercer. You can't be giving away free kills to RRQ. They will punish every little mistake you make.
For sure, as Arashi would put it, RRQ does best against teams that's making this little extra movement that's quite unnecessary because they are that clean in the gameplay so far after the rebuild. Not sure about this season though, maybe because of mostly Tyron not present in the lineup. But we're gonna see the drafting phase here, presented by Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 7 and Z Flip 7 right away. The bands coming are the Lancelot, Baksha, and also CC Gani.
Seems like here TLID will have the blue side. RRQ, if you take a peek on their percentage, it's still 0% on the blue side. So it's their... granted, it's just 3 games, so it's 66% for the red side, but it's still their side here, at least for this season. They are likely to play around the last pick value. It seems like RRQ, they will bend the prios, right? 1-1, Baksha.
Wow.
I guess only 1-1. If we're talking about Kabuki-centric 1-1, then it's Kabuki-centric. But with that out of the way, you're right, Miracle. I don't think their draft is too gold laner-centric. But let's see. TLID, final ban, that Fanny. What are they going for? Arlet's perspective? Zushin is available though, keep in mind.
Yeah, I think the Jushin is definitely the easy answer out of this right now. The Eason Shin is also up for grabs, but they go for the Arlet with the Phoveus being open, which I find super strange. RRQ could very easily just go for, at this point, the Jushin and the Eason Shin, set that up first, and then go for the red 3 Phoveus to counter the Arlet.
Yeah, just see what TLID has in store first before picking that Phoveus, but it's probably gonna be alright no matter what TLID picks because it is that good against an Arlet. Let's see though. Kescute. What is he gonna pick?
Far sides of open, but it's again just too bold perhaps to pick up far side this early. The Uranus. Wow, this is a hit.
I don't like that.
Yeah, it's again, it's if you are able to get the snowball, Uranus can definitely do work and cause problems. But yeah, again, the Farsa, it's just a power pick. I think it's bold to be picked up this early. But then again, let's see Rins rocking the Farsa again.
against the Arlet is kind of wild, though. The Arenas, we did see this matchup as well. It was Kin versus Cars, if you guys remember. Yeah, Kin had a field day up against the Uranus. Hopefully Rez doesn't fall under that category. I will say if it comes down to like just player styles, Rez is definitely the better Uranus compared to Cars, who's more of that, you know, dueler, wants to go for the fight. So let's see what TLID go for. I think, it just should be the... They go for the Fredrin and the Granger, no juice in. So, combo with the Arlet, sure, and the Granger pickup, but juice in getting ignored completely was definitely not in my books for this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I thought they'll get something that gets mid-prio, especially when you know you can punish the Uranus early game, because when you punish Uranus in the early game, it's gonna be so hard for the Uranus to make a difference in the mid-game. They don't have the item, they don't have the healing, and by that time the anti-heal will start to really hit you. So TLID, what are they trying to do here? I guess like the initial combo of Fredrin and Arlet is pretty good, but is that worth it to pick in the first phase for TLID?
No, that's a good question. The Moskov gets picked up here, another Blink hero up against the Harith. It's pretty solid, but again for RRQ, I think despite it all, this actually looks pretty good for RRQ, you know? Like, they have a combo Arlet Fredrin, sure, but that's all they've got for themselves. Meaning, like, for RRQ, they have good poke, they got good sustain if they actually get to that point, and with the Moskov, side lane control. So, right now, they're building for much more of a complete draft compared to TLID, who are well, not a bit, way more one-dimensional.
Yeah, I think it's down to that here, adding more layers with the that Moskov pick. You mentioned side lane control, and it just also adds the surprise factor. When that SOD lands, you know, you just got to keep your enemies on your feet always, right? And on your toes. And let's see, TLID, they will opt for that Cho man. Doesn't really want a hero that can engage, and for now, not a lot of crowd controls here from the side of RRQ. So yeah, I think if there are little to none crowd controls later on, TLID can draft themselves to a heroes that are not Purify reliant. Let's see, RRQ, will they ban another support? No, they will opt for a Valentina here, so they do not want to see a Feather Airstrike versus a Feather Airstrike action.
Yeah, I think it's more of the fact because like Valentina is probably the only hero that really fits well with this composition, because it needs, as you mentioned, Gani, CC, kind of like getting away from the potential CC that's coming from RRQ. So options are kind of limited here for Yehezkiel, although the Jushin is definitely still free. And that Jushin, Fredrin, and Arlet combo is always nasty, Mirko.
Definitely is. The Cho gets banned though. They know that Edoc, even though it's not a signature pick, they've seen it before, you know, especially in MSC group stage. We did see a whole lot of Chos for that mid prio. Without the Kalea and the Cho, do we actually have an angle for TLID to go for the Khalid? Oh wait, so it's available to get picked up? I thought all this time it was actually banned away for a bug. So. Well, okay, we have our answer. It's a Grok in the mid lane, great prio, a lot of damage. We haven't seen it, so this is a debut for the revamped Grok. Okay, yeah.
Connie, you're the Rome player. Like, what's your take on this?
Hey, again, they know that they are lacking in that crowd control, and they added themselves a hero that has huge crowd control. We know about the revamp, you know, Grok, the AOE now is just amazing, and for the duet with the mid, right? It's good. You combo it with a tectonic charge plus the feathered airstrike. It's gonna cause problems for that formation, and as expected, right? The Jushin made it to the side of the TLID. They added themselves another layer of crowd control here with that Lapu Lapu. Arlet Rome though.
So it's. What? They built the combo with the Fredrin, picking it up so early for the Arlet to be Rome. And for RRQ, a Guinevere last pick that will go to the jungle.
I like that a lot. What I do not like is that Arlet Rome though. I think you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot against a Grok matchup. And complemented with Guinevere, that early game is going to be nightmarish for Weedy, man. And I don't think Weedy is known for an Arlet either.
Nope, not at all. And I mean, you can see the lineup rating. It actually favors TLID, but I gotta go to the other side. I gotta say RRQ should have the advantage here, especially considering, again, Guinevere is the good old counter to Fredrin back in the day. When you try to win that retry battle, you can't if you get CC'd. That's what Guinevere brings to the table. A whole lot of engage and CC lockdown.
Well, let's see. Will that CC lockdown be able to get RRQ the dub? Ladies and gentlemen, Land of Dawn, here we go. That's an early barrier right there from the debut Grok. Let's see. Game 1, RRQ TL. Who strike first in this best of 3?
Let's take a look at the individual lanes here. Yeah, that's going to be great for both of the teams. Mainly for RRQ, obviously, with the barrier there, they should have the winning lane. And Witty, yeah, instantly taken out of the lane. He can't really walk up with the Vengeance and poke when the minions are so far away, actually into the turret. Great cut, too. The barrier actually kind of enabled that, and it's a late push from the minions, which means free lethal Wanderer, as we get to see the two young bloods in Rome battle it out. RRQ playing with the tempo, invading, not even just lethal. They're going for the green camps too.
Oh no, that's also a first blood for RRQ. Seems like TL, they couldn't handle, they could not keep up with the early pressure that RRQ is building.
Yeah, I said that it's gonna be a bad matchup. I didn't think that it was gonna be like a first minute first blood towards Weedy, man. That wall is like walling. And now this EXP lane matchup, Miracle. Rest is just it's gonna have a field day against Lapu-Lapu.
Exactly. I don't know what the plan really was, and I don't know why they actually, swapped everything so last second, but definitely isn't working to their advantage now. It's just full RRQ as of yet. Emblems by GamesMax. Okay, this is very greedy from Joe. He went for Impure Rage instead of the Concussive Blast up against this kind of composition who's already super online early. You saw how fast they were able to invade in the jungle. And yeah, Guinevere definitely has a bit of an edge, maybe a lot of an edge. Really depends. I actually haven't played the Guinevere in the jungle for a while, but it does seem like he's doing better. Joe still somehow managing to get level 4, which is surprising to me after seeing that early action all for RRQ. But I don't know about contesting for this, Joe.
Seems like Rez is just trying to distract. Oh, Ron jumps in though. No clear follow-up, Ron. All alone. That's going to be Rez stunned up. It's just the Uranus though. A lot of damage taken. Yes, skill on another angle. Zunash will take the purple. That's going to be the decision here. Feather Airstrike committed on towards the SKL, knocking 2 members up. That's going to be Joe hovering around. That's Edok, not level 4 yet though. That's going to be Edok trying to distract Joe, trying to close the window, but that's going to be Joe finding the angle, finding the turtle as well. That's going to be SKL taken down, but Joe isolated and will be taken down as well. 2 members were off the board for TL, but they got the turtle.
Yeah, for sure. That's a win for RRQ, man. 3-0 right now on the kill count. Look at the talent prediction, though. It looks like we are all in agreement that RRQ will win. And so far, it looks like it's going to be that. Exactly.
Yeah, great drafts from Keskute here in game number 1. He's really able to dissect everything, though the execution has been quite sloppy. Not from everyone, mainly from Zunesh, who was just so fixated, tunnel vision on Turtle instead of just helping a team go for the fight that was clearly a winning one.
Yeah, for sure, especially when you see Iran and Weedy, they're all rocking a flicker, so it's gonna be an easy punish if you know that they don't have the dashes. Let's see, the RQ already 1k gold lead in this early of a game. It looks like they want to build more and more with Edok just owning the river for RQ.
Yeah, a lot of that river control coming from the mid prio that they've secured for themselves, and that's where it comes down to the pick of the Arlet Roam too. A lot of, well, a big reason as to why I don't like the Arlet Roam is because you don't have any control in the mid lane for wave clear. You have to send your jungler to walk up on the Fredrin. And I guess it works still, but you can't constantly have that when the enemy jungle is farming, invading, utilizing the mobility to constantly get the edge over you. Joe's already a level down with the turtle, with the turtle, by the way. So with the second turtle going in favor of RRQ, presumably this is going to build up to a massive lead, and Joe's going to be left so far behind.
Yeah, and Toy knows that as well. I think he wants to be a bit more passive here in the gold lane because he didn't want to get punished, but instead TLID still wants to contest this one. I don't know about this decision.
Let's see, that's going to be Violet Requiem connecting SOD lands. A knockdown, that's going to be a lot of damage though from the side of TL. Zunesh falls first, but Joe will be the trade. No junglers here for this turtle fight. Rez quite low, on stunned up. Kabuki joins the fight. That's gonna be TLID though. Oh, he don't the turtle! He will trade his life for it though. As RRQ, they will back off. TL, it seems like weren't able to close their gap. Kabuki clearing the mid-waves. Yes, still looking for a knock-up. Doesn't really find it, but TL was able to find the connection. Oh, very low.
Oh my.
Feather airstrike doesn't land. Kabuki though, really is bold there with the maneuvers. Rinse flickers out.
Okay, so again, the execution was kind of sloppy for RRQ, but they still somehow wins out in the end. Run!
Almost falling, but still is able to escape. Yeah, more of the same thing. I guess great control for the recovery by Edok to secure the neutral objective. And you can see for the build, at least for Zunesh here, he's gone for the brute force. He's basically going for full tenacity. Doesn't want to get CC'd. Wants to be the one to be free around the team fight so that he can win the red trees. And so far, unfortunately, it hasn't really panned out for him. It's also, I think, a rush to Queen's Wings. Or could that be a Winter Crown? It really should be the Queen's Wings. The Oracle for Rez too.
I'm not sure. I think it's more of a Winter Crown coming in from Zunesh, just for the potential combo of like, there you go. Okay, gotta wait for a second.
Oh, final slash landing! That's going to be Kabuki sealing it off. A slight miscommunication there as Zunesh was overcommitting.
Yeah, at least they got a turn out of it, but that was completely unnecessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, more on that. Well, I guess that's why we saw the keys to victory of having him more on assassins, on carries. On the utility so far, it does look very awkward for him. Not a single neutral objective win. Rins and Toy are the ones left to carry the game currently.
6 minutes and 50 seconds have elapsed in this game, and RQ is leading by a smidge of gold total. It's already spawned for the third one here. RQ, can they be a bit more tactical or strategic about their approach here?
Definitely got to be elusive. RQ, Zunesh doesn't really connect with that jump. TLID 5 members already around the river. Zunesh targeted here. Stunned up as well. A lot of damage taken. Joe will focus down the turtle. Second one. And Zunesh, no real shield, no real cover. And he falls. That's going to be RRQ here repositioning. Rins looking for an optimal feather airstrike moment. But that's going to be the Tectonic Charge. Saving Grok's life. Rins very low. Mid. Vulnerable. Witty finds the connection to shut Rins down. SOD doesn't land, unfortunately. And RRQ, they are on the back foot.
That jump from Zunesh, the initial jump was so bad. But the fact that he just didn't get out immediately is more questionable for me.
Agreed, man. RRQ definitely, miscoordinating a lot of their engages, and TLID are just capitalizing on it. It's not like TLID are they're not forcing RRQ to make these mistakes. RRQ are just very disorganized as of right now. Rez as well walks up, able to buy some time. Well, it buys the Bravest Spider, baits it out, but they're not really able to get much. Zunesh.
That's a jump, that's a burst, not enough to take his skill down. Zunesh now in trouble, taunted. That's going to be the crowd control. Lord. Just too much for Zunesh to handle. RRQ now looking to reposition. Flicker from Edok. Seems like will not be enough. He falls as well as RRQ. They are getting dismantled here. TL just in the jungles of RRQ already.
Yeah, I think the idea was good from Zunesh, and he was able to spend or get the resources away from Yeskiel with that Purify, but the follow-up was just not there. RQ needs to be a bit more coordinated with their approach.
At this point, they're really just playing for the late game. Toy has been farming like a monster, already very close to the 3-item power spike, but even then, I don't know. Look at the Sky Piercer stacks already coming in for Kabuki. He's already gotten 2 on the board at 9 minutes, which is solid stuff. 1,000 gold lead. Zunesh finally gets the Winter Crown, which will definitely help him in his endeavors to secure neutral objectives. But I don't know, maybe he should have just waited for the winner crown at this point. He's been going in a bit too ham every single fight.
Yeah. Gotta be a bit more tactical with the second skill, the spatial migration, man. That's the make or break skill for RRQ's composition. If it doesn't land, it's not gonna work out. Now, the Lord fight is coming up.
Let's see, Zunash not looking too comfortable on this Guinevere so far. Will he be able to redeem himself? Rez now, half HP.
Man.
Rins, gotta wait. Oh, that's the feather airstrike. Going down, that's Ron stunning Rins. That's Toy though, finding the kill in the mid. That's the SOD landing on towards Kabuki. That's going to be the SOD as well, dealing a lot of damage. Oh, Zunesh gotta be careful there with the reposition. Very low, so with this, Zunesh will have to go back. RQ, even though they're a man up, they can't really control the Lord here. As Joe Arani has skill, Witty will be up in 5. Rez now, taunt, that's a taunt. Kabuki now will join. RQ, do they have enough time now? Rez, concentration pop, that's gonna be very low. Oh, Rez, very low, the cancellation! Valorant Requiem finally finds its mark. Joe, down, that's gonna be Iran now. Sandbagging Iran goes down as well. 2 members of TL eliminated.
Now, finally, some light from Zunesh. Their first, I guess, good play that he made so far in this game. Although the first play that made him so low was kind of questionable. But let's see what he has in store here with R7 watching.
Witty has the flicker final slash. Not enough men though, so I don't think he will commit. SOD lands though. That's gonna be Witty. Stunned up. That's the chain crowd control that RRQ was drafted for, and they were able to connect that one on towards Witty.
Good stuff. Finally, some good stuff from RRQ. Again, you did mention a bit earlier, Sheffin, but now we actually finally get to see how the composition is supposed to work. And turns out it is actually waiting for the power spikes for Rins, Toy, and Rez. All 3 of them need to be online before they go for these big fights. Unless, they win out the first turtle, which they technically did, but they didn't secure the neutral objective. If they did, I think this would be online much sooner. But yeah, I think I gotta give most of the props, not to Zunesh, but to Toy, for being able to farm up so quickly, to become the force that is the carry at this point of the game. Zunesh has to respect that. I think we need to see a lot more of that. But TLID have actually taken an interesting approach to defending the siege. They've gone to, all in on tier 1 mid, but they've lost their side turrets, which should be good for RRQ. They have the Lord still very healthy. The turret mid lane will fall in the end, so it ends up being a pretty bad trade.
Seems like they're going to force the base turret takedown here for RQ. Will it be enough though? Seems like the damage profile from TLID is enough to clear the lower top. So no real threats in the structure of base turrets, but hey, RRQ, you're right. It's such a back and forth game, and it's such a complete game. We get to see a bit of TL, we get to see a bit of RRQ as well in our first game.
Yeah, and the one that makes it back and forth here, I think the most is Rez, because so far, I cannot believe how he didn't die at all with this much CC coming in from TLID. Agreed. I guess they don't have enough damage, but he's been the one that, as you mentioned, Gunny, he's the pick-me guy in this case, in every team fight.
He's basically telling everybody to look at him, look at him, go for a lot of these plays, just soaking in as much damage as possible. And that's what he's built to do. Rez doing a good job on the Uranus. And Kabuki actually hasn't gotten more than that, the 20 stacks that we started the game with, technically. I'm going to say started the game because that's where it all started for TLID, when they won that big team fight around the neutral objective. Now for RQ, it's a slow game, and for TLID, again, the big question is, can Joe even walk up around the neutral objectives now with all the tempo gone? There's no space at all.
Yeah, it's very minimal space coming in from TLID here, but they're not really down by a lot, though. The map pressure or the map control is surely on RRQs, but we got a game fact here by GoPay. Okay, we gotta wait for a second. Yeah, there you go. It's a debut for MPL Indonesia Season 16 Grok after last use when Weedy played against RRQ in Season 14, I believe.
That was a year ago, more or less, right?
Yeah.
It's a long time ago, man.
It was a while ago, you know. Top
That
lane, though,
matchup,
it's,
by the way, was won by RRQ.
Ooh, interesting. Interesting setup, top lane.
Yeah, I think they just want to punish Toy, but Edok knows that something is a bit fishy here with the lack of presence in the map from TLID. Good thing, Widi and Kabuki, they kind of like cycle the recalls. Oh, wait a minute. Do they want to chase?
They're playing the Fog of War. That's going to be a great stun by Widi. Other airstrike though cancelled. Has the glide. Widi is A-okay, and seems like it's okay for both teams. Just a flicker though, popped by Kabuki.
So value. Baiting out the flicker from Kabuki is massive. RRQ literally have to rely on engage to get the flicker, to get Kabuki, but now they don't need to really have any layers of CC. They could just go straight for Kabuki, who's the main carry.
Yeah, for sure. The Grok can just flicker forward. Zunesh, easier time to land the spatial migration. Even Rince, it's an easy punish for him knowing that the flicker is not there with the feathered airstrike. Now, let's see, the Lord Dance, so Toy is still up there, and I don't think there's anything TLID can do about Toy.
He can land the SOD and just join 5v4, 5v5 technically. So TLID, that's the stun. That's a Violet Requiem, Feather Airstrike, and SOD not landing though, but that will be enough for Joe to be taken down. So now it's going to be again just RRQ controlling the Lord. 4K gold lead practically in the hands of RRQ.
And now it's just full RRQ. They played it incredibly again, having that force error up top, and TLID being very indecisive around the neutral objective helped RRQ to get even more of a lead. What TLID could do in that situation, Sheffin, was the question you raised. I think just be decisive and go for the fight, but that would have also ended up with them losing for sure without Kabuki's flicker. So there was really no good answer to the situation, no real solution to the problem. And that's what, resulted in this. RRQ getting a free Lord, getting the turret up top basically taken out already, and having 3 waves building up to push into TLID's base to take possibly game 1.
Yeah, and I just realized something. Widi, so far he hasn't landed a single solid final slash. This is a concern.
That will be concerning, but perhaps that flicker final slash will be used for defense. Let's see RRQ. They have finally penetrated towards the north side of the base here, but the top base turret will be taken down. That's going to be the Blood Wings here for Yehezkiel. Will that item be enough to at least hold on? RQ will not force anything rash here. They're taking it slow.
As slow as they can. They have all the leads. There's really no risk at all for them. All the risk is in TLID's side, on TLID's side, and again, they've kind of built themselves a composition that is very one-dimensional, pure team fight. They want to utilize the AoEs in their composition, the constant resets of CC for a roaming Arlet. Again, that has to be brought up. All the CC that they've gotten in their composition is to set up a roaming Arlet. I would love to see the items again and see exactly what Widi's building, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to be as tanky as, a normal Arlet, and definitely not going to be dealing as much damage as a normal XP Arlet.
Yeah, I don't think he even builds the Fury Hammer just because of the fact that he needs to be a bit more tanky even in the early game. I mean, he got killed in the first minute, man. So he knows what to do with his itemization, but at the same time, he kind of shot himself in the foot. Let's see, though. Looks like map control is once again for RRQ. The long lane, no turrets at all for TLID. So this should be a much easier Lord fight or Lord dance for the King of Kings.
Really should. The far lane's already taken. Really, Toy could actually just play in the side lane and wait for a mistake to happen, which has been the way to go for RRQ. They never really rush into these bad situations or into 50-50s. They always try to win with the advantage they've got. So again, it's all up to TLID. They have to force a big fight, and the big fight will have to also be a good engage on Rins and Toy, because if they go in randomly to Rez, Zunesh, or Edok, they're cooked. RRQ have all the damage in the world. You can see the items already built up completely, and as expected, Sheffin, it's actually it is a Fury Hammer, so at least it does have a bit of damage, but yeah, definitely not the same amount of resources that you would have as an XP laner early game to take the game and, you know, snowball out of control. Zunesh is going to be caught. Has the jump. Cho? Brute forcing his way in.
They want to close the gap here. That's a final slash landing towards Zunesh. That's the jump! That's a Tectonic Charge! Kabuki! Vulnerable taken down! That's gonna be a good two-man stun with the Spear of Misery. Joe isolated. Good night as Rins picks up the double. That's gonna be RRQ just applying more pressure on towards the base of TL. Conceal Pop. They have a wave in the bottom lane of the map. That will be the structure going down. Great response there. Rins though looks for him another angle. That's a stun. That's a feather edge strike. Witty not landing his final strike. Has the immortality. Will pop it. That's gonna be RRQ now. Just focusing, locking the base. Will it be enough? It will. RRQ finds game 1.
And in a kind of a expected manner from the draft, but from that initial engage towards Zunesh, I would expect a much more cleaner approach from TLID. And also knowing how intelligent Weedy is, that was very questionable.
Yeah, all inning onto Zunesh was a big problem for them. Again, we already did, you know, mention this. It was just strange, very strange to see TLID play the way that they did. All inning onto a hero that was identified even by us as not the best choice to go for here. Actually, the worst choice maybe because of how much availability he has, the fact that he has Winter Crown, and the fact that they knew about the Winter Crown so far, so long ago, I mean. And yeah, dude, the Winter Crown was built second item, so they should have known about it. There's no way they actually thought they would go and get the kill with that all in, right?
Yeah.
It's just like, I guess like a clouded judgment, and they were, in a way, when you didn't get a lot of chances to actually do something as Witty, as an Arlet, as for Witty, you gotta go for something, right?
Yeah.
At some point. And I guess that kind of like sparked that, you know, adrenaline from Witty to go for that one, and that's the call. But yeah, that was a very, very strange game coming in from TLID, both from the draft and from the gameplay. I'm not sure, man. Like, what was the initial plan of the draft?
Bro, I think especially from that last fight. Let's talk about that last fight. Last fight. Kabuki, he was on a Granger. Why was he there in the first place? I feel like his positioning feels like he's on a Moskov, man. He is looking for the close range, but no, you're on a Granger. Just stay back. And I think it was just, right there. Why was he there? And that, against Flicker Grok, that's just a juicy opportunity. Against Edok, of course, he has killer instincts as well. So once he saw Kabuki was in a vulnerable place, Edok takes that engage and he got MVP or player of the game.
Yeah, besides my official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 7 and Z Flip 7. So, Mirko, how's the debut Grok so far?
Hey, so far so good. I actually really like the new Grok. It's just how you implement it in the system, and with the compositions currently relying heavily on just mid lane prio, good clear, it really fits. Big CC tools as well that Gani mentioned earlier. We got to see a couple of them from Edok, and yeah, we'll get to that point where we talk about Kabuki in that last fight. I think Kabuki did a pretty good job all around the game so far, and this like early portion of the game, and for TLID too, just because that's where their power spike is, early to mid for TLID. They have a lot of base damage with this composition. Fredrin, Lapu, and even the Arlet constantly with the resets, great for them. And I love the fact that RRQ adapted to that issue. They knew how much damage TLID were actually going for and how much damage they actually had, but they constantly split them up. The AoE damage of TLID is very conditional. It's if everyone stays together and groups up, and that's what RRQ did to win in the next few Lord fights and the next few neutral objective fights. They constantly split up. They had Toy somehow going into the mid lane alone, getting a kill on Witty. I would love to see like a full screen view of that because that was strange as well. I don't know what Witty was doing. In this portion though, I will have to disagree, Gani. I don't think it's really Kabuki's fault. I think it's the team's fault for going in. You know you're going to play for Kabuki. You know this composition only has one damage dealer, yet they dove on Zunesh. Kabuki had to follow up with damage. If not, then the 2 tanks would have died. The Lord would have been given for free. If Kabuki stayed and fought, then again, that was what happened. Edok just comes in and destroys everybody.
Yeah, let's see the stats, also the game duration. 20 minutes for RRQ Hoshi, and I gotta say, I think it took a bit too long. If they were a bit more tactical and strategical in their approach in the first, maybe like 2 neutral objective, I think it would have been over much sooner. And also, shout out to Rez. I would say the one that made it possible for RRQ to hold on to that mid game, even though their execution was pretty sloppy, is Rez's kiting. How good was he? Just, you know, spending
Really
all
good.
the resources from TL ID while also staying alive. Not even a single death from this guy.
Hey, you know what? When you know you are in a good game with a Uranus is when you can build Oracle's second item. Sure, Uranus again, just a hero that likes to seek attention, but with the right amount of calculation, like Rez, I think it's still a good viable option in that EXP lane. And with the crowd control being put towards the roam and the jungler, I think that leaves a lot of room for Rez to not be the engager.
Mirko, like Rez dealt more damage than Toy.
What? Sorry, can you say that again?
Rez dealt more damage than Toy.
Yeah, he did. That's the power of the Uranus once you get into the late game without dying 3 times in the early game. You can stay in the fights for so long, actually way longer than Moskov. And the way that Toy played this game, for the most part, was splitting up. So Rez had the advantage of building up the damage dealt stat all the way from the early game, where he was participating in every single neutral objective battle, and he was doing a good job. Again, something we did expect after seeing the drafts. We were like, all right, Uranus into Arlet, we've seen this before, it's not that good, but it was on the hands of a different user, right? Rez is a very capable Uranus, very capable of playing heroes that is just enabling the team, and that's what we're seeing from RRQ with Rez on Uranus. He did an amazing job. He was my second choice for MVP if it wasn't the Grok. But obviously, there's only so much you can do as a Uranus. You're not really a setter. You're always kind of like a shadow in the midst of a team fight. No one really cares about you, and you're always kind of like what Gani says, you're a pick-me, right? You always want to just call people out, say, oh, hit me, you know, don't target the others, guys. I'm the main concern. And yeah, I mean, it was dope. It was dope from him.
And also the fact that, I guess, Rez... I think it's more of the fact that they switched the Arlet from EXP to Roam is what really made Rez shine. Because Lapu Lapu, that's an easy matchup, man. Like, I would have loved to go against a Lapu Lapu, at least before he got the ultimate. But even when he got the ultimate, Aran was not able to get like a punish towards the early game Uranus, the first neutral objective.
Not at all. It was really, really tough. And for you guys back at home, hey, you guys can go and collect the new skin for free. The Julian Meowkin tracker skin is up for the Independence Month of Indonesia. Now, the period is going to be from the 6th of August to the 31st. So today is actually the last day for you to claim this skin. If you don't already have the points, go and rank up, team up, and join the fun.
Hey, I already got the Meow skin, but I want to hear y'all meows. Starting from Mirko. Please.
Meow.
You know what to do, Shevin.
Meow.
What about you, Goners?
Meow. That's my meow. All right, that's my meow.
Wait, what? That was a silent meow.
That was a silent meow.
Loud.
Meow, meow. That's my meow.
There you go. There you go. Maybe there's some technical difficulties.
Which meow is which meow is the best? Chat.
Comment.
Or maybe you guys just want the Julian meow skin.
That's an interesting conversation, I gotta say. Which of the 3 skins that you guys like the most?
Which of the 3 skins in the Independence Day collab?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think the Julian. I play Julian.
You?
Yeah.
What about you, Shevin? What do you think?
I prefer the Sylvana.
Ooh.
Just because of the she has XX chromosome.
What?
XX chromosome.
Oh, all right. Well, you want to buy sympathy? Sheffin?
That's an interesting way to bridge an ad-lib, but okay. Please, Sympathy, you get diamond. Believe means buy Sympathy, get diamonds, man. It's so easy. I guess just buy Sympathy. It's as easy as that.
It's just buying. Every sympathy purchase gives you an MLBB diamond voucher as well to help you push rank like a pro. And hey, instantly you get 3 gigs of data plus 30 minutes of calls and SMS. Grab yours now.
Grab a scan the QR code. Very, very easy for you guys with Telkomsel by Telkom Indonesia. Look at that. Scan right there. You get 3 gigabytes of quota, and you can also get BG points that you can trade in for special merchandise. Go ahead, check it out. You see the Edith right there. That's Sheff's favorite hero in MLBB because he likes the voice actor.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know if I can shout her out on other games though, but shout out to Sante Win if I don't butcher the pronunciation. But yeah, that was game number 1 between RRQ versus TLID. Now aside from the draft, I want to hear your opinion, Miracle, but some of the execution, some of the decisions that they made in that game. Because I think from the KTV, right, it was reduced overcommitment from Weedy especially, and I feel like it's still evident, right?
It's very evident, but when you're given a composition like this, I can't even blame the players. I think that was purely on the comp itself. They are very all in, and they only have 1 real damage dealer. The Lapu Lapu wasn't even a convincing damage dealer in that game, just mainly for the fact that everybody's so mobile, everybody can get away. The Lapu Lapu is usually great when you're up against a composition with less mobility, and there again it just didn't work. The matchup against the Uranus as well, they picked it up against the Uranus. It wasn't like the Uranus was the pick after your Lapu. They saw the Uranus and they were like, all right, let's go Lapu Lapu. Let's actually let Rez do his thing, get Pryo all over the map.
And that is not a good time at all, Gani.
That is not a good time, but hey, what do you have in your hand, Sheffin?
It's a chocolate chip cookie. That is good time. This is
jealous
an OG snack.
Whoa, let's zoom in. Let's
man. Okay,
Yo,
I gotta take a bite. I gotta take a bite for sure, right?
Oh,
you gotta take a bite.
Team 0-2, Gani.
Yo, remember, all right, Mirko, Sheffin, and you guys watching, win or lose, it can always still be a good time when you have the cookie. Don't forget to always have a good time. Get ready when you play together. The delicious chocolate makes everyone have a good time. Seems like Sheffin is having a good time, Mirko. I'm kind of jealous.
Hey man, I'm really jealous of the fact that he actually gets a good time because he's actually in the venue.
Wait.
Huh?
Gani, can you get this?
Oh wait, no way.
Oh wait.
This is a life hack? No, it's the wrong way, Gani.
No, go left more to the left.
There you go.
Oh.
There you go. All right, boom. Feed him the good time. Damn, technology. That's how you do it with good time.
Let me this is so good. Now I'm not jealous anymore, Mirko. Thank you.
Well,
good time.
I guess I'm solo unless Sheffin wants to, share some with me.
Do you want to?
Sure. Come on. Yes, sir. Wait, where is it? There we go. I got it.
Nice.
You gotta chew, brother. Don't talk with your mouth full. That is what my mother always told me.
Seems like a nice lady, Gani.
Come again.
Does she get you good time a lot, Gani? Does she get you good time?
Oh, luckily.
That's why you grew up so healthy, my friend. Because your mom gave you good time.
We're all healthy, my friend.
He's a mama's boy.
He's a mama's boy.
Yeah, I mean, brother, his actual name is Albi. Should I call you Albi more in the broadcast?
Oh, Albi.
Yo. Okay, doxing. But yeah. Let's just.
What do you mean doxing?
That's my.
We're still waiting for game number 2, by the way, guys. If it ain't already obvious, we're still waiting for the teams to get ready. RRQ definitely gonna have to adapt a few more things here because they can't be too happy with just that win because it wasn't really too convincing. Zunesh needs a whole lot more to actually be the real Sutsujin replacement because right now I still think Sutsujin is better.
Ooh, especially with the RRQ's composition that try to play for maybe Toy or Rince when they got the damage dealers. Like that Guinevere performance, I would probably rate it like 5 out of 10. But they still got the job done, so who cares at this point, man?
Who cares at this point? And it does seem like, especially on the Guinevere, not really comfortable, right, Mirko?
Yep. Yeah, definitely not. I think definitely more comfortable on the Assassins, but he got countered way too much in the Geek Fam game again. It really feels bad, man, because he got a lot of hate for going in with the Hayabusa on the Sun, but that was what the Sun was for. You know, it was picked up to go up against the Hayabusa. It wasn't really his fault. There was not much they could do in that position when they were already behind. The rest of the team kind of, yeah, but hey, the whole chat is loving this segment, by the way, of Good Time. I'm hoping you guys have a good time back at home, and if you are, then go get some good time to have more of a good time.
They like it? Really?
Yeah.
That was awkward as hell.
That was not awkward.
You know what they say, man? It's only awkward if you don't have a good time.
Ah. Come on, Chefin. Come on.
What?
Come on, Chefin. Let's get into drafts.
Yeah, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 7. Z Flip 7. It looks like the approach, even though the drafting position is flipped, is still gonna be the same with the first or like blue side fan fanny. I'll be dyslexic.
Yeah, ban out the Fanny. The 1-1 gets banned out by TLID with the Lancelot too, so not a fan of giving Zunesh that assassin in the jungle, even here on blue, despite the fact that they could actually trade it for Isunshin Jusin, get more prio picks out. The Kalea is also left open, by the way, and that's something that RRQ have been banning out throughout the day. Well, just from match number 1 game, match number 2, game number 1. Let's see if they continue. I think the CC will probably be left open, knowing that, you know, the Baksha is already out of the picture. Got the Kacha is actually the choice for RRQ, which means they want to first pick Kalea, I think.
Let's hear from the crowd.
Or Farsa.
Make some noise for yours truly.
Oh, CC ban. Despite the fact that Baksha and Gata has been taken out, Kalea open for the first time in a while. Jusin, Yisun Shin, those are also up for grabs. Let's see what RQ go for. Is it Kalea?
Should be, right? Because Yisun Shin against Kalea, that's not a matchup that you want. So right now, the question will be TLID, how will you respond, especially with the Gatot Kacha, the usual kind of like default answer for the Kalea is gone. Do you want to rush the Badang, or is there other options there for Weedy to play against Edox Kalea?
A lot of options still here. If they want to go for, so they want to go for comforts. I think picking up an EXP, while withholding their cards here. So EXP, and I guess mid Zushin. Does it work against the Kalea? I think Zushin can still be quite mobile.
Wait, what is open?
Wow, it's gonna be the EXP and
oh no, it's not. Okay, my bad.
EXP and Farsa, man. It's gonna be EXP and mid. So yeah, quite bold here. So that Farsa is gonna be forced on towards that Purify.
This looks like a free glue game, dude. They don't even need to go juice in now. They could go for a mid laner later on, and because Rins has a ton of heroes in the mid lane, they can actually pick up the glue plus the Kalea. It's a crazy counter to the Phoveus, and then pick up an assassin in the jungle. I think the Hayabusa works. If they don't want to go Hayabusa, I think picking up the Yisun Shin is fine. Yeah, again, I said Yisun Shin earlier. Yisun Shin is still pretty okay here. You already have proper lock against the Phoveus, but the safe choice would probably just be still juice in and then the YSS or a jungle, a different jungle. Unless they want to flex it all the way. They go Fredrin and Yeve.
Wow.
So they want to double down on locking the Phoveus. If the Phoveus jumps, dude, he's so cooked.
This looks like a really cute draft. I don't know if I can explain that more in detail. I feel like it feels too honest from RRQ. I don't know.
I think it's again just RRQ. They're trying to have more mid control, definitely, right? With the Fred, with the Kalea and the Yiv pickup, and yeah, let's see. With this, I feel like their TLID should not contest Turtle. Such a strong composition, but with the Mathilda, is this just a deny tool as well?
I'm not sure that's going to be the case. I think it's more the fact that the Phoveus, Mathilda, it's the usual combo when TLID won that MPL ID. But the Beatrix ban is quite interesting. I guess you don't want to miss out on the potential Kalea Beatrix combo if you are RRQ, but you have proper punish already for the Beatrix.
Yeah. The Mathilda Phoveus combination is pretty solid, usually, but this actually puts them in a tough spot because you can already see the jungle is getting banned out by RRQ.
Whoa.
I think the next jungle that... Oh, they're actually taking away the combo with the Kalea plus the Beatrix. Yeah, the instant takedown combo that we're used to, but I'm not... Again, back to RRQ, I'm thinking banning out the Haya is going to be alright here, right? Because clearly what they want is a Joy or a Yisun Shin on TLID side.
Do you though? I think you need a bit more tankiness if you want to play through Kabuki. That's why they banned the Alpha. Kind of a tanky jungler as well. But let's see though. I feel like if they want to pick a Joy or Yisun Shin, it's gonna put too much burden on Weedy and also Aran to open up the portions of the map.
Our homeland, and it will soon be our burial ground.
Lapu gets banned out. It's an interesting choice to go for here because the Arlet is still up for grabs. I guess TLID are thinking that Phoveus is already a good counter to the Arlet, which is true, but RQ already have the Kalea and then the Fredgen to lock you down, so the instant reset on the Vengeance is going to get more value out of just the Phoveus counter to dashes.
All who dare stand in my way will be devoured.
Wow. Oh man.
Respect from the ISR qualifiers there, yeah? The Hanzo, we saw that against Cambodia.
Yeah, we saw that, but it did not work well for the TLID side. And yeah, I don't know. I think TLID now, they are quite limited here for Joe especially. What do you want to go for? That Mathilda pick is looking like it's really iffy now, looking at it. So TLID, what will they go for? Is it just purely Mathilda Phoveus combo? Is it not outdated?
Your team is picking.
Just go for the Harith here for TLID. RQ have two ways to tackle this now. They could go for the Arlet pick into a carry, which is going to be good with the Kalea, or they could just play normal MLBB, you know? Don't overthink it. Play with a Granger and then the Arlet.
Esmeralda.
Let's go.
Esmeralda?
You want to go
good, right?
Yeah.
Esmeralda? Oh, the Harith and the Phoveus. That's true too. But I thought they were building towards the... and the Mathilda too. But I thought they were actually building towards an Arlet pick just here. Okay. They go Irithel actually, so not even the Carrier Granger. A lot of mobility.
Okay, man, I don't think you want to go for an assassin at this point, Mirko. Now, the options are super limited here. I don't think there's a good answer. Let's see. Nah, against a Eve?
Yeah,
I don't think so, man.
Not against a Eve.
But I guess
down way too easily.
Bumblebee reporting for duty.
Oh man.
Wow.
Oh, it is Exborg. Damn. Again.
Nice call, but TLID again, very dependent on winning team fights. As Araki Hoshi have much more of a way to pick off, play it slow, go for the side control, and win out the lanes easily. So there you have it, guys. What do you guys think? I think personally RQ should have the better draft and should be able to take the dub here, unless Team Liquid ID get a monstrous team fight Turtle 1 and 2.
Yeah, for sure. They need to snowball right from the get-go in the early game. If they can win it, they have a fighting chance. So a lot on the shoulders of Aran here as one of the carries for the first two objectives. Let's see. From the lineup rating and also counter index, RRQ is favored by quite a bit. Game number 2 is gonna be underway. The rematch of the grand finals of season 14. Kings of Kings takes on the Cavalry.
Will they be able to find this game and make it a 2-0, or perhaps the Cavalry finds a way back and force us to a game 3?
Let's see it here. Taking a look at the items, the emblems, and the battle spells. 3 purifies on the board with a flicker for Aran and no purifies on the other side. There's not a lot of big lockdown from TLID for RQ to really all out respect that. So yeah, it's quite standard here as Rez is actually going for the level 1 fight against Aran, clears it out really well, goes for the regen. And for the emblems, nothing too crazy. Maybe, I guess, Zunesh also going for the Impure Rage instead of the Concussive Blast here is something to note.
Okay, Okay, so another worry that I have right now is the lack of set coming in from TLID when they need it against an Irithal. Usually when you're up against an Irithal, I don't know, you either just overload her with a lot of damage or you got a proper catch that can stop her on her tracks. But I don't think RQ or TLID is well equipped for the matchup. But Mirko, Emblem by GamesMax here, is there anything that stands out?
3 Inspires, I guess, here. Whoa, a lot of cooldown to play around the fights. And even for Aran, aggressive. Usually, I think we see Festival of Blood and agility to get to the team fights faster, but he's just going all-out damage with Thrill.
2 members already rotating towards the top, but that's TLID responding with 4 members occupied from the top side. That's going to be the last Insanity towards the back. Immune now. That's going to be Joe, though, still able to get out. Yes, kill. He'll be able to recall. That's a cancellation there by Rins. Great timing. Will RQ jump this one out? Rez has level 4. Oh, great distance. Yehezkiel will be able to get out.
Yeah, amazing. I think the best part about that occasion or like that skirmish is the fact that Zunesh waited until the last second to kind of cancel Yehezkiel's potential to deal damage because he is probably the only real damage dealer that they have in that exchange. So TLID just forced to back off. It's a free total for RQ.
Free, and it's good for RQ. Again, you have to remember that TLID, we set the win conditions forth very early on, and it's a winning team fight. So now the window for them to take over the game is slowly and surely getting taken out. Joel engaged on.
Again, last Insanity as a defensive maneuver, not too good now. Getting jumped on, overwhelmed. That's gonna be first blood for Zunesh. RRQ now on a roll.
Yeah, it's just not a good time for Joe right now, man. 2 times he's forced to use the last Insanity for defensive measure, and that's not a good sign at all for TL.
Oh, big yikes, man. The way that, again, RQ have been playing, just purely punishing TLID, and the export pick, as expected, has been very underwhelming. It's good when you get some time to actually, fire it up and get heated, but RQ are never really in a position where it's going to be free for Joel. He's always going to be taking some sort of damage, if not pure CC. You walk up too aggressively, you'll get poked by Rins. You walk up too far out, you will get picked up and slammed to the ground by Edok. And there's armor shred, everything. Tsunami slam again.
On towards Joe again. Feather Airstrike, though, will be deployed. Real world manipulation now, locking Joe down. That's it, room for a jungler. Aran now looking for the dongs. Will it be enough? No. Resist there. Aran goes down, but he will take Zunesh down with him. That's going to be Rins picking up the double. Witty, quite low. That's Rez doing work. Again, RRQ taking a lot of big fights, and slowly but surely, they're winning them.
Yeah, the Esmeralda is pretty much almost unkillable unless there is actual real DPS in your lineup from Kabuki. Even then, Kabuki also gives some shield away from for Rez in the late game. So Rez, this is his game, man, composition-wise.
Gotta be careful. That's Falling Storm Moon. Oh no, last Insanity for Joe. Very low. Rez is definitely just being a constant nuisance, practically a solo. Oh, he's jumping, he's diving. Oh. Joe into Rumble, there you go. RRQ almost takes Joe down. That's a second neutral objective on the board, though, for the Kings of Kings.
They get so much tempo off the map off of that, dude. Like, yes, it ends up being just a sprint for nothing, but Joe had to walk all the way back, and everybody, Aran, Yehezkiel, Witty, went to help him. That means more tempo on the map. In the bottom lane, Edok now free to rotate, and TLID can't really respond. Yehezkiel's forced to recall, Kabuki is just going to be lifted up, forced to back away, and it's another free turret for RQ.
It's not looking good at all. At this point, like, what to do? Because clearly the objective game should be in RQ's advantage by quite a lot in this third exchange or second exchange. And they don't have a set, they don't have a catch either to punish the other side of the lane. Meanwhile, though, Tsunami Slam.
That's a Purify, though, for Kabuki. Last Insanity, Shaman Force pop. Edok in trouble. That's going to be the first Last Insanity kill. Kabuki isolated, stuck there in the real world manipulation. Toy finds the double, and that's just again RRQ finding the right route, Reds. Oh, man. There you go. Just the delay. RRQ, they're just controlling the map, man.
That's a worse trade than Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis. That was Joe, like, all for Enoch. That's it. That's what they get.
Hey, I don't usually say this, but I agree. That is worse than Nani Madueke for 65 million euro, bro. That's ridiculous. TID went for Enoch. Used everything for Enoch. That was crazy. This is... Oh my god, we have to see the replay here, presented by Official Tournament Smartphone. Yes, the Purify gets baited, but that's not everything. You don't lose out your base when you have your Purify get baited out. They were fighting like that was the main win condition. Having the Purify, having a trade for the Purify. It ends up being Enoch for everyone. And TLID, they might have had a chance to come back earlier by their airstrike coming down. They can't even fight this. There's no way. They might have had a chance earlier, but now they're cooked.
Uh-oh, Purify triggered. Last turtle will fall to the hands of RRQ. So, yeah, just TLID here being on the back foot.
Yeah, this is just a tough game overall for TLID. Once again, the draft just sets himself on fire right from the get-go. I can't even blame Joe at this point. He gotta find something. But, you know, it's not Enoch with the last Insanity and like 5 ultimates for the Rome Kalea. But, you know, someone has to try. And Joe... like, he's not given the right ammunition to flourish.
Not enough heal from the side of TL. Zunesh now with the taunt. Rez just covering. That's the guiding win. Reposition Joe. 70 seconds on the clock for our first Lord, and RRQ, they are taking it slow.
Dude, there's not much you could do if you're Joe in this position. It's tough, Chef. And we gotta take a look at the in-game equipment. The Faraga armor is just nothing right now to RRQ. Only a brute force, so he's going for more tenacity. Zunesh is too tanky. Enoch!
Uh-oh, onto a Joe. Real word manipulation now. Will he deployed? That's going to be torn into a ball down. That's going to be traded for Enoch as well. 2 for 2. Oh my goodness, the damage will be enough to take Joe down as the base turret's passive in the bottom side will go down. RRQ, what a fight though. What a scrappy fight.
Yeah, it is scrappy for RRQ especially, and even though RRQ kind of like make a mistake there, too much overextension towards TLID that can actually punish quite well, it ended up to be a trade that favors them.
They can afford it. They can afford that messy gambling kind of approach.
As long as all of their deaths are still just on Enoch, it's all good, dude. Well, not just Enoch, but Enoch and Zunesh mainly. The only death that wasn't planned was the toy death. Everybody else, Enoch and Zunesh, is all good. Having those deaths on your utility tanks and an actual roamer is fine. And for TLID, you can see the deaths have just not been placed in the best positions, because Joe needs to deal damage in these fights. Yes, he's a utility jungler, but you need him to deal damage. You need him to be a bit of... Oh, man. Purify again for Tsunami Slam.
Oh, no.
It's a good tool, good battle spell to have against a Tsunami Slam, but when it's constantly traded for a Tsunami Slam out of nowhere like that, it's not value. The Purify is much longer compared to the Tsunami Slam, so Enoch's going to have that, and now you can already see them look for a play.
It's a 5v5. They are going for it. Great. For TLID to keep their distance there. RRQ though, they will look for that turret. That's Rez jumping with Falling Storm Moon Shaman Force Pop. Rez taking a lot of heat there. Not taken down under the turret toy. Does it not find the pressure? Tehran should fall here. That's gonna be Renz locking him down in his world. That is RRQ again pressing the right buttons, applying the right pressure. Kabuki? That's Kabuki! No Purify pops there. That's gonna be Enoch flickering out. That's gonna be Enoch taken down. TLID, oh, rather RRQ there from Rins, a little bit too overzealous. Punished.
Okay, that was still a 4v4 though. Can they still go for it? Oh, Toy, look at that.
That's the Lord targeting towards the bottom side. Joe, very low. Airborne as well. Zunesh though is in the front, taking a lot of heat, looking to reposition. Ron! He was just respawning. Rez very low. Last Insanity pop. That's gonna be Rez here. Just distracting again. but this time it will be enough to take him down. Rez goes down for 30.
Okay, I think Res, that was a bit too much, especially the fact
Way
that he
too
already
much.
has 3 kills. Now, I know this is your game. This is a really easy Esmeralda game to play, but you gotta still consider the fact that TL ID is still a pro team, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And the way that TLID have been playing this has just been very reactionary. It's not really their fault. Again, the composition is kind of forced to be reactionary. You can't be the one to pull the trigger. If they do, we saw what happened. You went in and you're cooked. And yes, at least for TLID, net worth-wise, they were able to find a proper trade, but losing a base trade for those shutdowns is so expensive. It's not value at all. Makes it, again, more value for RQ, getting everything here. Look at the gold lead across the board. 2,700 for the mid lane for Rins. Oh, man. I'm surprised Rins didn't just go Sky Piercer because he's so free in these team fights. He could be a better Juicin in terms of racking up Sky Piercer stacks. Yes, it sounds weird, guys, but when you're this far ahead and when your front line is that tanky and you have all the tools in the world to bait enemy resources before you finally pop that juicy real-world manipulation, it's not too far-fetched, you know? It's just the safe route to not go for it here. And RQ, probably the best at playing it safe, probably the best at managing a big lead like this into the mid game.
Yeah, and to be fair, who's gonna even go for Rinse at this point? The only way I can think of is just either Iran getting a Dark Wave Flicker combo when Rinse is too much overextending, or really just spending that Circling Eagle combo with the Guiding Wind, freeing someone towards Rinse. Then again, he has some shield, he has a lot of HP bars, it's not gonna be that easy for Rinse to die in the backline.
Seems like both
bottom
teams
lane
are
is so good.
Yeah, this is perfect for RQ, and they're playing it very well. They're not too rash here in taking a fight, but it seems like now with Harith showing mid, TL will push the gears though. That's gonna be Zunex now being the target. Oh my goodness, the burst! Witty goes down! 5v4, Kabuki went down alongside with him. That's gonna be Joe now, trying to reposition, but the damage is there to take him down again. RRQ, they ignored the Lord now as they look to end the series. Yeskiel, Iran, will they have enough firepower to do so? Feather Airstrike not in hand. Mick goes down. That's gonna be Iran now, trying to hold the minions off. That's going to be the Purify popped. Iran very low, take him down. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems like RRQ will find the main base, and it is going to be 2-0.
Yep, 2-0, but not in a way that I would like it to be. Not even close right from the draft has started or concluded for Cascute against St. Lucas. This is just, I don't know, man. Like, I feel really bad for the players because they're forced to work with this kind of thing, and you know that they're not gonna be able to do it unless a miracle happens.
Dude, man, I don't know. Yeah, we've been saying a lot of I don't knows, and I'm sorry to the people watching, but we just don't know because TLID really drafted a composition that was all in or nothing for Turtle 1 and 2. If they don't win Turtle 1 and 2, they were cooked. We spoke of this win condition early in the drafts, and it happened. Even for us, it was very visible. So we were hoping for it to be proven wrong, for them to be able to, you know, subvert our expectations, but none of that was subverted. Everything fell into exactly what we expected.
No.
Yeah, let's talk about the second banning phase for RRQ though. How brilliant was it to take out the Hanzo and also the Alpha? That is amazing. So good from Cascade.
Again, they were able to read the drafts, and yeah, the only quote-unquote viable was that export, because if you go Assassin, it just doesn't work. The draft does not make sense. And even the draft from Cascute, they were prepared to go up against an export. So again, just draft, great execution, well-deserved win from the side of RQ.
Very deserved. And the setup to getting the Esmeralda pick as well. I didn't really see it. I was thinking of the Arlet, but then I was like, the Harriet, Mathilda, Phobius. Good call by Chef, and seeing so many shields and so many ways for the Esmeralda to take even more of a beating, but also dealing more damage this time around compared to the Uranus. He was everywhere, and I was surprised a couple of times he was able to pull off like Uranus things, getting away with a sliver of health on the Esmeralda after diving in so deep without a sprint. Rez on these picks, truly magical, and maybe that's why RQ have opted to go for him instead of my boy Tyrant.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. Is it really them really trusting Rez over Tyrant, or Tyrant just had something in his mind, or maybe just trying to solve in his life though? Because I feel like Tyrant is just the, you know, default shit man. Rez clearly.
Would you call Tyrant a superstar though?
I would say so. I would say so.
Yep.
I mean, you called him a superstar. What happened with that?
I never named names, brother. I just said superstar.
What happened to the rumors?
I never named names, Sheffin.
There's a
Might not
reason.
have,
There's a reason why it's called rumors, all right? Because right? Come on, Chuck.
Man,
That's a literal
I'm actually-
definition.
I'm kind of upset with you, Mirko. I thought you were the Fabrizio of MPL ID.
Hey, even Fabrizio gets it wrong sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
But also, Sheffin, I never said this season.
Oh! I mean, that's kind of cheating, though. I could just say Alberto is gonna move to another team and it's just gonna wait like for like 5 seasons. Like,
Well, no, the Skylar move took a while. I said it last season.
I mean, it took a while. I wouldn't say 1 season took a while. It's immediate.
So it's fine then, 1 season, right?
Okay. Man, arguing with you is kind of like tiring, man. How do you have a girlfriend again?
What? How do you not have a girlfriend, Sheffin?
Oh, man! I should just back out of here, man. Like, this is not... Oh, God.
Oh my God!
Why am I even here? Why am I even here? Gone, take over.
Come on, Sheffin. Before you start to like, just come on. You gotta be ready when someone is coming at you as well. Let's go. But yeah, that was a 2-0. What?
Here's the thing. I was just bantering a little bit, you know. I'm not going to like straight to the hard shots. Like I'm gonna just kill you. But Mirko did that. Like that's uncalled for. That's uncalled for.
Sometimes the hard shots are what make you learn in life, Sheffin. So consider that a good learn. Just like Geek Fam this week, they took 2 big learns. I'm sorry, I'll stop, Sheffin.
The hits never stop. The hits keep on coming.
Apply salt.
Oh my God, my camera fell.
Apply salt to.
Mirko's gone.
No.
Mirko's gone.
No.
Dude, that's karma. Is that karma, Sheffin? Is that
Of course,
karma?
of course. Gotta
Is
check
that
that.
you?
Is that karma?
I actually hope.
The purest form of
I actually
karma.
hope that you have to replace the camera, man. I genuinely hope so.
No, it's
Wow.
cameras aren't built like plastic bags, Sheffin. It's fine.
This is actually fun, guys. This is actually a very
Fun for you.
Who knew online MPL could be really fun?
I miss the offline days, man. At least we banter, you know, while still having your face, having your face in my front of my face. What? Okay, English casters, by the way, English caster. God, maybe I need to take some more English, you know, class again. Clearly, I'm not really qualified to be here. But back again to RQ versus TLID, game number 2. It was chaotic. Not really though. RQ was just steamrolling TLID just as expected. So, like, is there anything else that we can talk about aside from the draft, Mirko?
I think not really. I guess something that we can talk about is the fact that, again, Witty is known to just overextend a lot earlier. We know him as Witty the Wise, but so far this season he hasn't really been Witty the Wise. He's been Witty the weird. Yeah, a bit harsh, but some of the decisions he's been making has been very weird. Again, engaging on this composition instead of reacting all the way from the start, not engaging in Turtle 1, not trying to look for a fight. Again, can't really fully blame Witty because, again, he's put onto these situations because of the draft. But yeah, it just doesn't look like the Witty we know and we love. This guy is still really, really good. Just he needs proper backup.
Oh, is that a call towards Fabian and also Aaron Shikigani? Does Witty miss them?
Fabian.
I mean,
they did win season 14 with Fabian and Aaron. They did make it a playoffs in season 15 with Fabian and Aaron.
They went
now that they're
runner-up
not
and
here,
6.
they are 0-3. Yeah. So Fabian and Aaron might be the key, but is Aaron even interested in coming back? Look at how much money he's making on stream.
Oh, game's gone.
Game's gone. Leave the MLBB before the MLBB leaves you.
Do you not agree?
Game's gone.
Oh
Game's
man.
gone.
But at least we got some new guys coming to MPL that brings it the heat, man. I mean, Andoryu and Ukir, we got Kin from Dewa United, and unfortunately, you know, quote unquote, unfortunately, because that's just kind of like a joke. Those are Filipinos. No, nothing against Filipinos, man. But I want more Indonesian talents to flourish in MPL ID. But we got a winner interview here with RRQ in a second, and Mirko will translate it for you guys.
Oh iya, makasih.
Wih, happy birthday.
Coba.
So firstly, happy birthday to Zunesh. That it is Zunesh's birthday.
Harapan kamu apa?
Harapan ya kamu. Itu wis.
Now, what are the hopes?
Ya, semoga apa gitu.
Semoga RRQ Yoshi di season ini juara.
Hopefully, RRQ Hoshi will win this season. Will be champions this season.
Baik, tapi sebelumnya nih kalian congratulations untuk bisa mendapatkan kemenangan 2-0 bahkan. Tapi berhadapan dengan
Guys gonna win 2-0?
Mereka lagi struggle banget
Up against Team Liquid ID.
0-3. Belum ada kemenangan sama sekali menurut
Team Liquid ID are 0-3 right now, no wins.
Apa yang menjadi faktor mereka nih untuk saat ini nih?
What happened to them?
Mungkin mereka terlalu banyak terlalu banyak turnamen sih. Dari aku kayak kecapean sih mereka itu yang gue lihat.
For Rins, he thinks TLID are just very tired. They have too many tournaments to play right now. That's what has led to them going 0-3 in MPL ID.
Season lalu ini proyek-proyek terus ya yang dibangun sama RRQ sampai ada topi proyek juga dari para.
We've seen so many different projects from RRQ. It's always a project of rebuilding for RRQ.
Dengan Zunesh dan juga Rez. Apakah
So this is RRQ 2.0 with Zunesh and Rez.
sampai nanti ke babak playoff atau gimana?
Is this going to be the lineup until playoffs or?
Tergantung coaching staff sih. Kalau dari kita player terima aja siapa.
That choice comes down to the coaching staff. For us players, we don't really care. We're okay with both lineups.
Bermain di panggung MPL.
Playing in the MPL, on the MPL stage
Lebih pressure mana kira-kira? Lebih pressure waktu lagi menang atau
versus the MDL stage.
terus bagaimana?
What's the difference
Mengatasi waktu
to Zunesh?
kalah tuh dari Geek Fam 2-0 bahkan.
Because you lost against Geek Fam on stage. So how did that feel?
Lebih pressure pas habis menang apa habis kalah ya?
Keluar.
Ya. Keluar. Wait. Coba.
So the question is to Zunesh.
Pressure pas habis menang sih kayaknya. Soalnya waktu kemarin kan habis menang lawan AE.
I get more pressure when we win.
Besoknya langsung lanjut. Jadi ya kayak ini aja pertahanan kemenangannya itu.
Konsistennya ya.
Ya.
Because when we win, we have to stay consistent. We have to constantly be on top. But when we lose, then the expectations drop.
Tapi Rins, kamu kan juga adaptasi lagi nih kan kemarin kalau kita ngelihat
Rins,
mainnya sama Sujin.
you have to adapt again this time.
Baru nih Rez sama
There's a new player in the team, new combination with Rez and Zunesh.
untuk duo mid lane lah sama Idok. Susah nggak buat adaptasinya tuh? Malah justru lebih gampang.
Was it difficult for you and Edok to adapt to these new players?
Gak susah ya, soalnya mereka orangnya gak jelas juga kayak.
No, it's not difficult at all because they're just as crazy as us, as wacky as us. And in game, it felt good with them.
Dan sekarang kan ini berarti ambisinya pasti menuju M7 dong ya dengan 2 personil baru. Seoptimis apa sih? Mungkin dari Riz dan juga POV dari.
How optimistic are you to make it to M7 with these two new players?
Bismillah bisa lah ke M7.
For me, yeah, hopefully we can make it to M7.
Seru ya, seru. Tapi siapa emang di RRQ yang paling gak jelas? Dari tadi katanya gak jelas.
Who's the wackiest in RRQ?
Zunesh.
Rin says Zunesh. For sure, Zunesh. Zunesh is not denying it. Wal was asking why. Does he keep on laughing alone, or what's going on?
Uber gitu kayak polos gitu orangnya, jadi lucu lah pokoknya.
He's just a funny guy.
Kira-kira mau kamu racunin apa nih Zunesh nih? Kayak masih polos, kayak masih bisa dikasih tahu berarti ya?
What advice will you have to give to Zunesh?
Kayak apa ya, kayak bisa lebih masuk ke dia lah. ketawaan kita.
Berarti outgame-nya bonus.
I didn't really catch what he said there, but I think it's more of just like helping him grow and mature.
Ya bisa bilang gitu.
Oke. Tapi terakhir nih, ada yang mau disampaikan ke Zunesh nih mungkin untuk para Kingdom di luar sana yang udah ngedukung RRQ Hoshi yang akhirnya bisa dapat.
A message for Zunesh to the rest of the kingdom who is watching.
Buat Kingdom yang udah dukung.
For the kingdom.
Dan yang nobar di RKK Kupang.
Who's watching everywhere in RKK.
Semoga kita
Hopefully, we keep on winning.
Makasih diktenya Rins ya, makasih ya. Zunesh makasih ya, congratulations untuk kemenangannya. Semoga tetap konsisten dan bisa memberikan yang lebih baik lagi untuk next match ya. Thank you.
DG, good luck for the next match. That's it for the interview.
Okay, that's RQ Zunesh and also RQ. It seems like the vibes in the gaming house is at I would say all-time high. It's pretty good, right?
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
It feels like it's lighter. Feels like they are on the same groove, and shows from their results, right? Quite clean here in this match, and their connection, their coordination here, it has potential.
Definitely does. Let's take a look at the highlights here in the game again, and you can see that TLID did try their best to compete, to contest for a few of those neutral objectives, but it was just not happening for them. Rez constantly getting poked, obviously Rins as well, constantly getting poked. Faraga armor, non-existent, and then the call to all in on E-Dog just for a Purify. Very easily provoked TLID into a fight, and they took it. They got baited real hard. Everybody came in for the cleanup toy, getting a double kill, and yeah, everything came in and probably everything fitted into a win for RRQ. Everything went to plan. 0-4-11 POTG.
Yeah, presented by official tournament smartphones. Not only reflected from the KDA, but the fact that he was so not gun shy to just Tsunami Slam towards Sexburg all the time, knowing that they have enough resources and damage to get through the Firaga armor and also kill him at the same time. That's what makes him the MVP, especially in the early game, Mirko.
Yeah, we can get to see it again here. Despite the early damage from Aran, it's just the long-term damage for RRQ that's paying so much more dividends. TLID have the instant burst, they have the initial burst, but aside from that, not really that much. Maybe it would have been okay if Joe was able to get Turtle 1, or if Joe was able to farm up. But even then, it's tough. You're not really a farming hero on export. You need to just constantly fight and look for big team fights to turn things around. That was just not happening. E-Dog was also always targeting him down, so he was the first one in and out of the fight, getting clobbered by the rest of the team. Every time you lose Faraga armor, you're technically done as an X-Borg. That is your main strength, because you're always up there in front, flaming on. And if you don't have the Faraga armor, you can't do that. You're just way too squishy. No immortality buy as well, by the way, because he needed more tenacity. He needed more ways to deal with the CC instead of just respawning, getting more health bars that will ultimately amount to nothing. A few shutdowns here and there towards the end, but that was also in favor of RRQ because they constantly traded for kills with base turrets, with absolute advantages, unlike what TLID go for, which are just shutdowns, right? In a purely late game composition, it would maybe work, those big shutdowns, but unfortunately, again, they have an export, they have a Phobias, they have a composition that was kind of built for the early game, and then they scrapped up a late game with the last 2 picks.
Yeah, it's even worse with the fact that they can't really play to Kabuki, through Kabuki in the early game and try to just pressure Toy out of his lane because they don't have the tool for it to do so. And that kind of forces Kabuki to be kind of like losing out on the trade, even though he has the Zaman Force against an Irithel. And that makes it super hard for TLID to even deal damage at that point. Looking at the whole stat though, 30-minute game with an extra 43 seconds, 8 difference on the kill count. And shout out to Rids also not dying at all in this game, but it's kind of a given against this kind of composition.
And
yeah.
I think the timing was just perfect as well. Gotta shout out Rez here. I think he opened things up a lot, which, you know, coming in, replacing Dyron, game 1, losing as well. It seems like he has found his rhythm here in RRQ Hoshi, which I'm excited to see more of Rez here moving forward.
Me too. really excited to see the prospect of having, again, a very different player compared to Dyren. Someone that is much better on these kind of picks who just are there to enable or there to just kind of be a distraction over being the main carry, being the main playmaker. And it has actually left a bit more room for the rest of the team to take on that mantle. Kind of like a the Skylar departure from RRQ that led to them having many more ways to carry aside from just being gold-centric, waiting for the gold lane to get those items.
Yeah. That is RRQ versus CLID, the matchup in the grand finals of season 14. Ended up with King of Kings, kind of like Retaliate, and this is like a redemption arc game for them. And speaking of, you know, the repeat of grand finals, we got another one coming up. That is BTR versus EMOS. That is a season, was it season 9 or season 7?
7
grand finals. Of course you would know.
Yeah, 8, 9, 10 was all just RRQ Onyx.
Yeah.
11, 12, 13 was all just Onyx.
Thank you so much for the extra information, Onyx.
Actually,
Onyx.
what about 14, Gani? Home first day, huh?
That's what I say, 11, 12, 13.
Man,
Merkel.
imagine getting
You
beaten
gotta add
out by
14 in there, Gani.
by a Natan. By a Natan. And you were
By a Natan. By Geek Fam! Oh my god. The team that went 0-2 this week, by the way, Gani.
I gotta take some sucrose, man, because that was I'm not comfortable in this broadcast because of you guys. This makes me comfortable though with sucrose.
Hey, what flavor you got there, Chefin? What flavor you got there?
This is a typo. It said fried coated peanut. It's fried coated peanut barbecue.
Whoa! Fried
coated.
It is the goated peanuts, originally from Indonesia, with flavor variants that are perfect to accompany your gaming experience. There's original, barbecue, kribo, and soybean to make your day even more exciting. For sure, pro gamers snack with sucro. Chefin, give me.
Throw one at me.
No. I will
throw
do
one
a
in.
trick shot first.
Throw
Trick
one
shot.
at me.
Okay. If you land a trick shot, we'll do the bid. We'll do the bid if you land a trick shot. If you don't,
no. You gotta give me something, man. Like
Bro, come on. Just do it soon.
If you land the trick shot, you'll get a girlfriend.
Come on, Chefin. Do it.
What did I get?
Land a trick shot, Chefin.
That's terrible. Okay, wait.
Oh no. 0 for 1. 0 for 2.
Oh my lord.
Warm up. I'm still trying to.
That sounded like it. Oh, dude. That sounded hard. Oh, man.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, my God.
Anyways,
My dude went 0 for 3.
You want some?
Yeah, come on.
I can't throw it to you. There's not gonna be any
Throw.
nuts there.
Throw.
Wait, here, right?
Yeah.
It's not gonna come out from your screen, right? Prepare something for the bid, man! Prepare something from the bid.
Oh, he
This
didn't
is
prepare
so
anything.
awkward. This is so
He didn't
awkward,
prepare
man.
anything for the bid, dude.
Wait,
Okay,
are you
that's enough,
freezing
man.
or... Wait, is he actually freezing? I think he's actually freezing, man! Wait. No, seriously.
Oh, I'm sorry, boys. I was not. Oh, man.
This was one.
You got it? Oh no!
Oh my god!
I got it.
Oh man, that was good. Hey, that's what can only happen in MPL ID, baby. Give it up. W's in the chat for that one. Oh my god.
What happened?
That comes out from online casting, man. Maybe we can just stay for online casting all the time.
You got it, Chefin, you got it.
No. Gani, you froze like this.
Yeah, in the right time.
So we were laughing. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's in my stream. I mean, it's on the stream right now.
Oh.
Okay.
If you enjoy this, there's much more enjoyable stuff in Mobile Legends, and that is another game mode called MCGG. That is Magic Chess Go Go. Go stands for Gani, apparently. Gani, have you tried MCGG yet?
I tried, and it's exciting. It's exciting, actually, Chefin and Merkel. Yeah.
Is it on now? Is it
Sorry.
like, bro, stop,
It's
man.
still
Like,
on, bro.
The bid is already done. The bid is already done. Alright, so
Yeah, I'm
Magic
sorry.
Chess
The bid is too
Go-Go,
good.
there's a lot of synergies out there that you guys can
my
try.
God.
And Mirko, do you have those synergy prepared for this season of MCGG? Because guys like KB, like Lim Kochul, they're already preparing for the best stuff that comes out from MCGG.
Yeah, I mean, I already have it. I mean, from Another World comes Faction Meadow Zero alongside Faction Aspirants with their 2D Flare. We get a lot of more factions like Luminexus striving to unite heroes from across realms, and the Shadow Call faction empowered by gold, and also the new faction that are on the way. So get ready to step into the interdimensional chessboards of MCGG.
Oh man, I gotta take a break after that. Too much laughing, too much playing around. But next one is BTR versus EVOS. If you guys want any of this chaos to continue, just watch the next match. Chef and Mirko and Connie will be back.
See you guys.
Skin lu banyak amat bang.
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar.
Dapatkan 1 dan 5 skin elite permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MLBB sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh Anarki Hoshi.
Ternyata Anarki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zizi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Vanuatu.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Brisel from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji viral lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kemenangan tidak tersentuh sama sekali dan Bedian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Ngisi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Sakit hijaunya, tapi sekarang lu kibarnya shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Pada saat daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisah, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan gimana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang ada satu blessing Joan.
You miss me?
Tuan belum kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada. Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Just let me cool.
How do I stop my new puppy from chewing my stuff?
Young dogs need a lot of toys to chew. Maybe a rope toy?
Yeah, I tried that. He's an 8-month terrier.
Gotcha. Well, young terriers are super energetic. How about a run?
Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat tumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, yes, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, yes, good day MPL, yo, good day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya, gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal, saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang. Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Kok skin lu banyak amat, Bang?
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar. Dapatkan 1 dan 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MLBB sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh Araki Hoshi.
Ternyata Araki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zima meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Rizal from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos ke live aja masih susah. Gayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pep?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji viral.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino menjadi korban berhasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan kemenangan di atas satu sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Ngisi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Sakti Juve, tapi sekarang lu kipan dan shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisah, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan gimana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang satu buah situasi.
You miss me?
Kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Just let me
How do I stop my new puppy from chewing my stuff?
Young dogs need a lot of toys to chew. Maybe a rope toy?
Yeah, tried that. He's an 8-month terrier.
Gotcha. Well, young terriers are super energetic. How about a run?
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat tumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL, woo! Good Day MPL, woo! Good Day MPL, yes. Good Day MPL, woo! Good Day MPL, yes. Good Day MPL, yo. Good Day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal, saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang. Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Kok skin lu banyak amat, Bang?
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar. Dapatkan 1 dan 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MPL ID sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh Anarki Hoshi.
Ternyata Anarki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata Zi, buat jadi juara.
Zima meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Freestyle from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos ke live aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji viral.
Berhasil mendorong Torito yang menjadi korban racun kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kembali dan tersatu sama sekali dan Pedia.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi dek. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalian bukan karena gua?
Monster kill.
Monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Sakti Hijume, tapi sekarang lu kipannya shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Pada saat daerahnya setidaknya mereka bisa pisah, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan di mana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang satu buah situation.
You miss me?
Tuan blok skala.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
How do I stop my new puppy from chewing my stuff?
Young dogs need a lot of toys to chew. Maybe a rope toy?
Yeah, tried that. He's an 8-month terrier.
Gotcha. Well, young terriers are super energetic. How about a run?
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, yes, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, yes, good day MPL, yo, good day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal, saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang. Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya. Skin lu banyak amat bang.
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar. Dapatkan 1 dan 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MPL ID S16 sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh Araki Hoshi.
Ternyata Araki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Isi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Freestyle from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos ke live aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji viral lah.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kembali di atas satu sama sekali dan Badian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Ngisi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Sakit Juve, tapi sekarang lu ibadah di Shanja. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Pada saat daerahnya sendiri di kakak bisa pisan, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan gimana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang bisa satu blessing Tuhan.
You miss me?
Tuhan belum kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
How do I stop my new puppy from chewing my stuff?
Young dogs need a lot of toys to chew. Maybe a rope toy?
Yeah, tried that. He's an 8-month terrier.
Gotcha. Well, young terriers are super energetic. How about a run?
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, yes, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, yes, good day MPL, yo, good day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal, saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang. Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends bang bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya.
Skin lu banyak amat bang.
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar. Dapatkan 1 dan 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MPL ID S16 sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh anarki Hoshi.
Ternyata anarki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zizi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Rizal from Fabian, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos playoff aja masih susah. Gayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pe?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji viral.
Berhasil mendorong Vitorino menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan kemenangan di atas satu sama sekali dan Pedian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Sakti Hijume, tapi sekarang lu ibadah shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu maniak season ini?
Pada sekarang daerah dia sendiri mereka bisa pisan, tapi masih ada pergerakan dia dan di mana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang satu buah situasi.
You miss me?
Tuan blok skala.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Just let
How do I stop my new puppy from chewing my stuff?
Young dogs need a lot of toys to chew. Maybe a rope toy?
Yeah, I tried that. He's an 8-month terrier.
Gotcha. Well, young terriers are super energetic. How about a run?
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, yes, good day MPL, woo, good day MPL, yes, good day MPL, yo, good day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal, saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang. Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya. Kok skin lu banyak amat, Bang?
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar. Dapatkan 1 dan 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MPL ID sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh anarki Hoshi.
Ternyata anarki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Zima meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Rizal from Fabian, pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos ke live aja masih susah. Gayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pes?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji ke era lah.
Berhasil mendorong Toritonya menjadi korban racun kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kembali di atas satu sama sekali dan Pedian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Misi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen. Banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Satu hijau tapi sekarang lu kipannya di shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Pada saat daerah biasa tidak dikagak bisa-bisa, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan di mana diri yang dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang ada satu buah situasi.
You miss me?
Tuan belum kalah.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Just let me cool.
How do I stop my new puppy from chewing my stuff?
Young dogs need a lot of toys to chew. Maybe a rope toy?
Yeah, tried that. He's an 8-month terrier.
Gotcha. Well, young terriers are super energetic. How about a run?
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Level up bareng Special Edition Good Day dan MPL. Temukan kode unik, lalu scan QR-nya. Buat kumpulin Diamond Mobile Legends yang banyak dan menangin juga skin kerennya. Cobain semua variannya sekarang. Sebotol Good Day bikin GG Good Day.
Yo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, woo, Good Day MPL, yes, Good Day MPL, yo, Good Day MPL, oh.
Aku udah nonton. Fix, Hijin tuh jahat ke Minjun.
Hijin kan emang gak mau pacaran sama
Papamu, mamamu, biarkan mereka.
Di granat! Boom! Ya! Gue kena ghosting. Terus ditinggal nikah sama Hijin. Padahal mereka udah cium.
Anak yang nakal, saatnya kau dan aku.
Pakai simpati buat nonton, musik, games, belajar, sampai belanja. Bisa pilih benefit sesuai keinginanmu.
Tenang. Menang kalah, mabar bisa good time. Wah, good time Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Enak coklatnya, bikin semua bisa good time.
Ini nih mainnya. Kok skin lu banyak amat, Bang?
Yoi, ini hoki dari sering mabar. Dapatkan 1 dan 5 skin elit permanen dengan mabar bersama temanmu. Juga kesempatan terakhir untuk dapatkan Julian Melkin Tracker gratis di bulan kemerdekaan. Login MLDB sekarang.
Esports dipulangkan oleh anarki Hoshi.
Ternyata anarki Hoshi berhasil untuk dipulangkan di lower bracket.
Ini bencana patah hati kedua kalinya dipulangkan oleh tim yang mereka pilih.
Bete banget ya, gagal mulu. Tapi kan kita Royal Bestie. Gue yakin kita bakal comeback sih. Terus kita bawa pulang Piala M Series deh.
Enak lu kalau ngomong. Tim lu kemarin juara. Tim gua gagal MSC, MPL runner up 2 kali lagi.
Udah, jangan dipikirin lagi. Kita tuh jago kok. Kalau kata pepatah, kita tuh perintis, bukan pewaris.
Gak nyambung sih. Tapi gua akui ya, generasi baru sekarang garis ganas.
Respect sama veteran dong. Indonesia bakal comeback dan kita kasih paham sih.
Kayaknya gue ganti nama jadi Rinetizi aja deh. Biar kayak kata sih, buat jadi juara.
Isi mah meta 2021. Lu kemana aja?
Itu mah abang-abangan gue. Lihat aja, gue bakal jadi penerus kalau terus di tim Liquid. Tapi please, lepas Paniati.
Sir, what's your command?
Oh, what a play! Freestyle from Fabian. Pemanasan terlebih dahulu.
Lolos ke live aja masih susah. Kegayaan menggantiin Kartizi. Iya nggak sih, Pep?
Meskipun gue gak pernah lolos ke playoff, setidaknya gue pernah dipuji viral.
Berhasil mendorong Torito ini menjadi korban hasil kali ini untuk mendapatkan dan kemenangan tidak tersentuh sama sekali dan Bedian.
Udah jangan pada ribut-ribut. Udah pada pernah punya cincin ini belum?
Ngisi deh. Gantian shift dulu ya.
This is Keyboard.
Kalau bukan karena gua,
Monster kill.
monster kecil kayak kalian masih main ranked. Intinya satu, konsistensi. Tanpa itu, hilang tuh kayak mereka.
Hah? Kok kita sih jadi contoh jeleknya? Sorry guys, udah improve, cuma telat. Sorry.
Sorry kok, gue ngecewain lo lagi.
Ah, bosen, banyak mulu.
Maniac.
Sakti Hijume, tapi sekarang lu kipan dan shutdown. Oh my god.
Maniac.
Mau adu Maniac season ini?
Pada saat daerahnya sendiri mereka bisa pisan, tapi masih ada pergerakan di dalam dan gimana dirinya dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang ada satu buah Zigduan.
You miss me?
Zigduan from Skala.
Kita kasih paham bahwa era kita masih ada.
Lu masih ingat nggak ini siapa?
Boleh juga. Tapi lu tahu nggak di atas lu ada siapa?
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We
Indonesia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Hello boys, entering last match of week number 2 in this beautiful Sunday in Indonesia with Shafin, Mirko and Goni again. And we're gonna end it with a bang between BTR, Bigatron by Vitality against EVOS. Now, Mirko, this is two teams that's kind of flirting with the top team tier, but not so much for these two. Like, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think they're both flirting with being mid-table for now, right? Bigatron, very shaky first week into a pretty solid week 2, but it has to end with a win against EVOS too, right? Because you win against GeekFam, that's a big statement. Winning against EVOS, that'll give you a bit more of a boost, saying that you're consistent, not just good. Meanwhile, for EVOS though, on the other hand, pretty interesting start to the season. Winning against Navi, but then getting outplayed by Dewa United. Yeah. A lot of hype, especially yesterday with the debut of Coach Vin finally in MPL. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to deliver on the expectations of fans.
Yeah, but of course, MPL Indonesia Season 16 wouldn't be possible for all of the sponsors. Of course, powered by Moonton, supported by BBSE, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official coffee Good Day, partner in esports, Simpati, Dunia Games, Games Max, and Good Time, our advertiser, Kacang Sukra, and also Yoritos, our suppliers, Head and Shoulders, UBS Gold, Royal Guard, and also Imaginary. Now, Goni. This matchup, oh man, I think these two teams, again, as mentioned by Mirko, they are in a different momentum. EVOS lost against, I believe, Alter Ego. before this. And Alter Ego, they didn't really show us that great of a match against Navi. So what do you think? What's going to happen here for EVOS?
You know what I think? I think they have clear adjustments. I think what they need to do now, especially going up against a team that is, I feel like it's one of the contenders, right? Bigatron by Vitality here, just a different roster feel. I think what they need to do is just two things. One, stay disciplined. Two, communicate. Because I think that is the two main things lacking.
Yeah, but what's not lacking though for EVOS is the ex-BTRs in the lineup. We got Key, Cerizzo, Finn, and also Bravo. So,
yeah,
Mirko, like, what does this tell you?
I don't know. I think for EVOS, they're just looking for safety and stability within their lineup. They're not really taking the big risk for some no-namers that can suddenly just shine. And we've kind of seen that in the past. Because of what has happened in the past, EVOS has really, tuned it down on taking a crazy... Back in Season 10, that was when we saw a crazy revamp of the lineup for EVOS with a lot of rookies, Sutsujin being one of them. They were able to get half-season champ, but then the stability wasn't really there. After that, that was really when we got to see EVOS, instead of going for younger, new talent, instead go for veterans in the game. Even their jungler. Here we see a lot of BTR to EVOS, era to era. But even in the other roles, mid lane, they weren't willing to go for a rookie after having problems with the previous rookie mid laner. They actually went for Sway Low. This season for Roundel again, Albert in the jungle. So yeah, I think it's more of just for stability, looking for players who are already MPL proven compared to actually being like, okay, we just want BTR players. Because they all have really good longevity, every single one of them here. Actually, one of them, Key, was traded with Annabelle in a swap deal. So, yeah, good business, I would say, for both these teams.
Yeah, speaking of good business, Gani, these two teams also share something in common. That is, their junglers are ex-bench warmers of Onyx. So, and they're starters right now for them.
Hey, you're right. It will be Niall in Bigatron by Vitality now, and Albert for EVOS. So it is going to be interesting to see them clash here. Who is the better bench warmer type of deal? Question mark.
That is. Yeah. Of course, an Onyx fan would say that, but so far, I gotta say, from the performance that we've seen in MPL ID, Niall is on the positive trend, especially after what happened against Geek Family. Would you agree, Mirko? But how about Albert, though, from what we've seen in the previous week?
I think Albert's been solid, a very, very good component to EVOS. I think the strongest component for EVOS, and unfortunately, the rest of them haven't been too consistent. They haven't been really that stable. It's either that you have a really good game or a very bad game, and I think a lot of the critics have been pointing at Vin for that. The drafts yesterday, sometimes he was good, sometimes he was not too good.
Yeah. Subpar is the word that you're looking for. This is the new coach impact for both its Coach Bam and also Coach Vin. Obviously, Coach Bam winning it out against Geek Fam, still 100% on the red side pick, very on brand with Bigatron's identity with the red. Yep. Total unique hero is also 9, so they drafted, I guess, like a pretty colorful lineups except for one role. For Vin, though, not so much for his debut. I think a lot of people also hyped up Vin's debut with the fact that he said, I think you mentioned it earlier, Mirko, that Avil cannot draft. So this should be the proving ground for Vin, right?
Yeah, and maybe that's the pressure that helped the opposition for them, because Vin, it really seems like in that game he was more concerned about proving to the doubters that he can indeed draft, and he went for out of the ordinary, unorthodox synergies instead of what's meta right now. Meanwhile, Bam, though, you can really see the experience difference between the two, right? Vin went for a bit more experimental drafts. Bam, he knows he actually had experience coaching for MPL Malaysia's Aero Esports just last season, was able to make it to the playoffs, doing pretty good and having a pretty good run, ultimately falling flat in the playoffs, but the experience is definitely shown here. He's learned a lot from there, and he's stuck with the meta. This is a guy that you can really trust to stick to the meta, but also lean to the strengths of the players. A lot of times when we talk about BTR, coaches don't want to give him the signature picks like the Selena because it's a bit too gimmicky, maybe a bit too difficult to execute, but Bam has full trust on his players. Vin, on the other hand, puts his players on picks that might not be too comfortable on, you know, some of the players, but work in his plan, in his grand plan of the draft.
I think I see your point there, Mirko, and I feel like I agree with that in a sense, because technically, mind you, this is his first managerial career, right, for Vin especially. So I think he needs to be able to have that experience himself. Meanwhile, Coach Bam, you mentioned it, has that experience, which again, just coaching wise is not a fair fight here. Bigatron against EVOS, at least for now. So yeah, I think that will again just supplement Bigatron by Vitality to just, you know, play more loosely. Again, Amon, gold laner quality. I think Roamer as well. Key here is not as stable if we're talking about Roamer Matem head to head. So yeah, I think on paper Bigatron by Vitality has it. But if they get overzealous, I think that's the only main thing here for Bigatron by Vitality Season 16. If they're able to be disciplined, if they're able to not get overzealous under Line Nile, I think this team can definitely represent Indonesia for M7.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, okay. I wouldn't. Maybe you took it a bit too far, but you said maybe, so I guess.
I agree with you, Gani. I agree with you, 100%, brother.
This is pretty interesting because in the last game against Geek Fam, one of the criticism towards BTR's lineup, or at least it was it's too Eman centric. They rely heavily on Eman, and it kind of worked to the point where it got to the playoffs where Eman got dismantled, or maybe like the picks around him. This does not really complement Eman's playstyle. But right now they have Moreno, they have Nile, which, you know, they shine on their own. So Eman, just like Skylar and Onyx, Mirko, kind of like the same story, would you think? Like they carry less. The burden is more divided with the players.
Yeah, and it's great because Iman, that's where he actually found the most success, in a team where everybody can carry their own weight, and if needed, then he can step in and just carry the team. That's what happened in MSC 2022 when he was part of the RSG Philippines lineup that won ultimately the championship through the lower brackets, going up against RRQ. Just want to put that out there as the finals MVP. So yeah, Eman, I think, is in a very comfortable spot in the team right now. They have multiple ways to carry, and even the XP lane, Shogun, who I think a lot of the doubts are sent towards his side when we saw the lineup. He's been able to perform really well. Even in week one, when a lot of people said Shogun was a problem, I, on the other hand, feel like he's pretty good. Again, on the XP carries, he was phenomenal, Benedettas. And even on the enablers, it looked like he's one of those XP laners who just doesn't care about KD. He just wants to see how he can enable the team as much as possible. And if it comes with a few deaths on his side, there's no problem.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of like find those kind of players that does not care how they perform in terms of like the pure statistics, but they want this team to win. Let's see the lineup for EVOS. White Tiger, Fiscal Field, Chorizo, Albert, Roundel, Erlan, and also Keegan.
Well, this is Tigers here, season 16. Will they be able to recover after suffering a loss yesterday? Will they be able to adjust appropriately and face the issue head on? This is going to be EVOS.
Once again, it's recreate that long lost glory, the only world champion of Indonesia's. Now on the other side, the Red Robots, Bigatron by Vitality. They're gonna field Shogun, Nile, Moreno, Eman, and Vin. No changes at all.
Still sticking to the main lineup.
They will. And it seems like this will be the main roster for the Red Terminators. For the Red Robots, will they be able to find the program to win in this match? Suffering only one loss here so far, but seems like if they're able to adapt, they will overcome EVOS. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bigatron by Vitality.
I would like to correct you there, Gani. It's not just one loss, it's two losses. Gonna rub it through the guy's face here. They are winless in week number 1, just like Geek Fam in week number 2. Maybe that's karma on me, but let's see the audience topic voting though. first matchup of two new coaches whose strategy will shine. Coach Bam maximizing players' potential, 34%, losing out against Vin with his cheese picks. We've mentioned, or like we've talked about this, Miracle, so what do you think here?
Really good flex picks on the side of Vin. I think some of them work, some of them don't. And with the data now that has proven some of them to work, some of them to not work, I think he should be able to correct and to filter out a few of those cheese picks. Like the glue has been solid, an amazing choice to go in Rome even, depending on the matchup. So we'll see the keys to victory first here, presented by Samsung Galaxy S25 series for BTR first, using the winning blueprint against Geek Fam, which was a lot of different carries, a lot of different ways to tackle the game. Side control, really just multi-dimensional draft with proper foundation. Press Albert's farming pattern. This has been a very good way for a lot of different teams, not just Dewa United yesterday, but even from last season. I remember RRQ with Hazel really stepping on that pedal and pushing it down on Albert, putting all the pressure on him to even just find angles to farm in his jungle, and that really impacted Evos because he's the main man on the team. Keys to victory for Evos though, Key using pick-off heroes. I think we should just be done with him trying the weird picks like a Koof. It's good, it's just not in the meta. The glue pick made more sense due to the setup that they had. The Kufra felt very, very forced. And on the other side, I didn't really get to see the second part of it, but I'm just going to guess and make my own key to victory here. Give Erlan some space. Play for Erlan sometimes.
It's actually Albert's space.
If they have fallen behind in early to mid game, they can go and play for Erlan. They shouldn't be too Albert-centric.
Yeah, a whole different story here from the actual KTV was give Albert space to farm, but I do agree with the Erlan point here. They gotta set him up for success, especially against Eman, which is comfortably, I guess, is the A1 tier gold laner of MPL Indonesia. Let's see though, drafting phase is about to begin. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 7 and Z Flip 7. 2 EXP laner banned already for BTR.
Yeah, definitely setting up for a possible Baksha pick here, even though it's not really the best for BTR. I definitely see an angle to how they can utilize the Baksha. We've seen Baksha do really, really well this week too, but it could also just be an easy Lancelot first pick for them after banning out the Phoveus.
I think it really makes sense, right? If they want to go for the fighter jungler, because technically Finn can rock the Matilda as well, so that combination should be able to come through. Bigatron first pick, you mentioned the Lancelot, but it will be, yeah, you're right, the Lancelot, so no fighters here, junglers rather, for Bigatron for the first game. Evos, what do they respond with here? They're, if they want some boldness, you know, the Farsa is available, Arlet is also still on the table.
So Arlet and Baxia, oh, Kalea is still open. I just realized.
With the ban on Gatakacha, it definitely seems like Evos have planted the seeds to what they want to do with the Kalea. So it should be the Kalea pick here. Now, with Arlet or the Baksha is the better question. I think here it should just be the Baksha because they can go for the Arlet Red 3, and it really puts the pressure on BTR to respond to the Arlet pick. Do they, oh, what? They go for the Valen blind! I gotta quote, who was it? Leo. I gotta quote Leo from MSC. He's a big hater on the Valentina blind, and that's what Evos are doing.
Oh,
man.
I guess, do they want to just respond with the Kalea to a Kalea of their own, quote-unquote Kalea with the IMU? Maybe that's the idea, but I don't know if it works out the same, especially with the mid-control or mid-prior that Kalea is going to bring to you. But it looks like they're going to stick towards the Hylos. We can't really rule out the Shogun Hylos too. I think it's more on Shogun than Finn so far in this season, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it's actually been more on Finn. Every time they pick it up, even when the Phoveus is on the other side, they would actually turn it around and put it on Finn. Yesterday too, Cho and Hylos, they put the Hylos on Rome, Cho and the XP, and it's kind of like a signature BTR style now with Bam. He really likes for the team to utilize the Glorious Pathway in different ways to create interesting angles to engage.
Will the interesting angles come through in this game? Because Yeah, we might see a double glorious pathway here. Heck, of course, we might see a double glorious pathway. But it seems like the Kalea will be neglected here in the first phase, so it will survive the first phase. Question now is, will it survive the second? Let's say it's gonna be the Lapu Lapu picked up, and seems like with the Lapu Lapu shielding with Baksha, okay, that's interesting. They opted for an Esme ban. Does this signify that they want to go Harith?
Not probably, but let's see though. From BTR side, it should be a Kalea ban and also maybe something like a Franco ban, right? If they want to just dismantle Key's potential as the elemental.
I agree with you. The Franco is a very, very good shout here. When you already have a Baksha, that combination is very solid. Unfortunately, does look like BTR are taking their time with it. So, okay, there you go. Yes, it does come out. Evos, the ban onto Esme isn't really just to set up the Harith. Yes, it could be one of the reasons, but the main reason I think is just to set up for Sorizo to have a good lane on the Lapu Lapu. Esme, a really good option to go up against Lapu Lapu. And yeah, what's interesting to me is the fact that they already have a Baksha. So I would have expected them to leave it open, even though it's a win, and for them to just go for it.
See, the thing is, I do agree with the fact that they want to set up, you know, Sorizo's lane as a good lane or a winning lane, but there is still a mountain of EXP laner that can win the lane against the Lapu Lapu, especially before level 4. So I'm not really sure. Oh, they banned the Harith themselves, so Garni's theory is even wrong. Let's see though, what's the plan from Vin? Because as you mentioned, Mirko, the Chiz picks might come through.
Yeah. I think so too. BTR can definitely just still go glue, by the way. I really think Evos should have banned out the glue instead of the Harith here, and BTR will definitely have, like, dude, imagine the power with the glue against the Baksha. That's one of the big picks you want to go for usually when you're up against utility jungle. It's either that or CC, and they've left it completely open for BTR. In the gold lane, I think BTR are kind of safe to go for Granger even, right? Like, the Harith is definitely something you would think about because you already have a Lancelot for BTR, but knowing Eman, putting him on a Granger here would be solid too. Having proper frontline in the glue and Hylos. They ban out the Mathilda, taking away another choice for Evos to kite away from a lot of the burst potential and poke potential of BTR. And that should, again, push the idea of a glue Granger coming up on the side of BTR even more. So Evos, what do they respond to that with? Do they just go for the Kalea pick and win out the duo mid? Or do they pick up a gold lane, like a Granger, to deny it, even though it's not the best against Lance Farsa?
I think Cho comes to mind as well here for Key, right? I mean, yeah, the Mathilda man, I think the Flask of Blue Aces can definitely be a factor, but oh, okay, they opened their cards here with that gold lane pick. I expected a roam. Is this Baksha going to roam here? I think it's still a flex, right? The Baksha technically. So the AOE, they want to add more AOE. They want to add another layer for that team fight, and it seems like Bigatron now. With this, they need a peel. You mentioned the glue against the Claude here now. Is it enough though? With a glue, high loss, the peel is definitely enough. But one thing, the crowd control is lacking then.
I think Kalea with a good burst marksman is the way to go here for Coach Bam.
That's a pretty good shout, man. If you want to go Kalea and Beatrix, it's not the best against the Lapu Lapu. But yeah, if you just take the Lapu Lapu out before that, it'll be great. But instead, they still... Okay, I took Uranus out of my heroes that I would recommend because of the Baksha pick. But hey, it is a pretty good lane against Lapu Lapu. We did see this matchup just earlier today when Rez got his hands on it.
Wait, flex it and go for Fredrin. I think that's decent, right? Against a Lancelot, it should be, you know, kind of a...
But who will... Are you really comfortable with putting the Claw as the main damage? Whoa!
What?
Key with the Hellcurt, great against the Farsa. But it's a big risk here against a Hylos. Great peel for BTR, remember?
I mean, there is a key in Beloyski's name, so maybe that's that's the connection here. But let's see though, the only player outside of Beloyski that's gonna pull this off this season so far. It looks like lineup rating and also counter index favoring Evos even after the Hellcurt pick. Wow.
Very interesting to see the Hellcurt getting picked up this season more often. But ladies and gentlemen, this does it, right? This is going to be the Land of Dawn Game 1 between EVOS.
5 seconds.
Bigatron by Vitality. Let's see who takes first game.
Let's see. As the minions come into the land of Dawn, the Valentina Hellcurt is something we need to talk about. Is it enough to deal with the mid-clear of Finn and Moreno? Because yes, you might have the ambush when you go in for the jump, but that's about it, right? After that, it's going to be tough. In the jungle too, the young blood in Niall versus the veteran in Albert. Albert plays on a much more passive hero in terms of how he can tackle the team fights. He's really going to have to play with his team. Meanwhile, Niall, I think this is a very, very good hero on him. It's a strength whenever he gets on an assassin as a versatile as a Lancelot.
Yeah, I think the idea from Hellcurt is, I think we actually saw this with Geek, right? The Hellcurt and Boxia combo, and Key is going to be there to complement Albert potential to roam around with the shield unity. And even Shogun in this early of a game can be a target for Albert if Key comes around. Let's see the emblem though by Games Max Miracle. Anything stands out?
The Master Assassin, I guess, for Vin. He's going to go for much more, solo plays on the map, maybe looking for split pushes. Another thing that's crazy is the Tenacity, Vitality, and Mon choice. Wow. On the Moskov, Common Emblem is already really good because you get hybrid regen, you add Vitality and Tenacity, and it really makes you kind of unkillable in lane. So if Evos had that in mind, trying to shut Emon down, trying to give Erlan some space, maybe that's why we're seeing Key rotate more towards the top side instead of the bottom. But Shogun, even he has the tenacity. He has the flicker too. He should be fine.
Yeah, I think the idea is to Albert goes first to kind of like get the healing away, then Key comes later. And at that time, it was Key that actually engaged first. Let's see though, Key already in a good position to win.
Moreno has level 4. Feather Airstrike committed. That's going to be 2v1 against Cerezo. Spent the flicker there. Revitalized, popped by Finn. Now Cerezo in a tough spot, in a very vulnerable position. That's going to be first blood for Bigatron. Now Glorious Pathway from the side of Roundel. That's going to be, again, just great flickers pop in here. Shogun survives. That's going to be the turtle for Bigatron. Bigatron winning everything on the board.
Yeah, this Cerezo's engage is a bit too early there, and it's not really that calculated. Niall though, 1v1 against Key.
Solo? This is gonna be a solo by Niall. Great juke there from the Stinger. Niall, great decision there to commit that fight.
Physical damage and emotional damage with a few recalls there. Yeah, Key. Hey, he might have the key in his name, but he's missing a whole lot of B-A-L-O-Y-S in the name to make this work. The big meme back in the day, whenever someone in public in the rank games would go for the Hellcurt would be, "Lu bukan Baloy, you're not Baloy. You shouldn't be on this pick." And so far, Evos, with the cheese pick, it might be good with the lineup rating, but it hasn't really paid any dividends. Shogun taken down up top though, so at least they get something on the map, even though it's just Shogun.
Yeah, talent prediction though by Gope, it looks like all of us is in agreement that BTR will sweep this one. Except for who?
Except Paul.
Okay, I'm just looking at the English casters, but yeah, all.
Oh wow!
No. Okay, that came out wrong. But let's see though. Upward.
Bottom side 3v2, soon to be 4v3 now. For the airstrike landing, that's gonna be Key in trouble again. Placing the weight pop, that's gonna be enough to clear the wave. And Mondo jumps back in. And that will be it. It's a 1-for-0.
Yeah, I think kind of like. There could be a better targeting for Key and also Albert, because not everyone can be bursted down by that Stinger and also Shield Unity combo. You gotta pick your targets to be able to flourish in this early of the game.
And we get to see the, importance, by the way, Blood Wings on Moreno. First item, the respect to Key is very, very evident through the emblem setup for everybody and also the first item for Moreno. But back to my point, you really get to see how important mid-prio really is as Arizo jumps in with the Bravest Fighter.
Albert level 6, let's see. Niall, juking away! The damage comes through though. That will be a shutdown, an important one, because Turtle is up. Seems like Bigatron, they will delay this Turtle take though, but it's going to be Key caught up. Glorious Pathway put down as well. Evos now taking it slow. Bigatron just delaying the take. The Evos, what will they do? Albert, very low. Claude is, bottom side. Shogun in trouble now. Great jump. But there is like drop. That's gonna be Shogun in trouble. Great flicker. Finn though. Standby style finds the connection and he steals the turtle. He finds Chorizo in the process and now Albert stun isolated, taken down. That's gonna be Erlan stunned up with the Law and Order, but it will be enough to take him down. Now Erlan in trouble. Nile under the turret will almost find the kill, but Erlan is too clean with it. He finds the double.
Yeah, it's a slaughterhouse early in this game. Already 12 kills in 5.5 minutes, Mirko.
What a gamble by BTR to keep Eman there for so long, giving Evos' Erlan so much time to farm up, and I would love to see right now how much that has put him ahead in terms of the gold, because Eman got a few kills right there in the team fight too. He was able to push in the mid lane, the turret falls, and the turtle went to BTR. So in a way, Erlan got a lot of value, but I think BTR might have gotten more through that gamble alone, and now it's really tough. Key, oh man, BTR really reading the movements of Key so well. Glorious pathway!
Dark Knight falls. Defensively, that's not a good resources spent on a defensive maneuver. Now Shogun looking for a flank. Oh, there's a lot of damage there, but that will be the turret. So the mid and the bot here already down. Not a good sign. Feather airstrike dropped. Erlan 1 HP practically. And with the golden staff here, oh, so from Eman! It will find its mark. Bullseye finds Erlan.
The spear from Manila, Eman threw that from the parking lot. Oh man, what a reaction and what a calculation. Precision from Eman.
As expected for the man who is really the pillar of Bigatron for the longest time. 3-0-1 of the Moscow, winning out in the lane, gambling in the mid lane, staying there for so long, giving Erlan a lead, but ultimately winning out on that risk and getting the shot down on Erlan. We've been talking about how Evos can play to Erlan's favor in the mid to late game, but when he's shut down like this, when he's so far behind, Eman is a whole level ahead, by the way. Like, now Erlan just got level 9, but Eman's about to hit 10, and they can't even contest this, right?
I think so. It seems like they will force it though. In 1 HP revitalized and Glorious Pathway, but Albert finds the turtle. That's going to be a steal there from Evos. The risk paid off. Seems like they want to go more though. Well, no. Bigatron says no. We will not do business because bottom side it's wide open.
The trade is value. It became value.
For sure. With the turtle coming in from Mr. Albert, they gamble and apparently they actually win it out on the turtle. That was a bit of an uncharacteristic miss from Lancelot of Mr. Nile.
Especially considering he's been very on point with his steals. Seems like the story of the game right now is whoever comes to the turtle last gets the neutral objective. Nile a couple of times, and then Evos in the end with Albert, despite, by the way, being 2 levels down on Nile. And that certainly has helped the little discrepancy that we saw from Erlan and Eman. It was a whole level ahead. With that, Erlan is back up with a few more minions to clear down below as well. He should have equalized. And you can see from the items too, he's getting very close to getting there. Nile!
Oh, gotta be careful there. It's a 3v1 potentially. Albert crashing down with the shield unity. Will be able to get out with that puncture. Great calculation there from Nile. In the mid though, seems like they want to go. Great disengage.
Okay.
3 out of power spike done, 8 minutes.
Oh, Nile? He's not Concha at all, man. Just the ultimate's getting spent for...
Neither is Moreno.
Of course, this BTR we're talking about, a bit more aggressive this time. And Eman does not have to be super aggressive when his teammates are doing that. But I want to talk about the itemization from Shogun Miracle. He actually goes for the Dreadnought, then the Blade Armor. I think that's pretty smart on his part.
Very, very, very smart. The Dreadnought armor, obviously, to go for or to deal with Key and Chorizo, and then the instant Blade Armor, because he knows right after surviving the early game with the Dreadnought, the main damage dealer for Evos really is just Erlan, right? They've dealt with Key, he's 0-3. Chorizo has been kind of like iffy, but obviously Chorizo, as we get into mid to late game, won't really be targeting Shogun anyway. So not finishing the anti-cuirass, staying on a Dreadnought armor, and instead going for the Blade Armor rush is incredible from Shogun.
Okay, now we're on a waiting game here. BTR 3K gold ahead with Eman is on the other side of the map. And I like the fact that Min is there as a safety precaution towards the Moskov in case Key is there, and he is there right now.
3 levels ahead, by the way, Nile is. And it does seem like Eman might just fancy a 1v1.
Gotta be careful, that's SOD.
Oh, man.
That's a flicker spin, and also a passive triggered. Dark Knight Falls looking for some counterplay. It's a 2v1. Eman playing it calmly.
Wow.
He jumps in with Stinger, that's a flicker as well from Sorizo. But Eman, too clean with it, just so sharp now. On the other side of the map, it's gonna be Glorious Pathway and the Feather Airstrike invested. Nothing too much though, as Roundel have spent his flicker and will recall. And Bigatron now has more control in the rivers area.
Man, it seems like Eman can do no wrong.
The resources spent there. It was 3 flickers for just to revitalize.
The burst damage was enough to burst Sorizo down. Back to the Lord. No jungler for Bigatron. Evos now have an advantage. That's a knockup from the Lord. But with the Glorious Pathway here, trying to slow members down, Erlan jumps back towards the BMI. Dark Knight Falls! Oh my goodness, the counterplay from Evos! And it will click everything up for their side. 4 members down as Erlan finds an important shutdown and a double.
Man, Goni, your words came true. That emphasis towards Eman's or Nile's safety, not to be overzealous. You did it right away that time.
They got overzealous.
Seems like they got overzealous.
And he got punished for it real hard. That goalie is completely gone. Everything they built is coming crumbling down on him. And even a Lord to push Evos' pressure and power even more as we get into the late game here. Remember, Evos do really well when they have the prio. Nile trying his best to get something back, but won't be able to. It does seem like for BTR, they'll still be able to clear out a lot of these minion waves that are coming to siege in. Even the top lane one, the Holy Shield just got down. Oh, man. Right as Shogun gets poked.
Man, the timing couldn't be worse for Bigatron by Vitality. Nile, though, jumps in. Looking for Roundel, finds it. It's a solo. Nile, though, now caught. Cannot get out. That's a 1-for-1. No Valentina, but no Lancelot for Bigatron.
Okay, it's a 1-to-1 trade, but Evos get a lot of turrets there from the Lord. But man, oh man, even Shogun is not tanking at all, despite him being having Blade Armor and also Dreadnought against this Claude, against this damage that's coming in from Evos. And I think that's mostly because of Albert.
Yes, it is mainly because of Albert. The fact that he has the anti-regen built in his passive has enabled the rest of the team to not go for Dominance Ice. Like, no one needs to go and waste their money on Dominance Ice or anti-regen items. They can just go for pure damage. The only other guy that is sent to go for anti-regen is Roundel. And then the rest have just gone pure damage, pure tank, you know, everything that the team really needs. And Erlan is truly online now. He's gone for a different route, by the way. A lot of times we see the Winter Crown, but in this game, he's gone for Winter Nature, knowing that most of the damage is still going to be coming from Nile, from Eman, and Moreno's just there for poke.
Gotta be careful, Key. Jumps in with the Purify. That's a Purify pop there. Evos playing it very, very well now. The coordination, the timing, and Bigatron, they are the ones who struggle to find the connection.
Yeah, Erlan's build, I think, is a bit of a glass cannon there after taking some damage from Mr. Nile. Just a poke from Nile's perspective is a lot of damage towards this Claude. You gotta be careful. And I think he went glass cannon just because of the fact that Key has the Dark Knight Fall, so it kind of amplifies his engage potential. Amando?
Ooh. Taking a lot of damage, a bit too much to be comfortable. Sorizo's doing a whole lot too, by the way. He's gotten to a point where he's incredibly tanky. He has Blade Armor too, and that's the problem right now for BTR. I think a lot of times when you play Moskov, you should be facing this problem in higher ranks. When everybody on the other side has Blade Armor, you're getting shredded down. You need a bit more sustain. You need maybe a Haas Clause in the end by selling boots or something to really deal with the Blade Armor shred.
Let's see, will Bigatron be able to find something here? Will Evos make the mistake to maybe... that's going to be the Terrified. It's going to damage though. Coming. Finn goes down to 5d4 now as Evos will have more control from the Lord. Iman jumps in towards the mid push. Narrator! And there's the follow-up from Moreno. Now though, Nile looks for Roundel. Moreno will not be able to escape as Shogun flickers out of danger. Mid though will be cleared by Iman, relieving of pressure. but this time, will Eman be able to finally escape? The route is open, and it seems like he will.
I was gonna say that I'm proven wrong. Eman actually can do wrong, but apparently no. He baited some of the members away from EVOS, and now another engage.
Shogun very low, stunned up, and that will be it for Shogun. Eman though shows up, and that's going to be the glorious pathway put down. That's a stun, that's the damage.
Wow.
That's going to be enough to take Sorizo down, but Finn falls as well. That's going to be a 4. Again, just 4 members staying alive. He now, got to be careful. There's Nile. He spots Key. He wants to clear top. Seems like it's a reset for both teams. Oh, that's a terrifying! Oh my goodness, 1 HP! Not enough. The SOD from Roundel not landing, and that will be just so close. But that's going to be the SOD landing. Albert though will take the Lord again. This is going to be the second Lord for EVOS.
Way too aggressive by Nile there, man. I mean, he already saw Key, I believe, right? He saw him walk into the bush, he cleared up the wave, and he still went very near to the bush, almost got punished by it, and had to concede the Lord. Maybe they would have conceded the Lord anyways, just because of the position and the tempo that EVOS has, but yeah, a bit too risky for not that big of a reward. What was the plan there, even if he was able to escape, right? EVOS get the Lord, now it's all about the siege. Can they dive in? Can they zone the BTR members from the base turret? Because right now, it does look like BTR are set to lose just one base turret, and EVO should be playing it safe and backing away. Moreno, Eman, Nile. Those 3 have to be down, or at least one of them, before the Lord gets taken down, before they can actually utilize it to get more base turrets than one.
Yeah, I feel like Eman, he has enough firepower, enough wave clear to be able to take care of this one. It all rests down, or like it all comes down to how good Nile is with the punctures and the execution, the micros, because he's gonna be able to spend resources.
Oh, Nile a little bit too aggressive there. Roundel with the flicker to save himself. That's going to be the base turret though, doing work. Damage towards Sorizo. Stunned up as well. Oh, Roundel! That's a mistake there. Great outplay. Feather airstrike to seal Moreno's lives out.
Oh man, Nile, my man, you gotta be able to tone down the adrenaline a little, because, you know, you're putting your team in a precarious position right now.
3 members just defending. Mid turret will fall. Key now jumps in. Shogun trying to hold on. That's a Sea Halberd bought by Key. He wants more damage. Key doing work. Oh my goodness, Shogun falls. Nile will be up in 4. Eman will not be able to survive. That's going to be Nile jumping back. But ladies and gentlemen, EVOS should take game 1 after a very clean early game. Bigatron fumbled the bag.
As always, Goni, that's part of the name, Big Choke. I think that was true in that game for sure. Oh man, I think the main turnaround should be that Lord fight when Albert got the Lord. That was the beginning of the end of BTR.
I think it's a bit further back than that. I think it was right for Turtle 3 when Baksha was able to get in. I agree with you, Nile. Man, sometimes you see the aggression and you're like, man, he's good. Sometimes you see the aggression, you're like, man, he needs to hold back sometimes, you know? Especially there, way too aggressive for no reason. There was absolutely no reason to take that risk. Would it have been cool if he got the kill? Yeah, but would it have been worth it for a jungler to be taken out against just a Valentina? Remember, these trades that Nile has been taking have been kind of sus, you know? Like, Valentina for Lancelot might be worth it in the early game. I don't even think so, but in the late game, especially against that composition who was very reliant on Claude being the main damage, you're just taking another utility jungle or a utility hero for the cost of you as one of the carries of the team.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for BTR, especially after they, you know, they kind of solve how to play around the Hellcurt on the opposing side. You know, just Finn in the top or Finn in the front, Shogun trying to open the map, but when the items are stacking for Erlan, for Key, it's not that easy, and no, it's just tough.
Yeah, and Erlan doing an amazing job again. Mid to late, you got to play for Erlan, what I said earlier, and I think it came through, you know? Don't just play for Albert. Don't just think that Albert is your main man when you have a player like Erlan who can very, very easily carry the game if he's given the right space, the right amount of space, and the right amount of resources. My MVP for this game is Erlan. I think we're going to get to see it later. But yeah, all the way from the start to this point, it was a win. And then again, it was Nile, who was just too overzealous, went in for a play that was very unnecessary. That fight, Chorizo was down already. Nile did not have to make a play like that, jumping onto Albert when you clearly know that Evos have so many more ways to pick you off, to ambush. And I think that was the brilliance that wasn't seen in the draft itself, but was seen in the game, right? For Coach Vin, how he was able to draft to punish overzealousness. It's almost like Vin was part of BTR and knows the tendencies of some of these players and was able to just counter it through the picks, being very reactive, very wait in the bush, he's gonna walk up, we know it, and that's what we saw. Erlan, our MVP for game number 1 here. BTR on the back foot. Let's see if they can actually recover here, because it wasn't like Evos held their ground and won from the start. No, it was a BTR win at the start to a few great plays from Erlan, a few mistakes from Nile, maybe more than a couple of times here as well, dashing forward instead of back, always taking the risk, always being a very high risk, high reward player that gets highlight reels or is a part of a fail compilation, like here, right? Again, no reason for him to dash forward there. Finn was already zoning, Shogun is still alive, the rest of the team was there. They could have just very easily went back or utilized the 2-level lead that Nile has on Albert to win out the retry on a hero that is already known to win out retries. A few mistakes too many, and Evos, despite them being a shaky team in the first 2 weeks of MPL ID, still, you have to give props to them for being able to adapt, for being able to punish all of these little mistakes. And yeah, I agree with you, Chef. And I thought I was gonna have to correct you on that. Eman can do no wrong statement, but he did all that without flicker, by the way. I thought he at least flickered there in the fight, but no, he didn't flicker at all. Played it so well, and again, became the pillar of stability for BTR. When Nile couldn't, when Moreno couldn't, Eman could. It's just, you need to be way more clinical than this. Moreno making a lot of crucial mistakes towards the later stage of the game by, again, also getting overzealous. It really is the problem for BTR that has been a signature problem for years now.
Bro, this is why the way the members of Bigatron controlled their early game, it's so good. They're like a top tier team, Chef and Mirko, but the discipline was very lacking, and this is why again I can see Bigatron being up there, you know, sitting down with Onyx, but not like this when you have this sort of discipline, man.
Yeah, I think the consistency is something that BTR lacks compared to Onyx, especially once they get to the playoffs, man. But Eman, as you said, Mirko, is super consistent, but unfortunately though, Moreno, I can kind of give him a pass just because of the fact that it's Baxia, it's Lapu Lapu, it's Halkert, it's Klon. The dive is insane, you know. But that means that Nile has to do some heavy lifting, and he didn't do that at all, man. God.
Definitely not. It was pretty disappointing as we got into the mid to late game, not being able to hold back, right? Yeah, I think the main problem really was also the main strength for BTR. Nile's mechanics, Nile's flair, both for winning and losing. Both of them came into this game, and it was a big coin flip. You know, when was it going to be right? When was it going to be bad for the team? We saw both. We saw the early game where it was amazing for the team, able to get some clutch steals, clutch assassinations in the mid to late game where it ultimately became the factor that got them to lose the game. Evos now, do they double down? Do they go for a more aggressive early game comp? But I do want to also nitpick a bit from Bigatron's draft, even though I feel like it's a pretty good draft and they should have won the early game portions into the mid game and transitioned it a bit better with the Uranus. The Uranus pick still is quite confusing as we get to the mid to late. You can really see the dip in impact for Shogun as we got to mid to late, because early game maybe, yes, the anti-regen was there to stop him from healing, but the damage wasn't there from the rest of them. Once we got to mid to late game, damage was there with the anti-regen side by side, and we could just see Shogun melt every team fight.
Yeah, there's like 0 catch for Erlan, 0 catch for Key. There's no like precaution or like safety measure at all for BTR's composition. It's pretty much, can we get Evos down to 0 before we get to 0 kind of composition.
It's a struggle, man. I think we mentioned also the crowd control being lacking from side of Bigatron. And in big team fights, it showed that, yeah, they were just banking on Niall and Mon making plays. And sure, it could come through, you know, in a game. It could come through, but just to rely on that multiple times is going to be tough. Will they be able to adjust? That's the question.
Yeah, and I have to adjust too, man, because the snacks, it's so bad in Indonesia, you know. I need some new snacks. Something that's good and has some like Mobile Legends kind of flavor on it. And that's why I have Doritos.
Doritos! Hey, take a bite of that, Chefin. And while you're at it, look into the package because you might be able to find some diamonds right there. You know, a code, a QR code perhaps, there where you can get some prizes. Hey, I know, it's a lot of good flavor.
A lot of diamonds.
A lot of
No,
God. Huh?
The diamonds.
A lot of diamonds. I don't think it's actual diamonds, but hey, close enough. You guys can go and grab some diamonds while also eating the best snack in the world, Doritos.
Ladies and gentlemen, check it out now. We have a collaboration, Doritos and MPL. So just buy it, you know, get the snack, get the diamonds, push your rank. Easy. Doritos makes your day more FUN. That's fun.
Yeah, enjoy that, Doritos, Chefin. Enjoy it while we can back at home.
Yummy.
Yeah, Doritos. Yeah.
Yeah, Doritos, yummy.
Enjoy it. Go for another bite, you know?
Enjoy
Might as well
it.
finish the whole package.
Go. Okay. Okay.
He's enjoying it a bit too much now, you know?
He is. I think, it's just enjoyable. I think you, Chefin, are Doritos.
Why would you zoom in right now? I got no bit left, man. Can we zoom into
Eat it again.
Miracle or
Keep on
Johnny?
eating. Keep on eating. No,
Go
keep
eat
on
it
eating.
again.
You gotta keep on
That's the
eating,
bit.
Chefin. You gotta finish it. Just finish it right now. Finish
Commit
it,
to the bit.
Doritos.
Finish it?
Finish
Yeah,
it.
all right.
We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait for you to finish it. Look, this is how
There
good
you
it is,
go.
guys. You can actually literally finish that packaging really quick because it's delicious. Like, they have a lot in there, boys. You know what? Now I'm hungry. Now I want Doritos, dude.
I want Doritos too.
Zoom even more. Chefin.
Zoom even
Oh, he's gonna go.
more.
He's gonna go
Oh,
for the
there you go.
finisher. That's the finisher
Go,
right
go,
there.
Go.
Show him the finisher. Doritos! Oh,
There
my
you
lord.
go.
Hey, there you go. Show the packaging. Is it finished? Is it finished? That's how you do it like a Chad. That's Chefin, ladies and gentlemen. Doritos,
Hey,
you know who to sponsor. Oh,
That's
beautiful.
not Chefin, my guy.
Finger licking good.
that's not Chefin, that's Chef Fine, because he's so
That's
fine.
Chefin. He's so fine with that Doritos, man.
Mm-hmm.
You can't spell Chefin without Doritos.
Yeah.
You can, but you know,
It's done.
It's okay. It's a tagline.
Hey, don't show off. Don't show off with your
Oh, wait,
diamonds.
the proof. He's got proof.
Oh,
It is finished. Every single piece of Doritos has been consumed by the Dorito consumer.
Dunzo, Chef
Denzel?
Fine.
Denzel Chefin? Is that his
Done.
new name?
Yeah.
Denzel Chefin in the house.
And of course, guys,
Pretty good XP laner.
do not litter.
A better.
Do not litter.
Do not litter.
Just, yeah,
You know
save
what?
it.
I
save it in
actually
food or something.
have been, getting a lot of money, a lot of ROI, return on investment, through my investment on UBS Gold. You guys should join me right here if you guys want a secure way to invest right now in difficult times. It's very, very easy for you to stay safe, stay good. It doesn't matter what kind of situation happens. Gold is always ready for you as your best buddy. He's a better buddy than your dog, you know?
I got a couple of questions here before investing, before you can convince me.
Oh yeah, sure.
Can it secure
Ask
my
away.
future? That's one.
Mm-hmm.
Two.
Yes.
Is it like authentic?
Oh, bro,
You know what I
of course
mean.
it's authentic,
What kind of
brother
stupid
man,
question
right?
is
It's-
that?
And it's very, very, it's very, very cheap. To only 200,000 IDR, you can already start saving with UBS Gold bars. And with the value you get from investing in UBS Gold bars, you can also get more value with Royal Guard. Quality of life, guys. If you guys have been asking any one of us, the actual good MLBB players on the English desk, how do you guys play MLBB so well? Royal Dust. That's what differentiates us and the rest of the English talent squad.
Yeah.
Also, just a massive skill gap, but Royal Guard.
Of course, like
Royal Guard, hey. Yeah, double check on that, alright? If you don't like to use the powder, MPL and Royal Guard also have a Royal Touch Gaming thumb sleeve.
Wow.
So, you know, killing two birds with one stone. If you don't like it, just buy the other. If
you know, all of you tryhards out there,
like
this is the best product for you. Stop using your no sweat or stop using your baby powder. This is the real thing. We got an actual product for you to elevate your gaming experience and also skills if you're good. But if you're Eterna or Arashi or Realize, that might not work.
Wow.
Hey, gotta face the reality, man. I don't think Real Dust can carry them.
I
was,
can't deny that. But
that was a bit too on the nose, man.
That was
on the
next time
nose.
use
You know,
initials, man.
Facts are
On the
facts,
nose.
dude. You can't really, you know. Facts
Just
are
like the
facts.
sweat that they're using instead of Royal Dust.
Yep, that's true. Hey, you know what? Maybe
That is true.
Bigatron were on Royal Dust. Maybe Evos were on Royal Dust. Maybe that's the advantage they had, and maybe that's why Nile missed a lot of the punctures. You know, maybe he just needs Royal Dust.
I mean, his calculations there, especially mid-game, was quite... Your jungler, Mirko, just questionable moves, bruh. Questionable maneuvers there from Nile.
Yeah. Oh, Mirko disappeared. Oh, there you go. Mirko back again. Did you hear what Connie said? He said Nile sucks.
Whoa!
I said
Connie!
No. I said Nile.
Connie,
like,
how dare you?
Questionable maneuvers.
You sold your player to me, and now you're saying your player is Garbo?
Yeah, he literally said that he's a defect product. That's why he got sold.
Wow, Connie.
Hey, guys in the comments, guys watching, you know what's real, you know what's not.
I only know what's real to me, and right now what's real is teams going 0-2
They're down.
in week number 2.
Happy us. Wait, is it the whole matches so far this week? I don't think so, right?
No, just today. Today has been
just
a
today.
full 2-0 day. So I don't know if Evos is gonna
So far.
continue it, or if BTR are gonna be like, nah, we're gonna force it to game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it has been 2-0 so far. Home team will have the second big selection, so they want the red side here. I mean, it surprised me because technically they got the early game, so I don't think the draft was the problem. But it seems like they want last pick.
Yeah. Back to your point, Mirko, I think it would be a very BTR kind of way to close out the match with winning game number 2, then choking game number 3. That's the usual BTR way.
I don't know, but they're back on second pick, so that could very, very, very easily happen again. I know Bigatron better than a lot of you guys, and it is true. They always do that. They sometimes do really well, sometimes they do really meh, and then sometimes they're like, yeah, we can be really good in game number 2, and then we'll go back to normal in game number 3. But it does seem like the approach is going to be the same, only now they'll ban the Baksha. Yeah, I don't know if you want to leave the Lancelot open though, because if Albert gets his hands on that pick... Oh, Evo's banned the Lance, so it seems like they want the Yi Sun-shin.
Ah, you're right. They want the Yi Sun-shin, or do they go Arlet? Or perhaps Bigatron will ban the Yi Sun-shin. Seems like a lot of prio still on the board here. What do you ban, Bigatron?
Oh man, Bigatron, I think if they want to be go toe to toe, ban for ban with the Yi Sun-shin and Lancelot's ban. I'm dumb. I forgot. Maybe something like a Jushin would be the usual ban here for the third ban in the red side. Or Coach Bam, he's taking his time right now. A lot of consideration being put here.
Definitely needs to think about it more. You know, oh, they actually do ban the Jushin, so they're okay with going up against the Yi Sun-shin or an Arlet. Is it going to be the Arlet or the Yi Sun-shin? Because right now, I think the Arlet is a bit more value than the Yi Sun-shin when all... Oh, the Wanwan was open! I completely forgot about the Wanwan. The most banned hero in MPL ID Season 16 so far. Never been left open, so this is the debut of Wanwan.
Well, feels weird to see, but Erlan will have the honor to actually debut it in Season 16. So that means BTR actually did propose the 1-1 Gambit, right? They have a solution right away here. The first 2 picks. It's gonna be the EVO Marsa right away for Moreno, and that is gonna be it. For EVOS, do you go just straight up for Kalea for the setup for the 1-1?
I mean, Gatot Kacha is available as well. Uranus also comes to mind, right? If they want to go that route again. A lot of heroes, actually. If they want to... Kalea is also on the board, by the way.
Yeah. I said Kalea, Gunny.
My bad, G. My bad,
Good
G.
pick.
Kalea.
Very, very good pick right now for with the 1-1, right? The combo with the Kalea and the 1-1, they can also just go for... I would say, they actually go for the Gatot Kacha. So, in reaction to a possible Kalea pick on the other side, they go Gatot Kacha. So this should just be... They want to go Joy or Hayabusa up against the Eastern Shin and Farsa. It will be a Kadena up against the Farsa and Eastern Shin, and an instant Hylos pick for BTR. Still sticking to the good old strategy of put the carpet down and let the whole team barge in.
Wow. I think it's going to be very tough for the Farsa here to deal damage. You gotta keep in mind with the Gatot Kacha, with the AOG, you gotta watch for near bushes with the Kadena roaming around. So yeah, I think bush control here is going to be the game between Hylos and Kadena.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough for some of the damage dealers from BTR. In fact, both of them, because Nile obviously on the Eastern Shin, he has to use the Retribution. That's he pretty much has a target in his back. And let's consider what's next for EVOS here. They set up the Kadena and also the 1-1. You have to have someone that can complement it. Maybe something that something like a utility jungler, or maybe a Franco might be an option here.
Could be.
Franco.
Kalea banned away, Harith also taken away. Usually when you see the 1-1 here, you either go for the Iritha on the other side, or you go for something like a COD, something that is just skill matchup. They could also just go for Granger and make it a pure range battle, but then it'll be kind of weird if BTR play the way that they've been playing normally, you know? I think the better option for BTR right now is kind of weird, but man, because with the Eastern Shin, you want to go Ruby Gold, but 1-1 should actually be able to win against the Ruby Gold.
Ruby Gold is on the table, but I don't really you have Amon. There you go. So yeah, EVOS just limiting the options here for Amon. Asking a question, I think they will just wait for later. I'm sure they will.
I am the constant that breaks the tide.
They need crowd control, and teams like Arlet will be the go-to.
Yeah, it seems and that sets up for a possible. Well, I think it should just be a Moskov now, right? To add more CC in. Everybody in the lineup has CC. Eastern Shin, Farsa, Hylos. Do they want more CC or do they want stability? If they want something that's just stable, I think the Granger is a good choice. You just try to win out in the early game. If not, maybe just go Claude, right? Claude, Moskov, Granger, one of those.
Okay, now for EVOS. You like Claude, Gunny?
Yeah, in this composition.
For the dive and also the safety, that would be, yeah.
24.
Looks like it's going to be the Fredrin, as I said earlier, the utility jungler, but Lapu Lapu here to match up against the Arlet, and also some damage or some pressure towards the backliner of BTR. Once again, Moreno is being put in a really tough situation here.
Really is. The Cho gets picked up and it's a Fredrin. Ah. So they're just purely playing for 1-1.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the KTV playing for Erlan, as you said, Mirko, even though the KTV earlier, it was
on Erlan.
Albert.
But yeah, alright. So I agree. I think I stand by my point of playing for Erlan more than Albert, but this is all in on Erlan. I think you want to have both, a mix of playing with Albert and Erlan. Right now, it's purely Erlan, and I don't know about that, especially with the composition being very reliant on winning turtles with the Fredrin.
Well, let's see though, because the lineup rating and also the counter index also favors EVOS, even though that worry, that concern is being pointed out by Mirko. This might be the last game of week number 2. BTR, can they prolong the series against EVOS, the White Tigers?
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, and let's welcome you to the land of dawn. Well, where will we witness the second game? You're right. Will EVOS again just find the clean sweep, or perhaps Emon on the Cho? By the way, it's a Cho gold by Emon.
Oh my lord, dude. Of course it is. All right, let's see. I was like, where's the Cho going? Maybe it's gonna be something crazy. Maybe it's an Arlet gold. Turns out it's Cho gold. Hey, one of the many. Well, I guess the response to cheese would be also to cheese it out. And they already have a marksman and some solid range on Moreno. Let's take a look at the emblems by GamesMax, and it's Wilderness Blessing plus Thrill, plus Concussive Blast for Eman. So he's just looking to clear up the wave and to rotate with the rest of the team into the team fight. He's got to have some really good targeting though, because...
Yeah.
And he needs to... Man, really, you're up against a composition that's very 1-1 only centric, but there's no way to fully counter the 1-1 right now. Like, Eman's not going to be able to 1v1 the 1-1, right?
Yes, but I think the idea is, especially in the late game, you have this mountain of like physical damage items so that you can just pretty much one-shot with a basic attack and Way of the Dragon and pretty much overwhelm Eman or overwhelm Erlan with the damage from long range from Moreno too. So I think that's the idea. Let's see though if it's gonna pay off, because the early game has to be a bit clean for Eman, and this is something new that we're seeing from Eman, man. Usually it's just marksman, and he is really damn good at it.
I thought it was just going to be Ruby Gold, you know, for safety, but no, they decided to go for something even crazier than the Ruby Gold, which is the Cho Gold. Tough Boots first item, Turtle already spawning, lane in the bottom lane. Does look like Eman wants to just shove it and rotate over, so let's see how quick Evos can deal with the Turtle.
Let's see. It is going to be a classic 4v4 here in this first turtle. Seems like both teams just yanking the turtle at this point. Nile, though.
Eman's here.
Pops the Mountain Shocker. Eman will join. It's a 5v4 now. EVOS, what do they go for? So Rizzo has the score and has the flicker. That's the final slash. Jumping! That's gonna be Nile, though, securing it.
Wow!
Where Dragon lands. Roundo doesn't really find a clean connection there. Not the cleanest connection, but Finn is low. Bottom side is going to farm. So Rizzo isolated there. Bigatron keeping all 5 standing.
Oh man, that was almost incredible from Roundel. Unfortunately, there's like 2 health bars, 1 health bars from pretty much everyone from the side of Bigatron. And Eman immediately made a difference. Might not have been the cleanest show out there in that team fight, but the fact that he was there as a 5v4 kind of like team fight really helps BTR.
Yeah, and he was able to get the Way of the Dragon over to Roundel, right? So I think, yeah, not the cleanest, not the instant kill type of Cho, but he did a good job. It was also really good resets for the Shogun Vengeances constantly. Great final slash, by the way, to start the team fight there. Brought Albert right into the midst of it all, and it was chain CC together with Finn, so Nile would have free reign on Retribution.
Mirko, do you feel a sense of deja vu seeing Cho Gold here? Your boy Max on Bigatron.
Matt, back in the day.
Is it Max or Matt?
It was Season 7 when they made it to the Grand Finals. Matt.
Yeah, I'll mix that up.
M-A-T-T.
What a legend. And now going to the mid-game here. 4 minutes has elapsed. BTR up by 2 kills. Roundel, this is... I guess there are options. There are targets, especially in Nile. But aside from that... he's gotta be a bit more precise. It's like the battle of precision from Roundel and Eman, man. This one-shot type of heroes.
So it is the Have to Seize build that he's going for, by the way, in the itemization department. That's going to be a Fury Hammer into the tank build, normally for Arlet. Dreadnought Armor instantly for Albert, though. So a whole lot of respect to the ability damage, physical one from BTR. So Evos, I think now with the Dreadnought Armor already for Albert, he's going to have to go for the Athena Shield. And it's really up to Cerezo to deal damage and to threaten Nile and Moreno. If he can't get both of these guys down low in the team fight, it'll just be all BTR. But this time it's 4v4.
Law and Order onto Key. Easy take there by Nile. Nice and easy.
That's not a... I thought about Hephasis too, Miracle, but that is actually War Axe from Eman.
Oh, wow. The waves used. That's a final slash. That's a good stun. The crowd control chain there on towards Cerezo, forced to use the Bravest Fighter Flicker defensively. So that's a great way to trigger that. It seems like they want to close the gap more. Will they be able to? Not this time.
I guess he needs to stay in Sheffin, so I understand the War Axe. In terms of especially staying in the lane and actually clearing it out, you're going to get poked down so much more later on as we get into the later stage of the game, up against the 1-1. So going for the War Axe, additional sustain, and then maybe going for more burst? So it's like a different angle now, completely. We expected him to just go for the assassination with a quick flicker combo on Jeet Kune Do. Now it could just be quick flicker combo on Jeet Kune Do and staying in the fight to deal more damage as we get on to the mid to late.
Oh man, I'm not sure though. I think the spell fam is kind of a waste to put on a show, but I think Eman knows better than me. He definitely has practiced this and, you know, cooked this up in the lab. And apparently War Axe is gonna be the solution here. Oh man, this is very, very interesting so far. How will Eman be used in a team fight?
It should just be to get more easy resets on Vengeance, right? And then obviously to get catch. You can see the damage already, like a bit more visible here. Eman's doing a good job.
Gotta be careful. That's a crossbow attack. Good night, Amon. That's a structure as well from Erlon. Played perfectly here. In the mid, though, interesting interaction. Roundel almost stunned there. Moreno misses the skill shot. That's gonna be Moreno now in trouble. Great Law and Order to just help allow Moreno disengage, but that's gonna be, again, just EVO's prio on Turtle.
And don't forget to watch MPL ID X streamer here, Luke. I thought it was Owawa and also the ID casters restreaming. But apparently it's Luke here. Still holding a post like Oni.
AOJ finds two. Towards pathway though will counter survivability. Key going down. That's a great counterplay as Nala picks up the double. This might be what Bigatron needs.
A bit more stable now. I guess, you know, they have recovered from what looked to be an Evo snowball after a big solo kill on Erlan, or on Eman by Erlan in the bottom lane rather. But it just is going to slow down the inevitable, I feel. Evos are going to outscale BTR. Actually, you know what? Yeast and Shin should scale up pretty well with the Farsa. Oh man, I think it might just be a battle of execution at this point. Evos have better ways to deal with side lane. Do they?
Evos
in a way they do, because Erlan should be unkillable, at least for the next few minutes. But then when we get to late game, when Eman can start to one-shot, when Nile can start to one-shot, or sorry, when the Farsa can start to really zone Erlan, then it'll be different. So, yeah, I'm going to have to stand my ground and say it's an execution-based game over just outscaling from any one of these teams.
Yeah, let's see though. I think I'm more interested in the way Erlan is gonna build this 1-1. Apparently, I thought it was gonna be rushed towards the Wind of Nature, but no, Erlan still wants to be aggressive here. Not even caring about the potential single one-shot damage from Eman. So now he is a bit more utility with the Steel Halberd too.
Okay,
still has more utility. 9 minutes in though, it's just 1K between them.
As we get into the late game too, we have to understand that BTR players, especially the roamers or the front line, will be getting the Winter Crown to deal with Erlan, right? So, despite the fact that Erlan went for Sea Halberd, it'll still be good for Finn to be the one to take all the shots of the crossbow Tang, especially when he gets the Winter Crown. It's just now the timing of the Winter Crown. When do they get it to counter Erlan? Is it the priority right now, or do they feel like they have enough sustain to deal with it right now?
Things should
in a second
be coming soon, right?
Both teams already in the Lord pit here. And that was endless battle coming in from Eman. Again, interesting itemization. It looks like a Lancelot build. Meanwhile,
that's a 3-man stun. The crossbow attack will be triggered though. That's gonna be Finn going down. In the back, that's a stun on towards Eman there. He got isolated, man. It's just Bigatron bodies flying around as EVOS finding the right connection. Stand 5 as well. Mid turret falls. Ladies and gentlemen, EVOS will have the map.
Man, I guess this is the worry, Mirko. The fact that Eman, like the execution has to be super precise to make this work, and he only has one shot. If he messed this up, then this is the result. EVOS just winning in all departments.
Absolutely, and they weren't even able to keep Finn alive there. The crossbow tank was a bit too much to handle, and there you go, the window of opportunity. We were talking about a winner crown, but also the window for BTR will close as we get into Wind of Nature moments for Erlan. This marks the debut of Cho Gold Lane, by the way.
Yeah, Season 16 after last appearing in MPL Indonesia. Season 10 when used by Kabuki in Aura, lost towards an EVOS. And this is usually also the... Oh, gotta wait for a second, Eman.
Oh, Moonton though. Still has a Jet Kundo there to angle himself out. Lord though will charge top.
I wonder what really made BTR pull the trigger towards the Cho, because this is something that's super unorthodox, and back then it was used towards heroes like a Beatrix to kind of be like this way of one-shotting a hero that has a lot of life steal, and you don't have to worry about the Beatrix. But this is used on a 1-1, which is in a way even worse because of the Purify built in towards the 1-1. Like I really wonder, Miko, like what's the actual like? Oh, we should go Cho here.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I was asking the same question, right? I guess for Turtle 1, they would be able to rotate, but then it would rely on them also just snowballing out of control from Turtle 1, which they kind of had in their winning... Oh, Amon's should be able to get... Oh, he isn't even able to get the pick on Albert, so Evo's going to play it slow. BTR suffocated outside of their base. Can't even look for anything right now. No farm, no nothing. They're forced to just watch as Evo siege them down slowly but surely, where, again, for BTR now, it comes down to Moreno and Nile. If they want to win this game, it's all up to them. If Nile and Moreno somehow are able to get some proper damage on the right targets in the team fights, it'll be great. Shogun as well, getting a good final slash to enable that to happen.
Yeah, but that's a big ask though. Against this kind of composition, even Roundel, the guy that I thought it was gonna be a tough game for him to kind of like go for Nile, but apparently if you can target other members as well and complement Erlan's potential to deal damage, it really does not matter. This Katina is more of a utility instead of the executor.
And there's no Sky Piercer too, so there's no guaranteed execute, right? That you would usually expect from a Granger being here. So usually you would see Moreno deal a lot of damage, Nile as well, but you would have an executor like a Granger. Or even just the Yi Sun-shin being the main executor when you have people like a Ruby, Selena to lock people down. But in this particular moment, it's not looking good, right? It just looks like for BTR, they're just going to have a lot of damage and nothing left to clean Evos up.
Is it even a lot of damage though, Miracle?
They want to engage. They found Erlan. Wind of Nature pop. Seems like Erlan was able to keep this distance. Shogun failed to find the assassination. That's going to be Shogun going down. AOJ finds Nile. Will pop that to stash away, but it seems like they will be able... No. Roundel still has that conceal energy, but it seems like Nile will be able to keep the distance. Wow, what a connection there. What a defense from Erlan.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow if you're BTR. You thought you played good. You thought you really made this good of an engage, and getting Erlan down was the key to winning the team fight because there's not much DPS that EVOS can put out after Erlan goes down, but you just survived with a sliver of health, and with the help of the Inspire, he was up now.
That's why the Wind of Nature is just so valuable when you're on 1-1, because you have a built-in Purify, you have Sustain from the Inspire alone, and then you pop into Wind of Nature, you're able to get away from Nile's damage, from Iman's damage, and even Shogun was walking up. Moreno has a ton of damage, yes, but he needs to land those shots, and he needs to be in range. And Evos, the rest of the team, did a great job at holding Moreno down, just so that he's a bit out of range. You gotta give props to Erlan though, not panicking in that moment, just having the composure to stay still and pop the Wind of Nature in time. Now he's built into a Melfic gun, should be, and it's going to be troublesome for BTR because they were already struggling to close that gap between Erlan and the front line.
4K, the difference between Eman and also Erlan. This is a new territory for Eman, man. He's not used to this.
He is not, but then again, he is on a Cho. Lord will take care of the structure top. Bigatron shifts their focus on towards the bottom. On Shocker Pop, Glorious Pathway just to delay. Roundel finds Shogun. That's gonna be Erlan though, taken down, and he
AOG to the back. That's going to be one member of EVOS isolated, and that will be Sorizo. Seems like Bigatron will not be committing to that. They will, though, save the turret bottom side. Was that wise from EVOS?
No, absolutely not. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mirko. Was that just turret shots towards Erlan?
I believe so. A lot of that damage came from there, and BTR want to force the issue. Glorious pathway!
Without Erlan, let's say, around up after rough ways. Albert in a tough pick, though! That's Amon! Finding the angle to find Albert. The mid structure falls. That's going to be a Sorizo popping the flicker. Has mortality, though. That's going to be key. Trying to provide cover, and MPL will be enough to save Sorizo, but here comes Erlan.
That's a
big
turnaround,
more,
man.
right? They need to go for tier 2, maybe even tier... Oh, this could be a base tier to take if they play it right, but no, alright. They back away and they play it safe, but... Yeah, Erlan, way too aggressive, and the whole team was kind of disorganized there. Now, giving BTR a solid shot at turning things around. Because remember, Erlan will be very, very useful in the mid game. He'll be doing a lot of damage, and he'll be untouchable. But once BTR get Winter Crowns, I would love to see the items again right now. Does Finn have Winter Crown? Because that would be a solid way to deal with it already, and they're already dealing with the side wave up top.
Yeah, I think the worst thing is it turns from an endable position to an equal position in terms of economy. That's just like a big swing towards BTR's favor. And Erlan looks like he wants to build the Rose Gold Meteor. Not sure what he swapped it up to. And there you go, Shogun. Miracle, your question has been answered.
Winter Crown delaying the fight, making it super long. And that's what BTR need. Because if you take a look at EVOS, all of them really are looking for one cycle of skills. A burst from Roundel with one cycle of his resources, Sorizo, Erlan. Albert and Kia are the only ones who kind of like going for long team fights, and those really aren't the guys you want to be relying on in the late game for the long team fights. So if BTR can weather the storm, somehow force out some of these resources, and then re-engage, this could be good. Mountain Chakra revealing everyone already, and Finn is ready to pop the Glorious Pathway, but a wave up top is going to stop them from looking from any pick.
Seems like they will take the control. That's all. That's a cheeky steal from Bigatron. Glorious Pathway towards the back. Moreno trying to delay the process, screening and zoning members.
No way.
Lord, though, unfortunately, will spawn immediately, so that's not really favorable for Bigatron.
Okay, but it's still gonna have some usage here, though. Eman, he wants to flank, but looks like he guarded the bushes for
That's why they're
here.
delaying.
Yeah, this is getting even worse right now for EVOS.
How do they play with the waves right now is the question. Do they just leave the top lane and play with mid? I don't think it's strong enough, the Lord, at this point of the game to just play it solo. If it was an Evolved Lord, then yes, I think they would have just gone for the one straight push, maybe just 2 waves, mid and bot. But right now, they're going to have to play it perfect to win this game. Even despite the lead going back to them, the gold lead is kind of irrelevant at this point of the game. Amon is going to be the one ushering the wave into the lane, and EVOS will just clear it out. They have enough resources. They have enough frontliners. Mid lane will be slow pushing very, very slowly. And it does seem like BTR will have to make a move on... Well, just they have to make a move at this point. Whether to utilize the wave in mid or bot, or to just... let this Lord... I don't know. It doesn't look like they're just going to go mid.
Yeah, they just
Seems
want to
like
go
so.
right into the front door of EVOS. Let's see, though, what's going to happen.
Glorious Pathway invested. Modern Chakra will reveal the members. Oh, that's a Petrify! Connecting onto her seal. That's Moreno, though. Providing cover. Structure in the mid will fall. Seems like now Bigatron will shift their focus towards the side lanes.
Now, the win con for EVOS is surprisingly even harder than BTR the mid-game just now, because BTR, if Nile just not, the only thing that Nile has to do is not to be overzealous, not to be, not to do an overextension, so that Roundel cannot punish him. And
Shoulder Slash! Oh, that's going to be the connection. Erlan goes down, eliminated. And ladies and gentlemen, that might be the window that the Red Robots wanted. Now, the win is in front of their eyes. EVOS defends with 3. Base open. They will get the clear, though. Bigatron will have to delay. It seems like bottom side, it's coming. Seems like Eman will clear the mid. That's the burst damage from Moreno. Now Sorizo trying to provide cover, trying to provide damage as well. That's a stun connecting Eman, finding Sorizo. Way of Dragon finds one. Winner crown. Will it be enough to delay Erlan? Will spawn in 10. That's going to be the Petrify though, not connecting. And ladies and gentlemen, for the first time today, we will get to see a game 3.
Man, oh man. Bigatron. I think that's just EVOS choking it out. EVOS pulled a Bigatron. And it started because Erlan... those turret shots was like... I am in disbelief. Like, how could you not see that? Is there like some kind of technical problem with him? Because that's the only thing I could think of after what happened in game number 1. After a really good performance until that point. That was... You know, weird is an understatement.
Yeah, I don't even know who to give my MVP to, dude. If we're judging it off of just one moment, it's Shogun. That final slash really turned things around for the whole team, but... yeah, it's... I don't know who's MVP there. Everybody was kind of like in limbo.
Yeah.
Everybody did their roles properly, and it... Oh my lord, Shogun was so inconsistent at the start of the game, but was able to get that final slash that ended it, so...
I guess Niall then, right? I think that he's the most consistent.
Sometimes one moment can change everything, and if it wasn't for Shogun getting that final slash, I don't think they would have won. I really don't think so, because it would have been another 50-50 around Lord. It could have been different. The game changer that I mentioned in the mid game, the only way for them to win is if Shogun gets a final slash that gets Erlan, that gets the core members, and he did it.
Oh man,
It is but he did it.
It is a tough MVP battle for BTR. My vote would go for Moreno though. I know that he was pretty much non-existent in the first, like, I don't know, 10 minutes, but once he got his groove, once he got his pace, it's go time for Moreno, and it kind of forced Mr. Erlan to go for Athena Shield too. And he was the one that kind of break through the front door at the end of the game to kind of complement that final slash from Shogun. How about you, Goni? Because we are struggling to pick one.
Hey, I think I thought it was Nile, but then yeah, I think the most critical player in that game from the side of Bigatron would be Moreno. I think again, just the threat that he is able to pose towards Erlan, especially, right? I think. But then again, it's such a weird series where game 1 it was just Bigatron cruising early, fumbled the bag, but EVOS pulled a BTR, said, yeah, Erlan, farm good, and then they fumble the bag. So, man, we will get to see a game. They got 2 base turrets, bro. They got 2 base turrets.
Yeah, they really shouldn't have been in a position where BTR were able to come back like that. And hey, we've been questioning the Cho, but it actually... Oh, look at these final slashes, by the way. Also stopping them from getting to the Lord there. So we gotta give him props. 2 massive plays back-to-back to make them the victors of game number 2. That's Shogun. I'll stand by my decision now, especially after seeing that. 2, 4, and 6. Not the most impressive KD, but it just goes to show you that KD isn't really the most important thing when it comes to winning games. It's about being clutch in the moment to win your team the game, especially when you're in 17 to 20 minutes. Early on, it was as expected, I would say. BTR getting Turtle 1, but after that, really struggling to find the capitalization of this composition. Just because Evo's just had so many more ways to deal with it. Anti-CC across the board. If Sorizo had Bravest Fighter and pops the second part of the Bravest Fighter, it'll be so solid. The way they played front to back from Erlan and enable Erlan was great too. It's just they, I think, started to underestimate the damage and the pure clutch factor of a lot of the different picks here. Or the outplay potential, I think, is what we have to talk about. It's not clutch, it's outplay potential, yeah. The outplay potential of Shogun, the outplay potential of Aman on the picks like Cho and Arlen. It really forced Roundel to go in a couple of times, and yes, it was the turret, huh? It took him down. So, also a crucial mistake by Erlan, a big blunder. Aman again, able to find the value in the Cho, getting these picks and forcing the fight to go in, and Shogun, man, again, yeah, enabled by Shogun in the last fight, finding Erlan. What a sweep. That might end up with BTR reverse sweeping Evos with a sweep.
Yeah, it is. It is a tough pill to swallow, especially for Vin. I would be pissed, man, if I was a coach.
Good
like,
one.
you know, there is a window and you just closed it by yourself.
Bam would say the same thing about Game 1 for BTR. It really has been, you know, the battle of coaches doing well in draft, and then also the players being like, nah, I think it'll be better if we have an our way.
Let's see the stats though here. You can see 20 minutes and 28 seconds has elapsed, and I gotta say nothing too crazy about the equipments that both teams have built, right? Or maybe like Eman is the only one that we can highlight because he is like, this is one of one. Cho Gold has never been pulled off since season 10, Berko.
And he won, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I
was
think
it
for
really
a 20-minute
because of the
game,
Cho Gold though?
Yeah.
No. But at least like stat-wise, it's a dub, Miracle, right? But it's surprising, you know? It's surprising that 20-minute game, just 10 kills for Bigatron. You know, usually Niall likes to collect skills, and it seems like this time he's able to hold his ground.
I'm speechless, man. Also, we gotta give him props for going for the Wilderness Blessing a lot. You know, Cho, he's 2-2-2, so he didn't do too much. He wasn't really that active, but again, the fact that he was able to be at the right place at the right time a lot of times catching Airlan was due to the Wilderness Blessing being there. The time where he was able to catch Airlan, but Airlan got the Wind of Nature in time, that moment stopped the momentum of Evos. Even though they weren't able to get the kill on Airlan, they slowed the game by a whole lot. Just for Airlan being forced to recall alone, it forced Evos to play it defensively, even though they got a few kills. Bigatron got a few kills back, and that was the small win that built up constantly. Everywhere on the map, it was the small wins from Bigatron that led to Evos making a crucial, massive mistake where Airlan got hit by turrets a bit too many times. Someone took out aggro, and yeah, 2 turtles to BTR was expected with the Cho being in the gold lane. What was not expected, I would say, is the 1-1 doing less damage than Kadira.
Roundel.
54,916 damage for Roundel, and the 1-1, who was the main carry of the team, struggled when we got to late game. Well, I guess it was expected. We were talking about that, you know? Late game, 1-1 is going to be tough to handle Winter Crowns, but I expected him to still deal more damage.
I mean, I don't even see a single Winter Crown being pulled off to kind of like evade the damage from the crossbow tank.
But
so
he was just zoned by the sheer amount of range and burst and CC, so he wasn't even able to get the Winter Crown. Even if he did, though, it would have been a struggle. So maybe that was kind of the idea that was going on Airlan's mind. That's why he didn't walk up a bit too aggressively, because he knows, like, even if I get my crossbow tang, he's just gonna Winter, so I'm just gonna stay safe. And then he sees Shogun and he's like, oh, dang, I'm dead.
Heck no. And shout out to Moreno as well, man. He racked up like almost 120k damage, while also only taking like 14k damage, and that's why I think he is, for me, is my MVP, just because of the pure stats and how safe he played in that game. But in a way, that safety is not really an MVP caliber type of play style. Who knows, man? But Shogun, what a player, especially as a rookie, he made a lot of difference with the final slashes. Now we are on towards game number 3. Is adjustment needed in terms of draft?
Well, so far both teams have actually found wins through cheese picks, so maybe not adjustments, but more cheese.
More cheese, man. I'm just like, what is going on? I'm still like dumbfounded with that game. I thought it was just, if you're that 1-1 Miracle, surely you would be convinced that, hey, it's just gonna be another clean game, but somehow, some way, right? Let's see, game 3, I think both teams needs to be, again, just adjustment. You know, I think both teams now are scared to win early game after what happened from game 1 and game 2.
It has to be demoralizing too, by the way, Gani, because you finally get the pick that's been banned out the most in the season and you lose with it. So when it comes to the confidence for Airlan, I don't know how it's going to be getting into game number 2. Also losing to a Cho Gold, that's definitely a big, like, oh man, moment for them. Plus, well, we get to see the player ranking here, and DPM is actually Rin's who's topping the charts, but maybe after the next 2 games, it'll be Moreno, because he had a stellar performance on Game 1 and Game 2 on the far side.
And by the way, the player rankings earlier was gold per minute for the gold lane. Unfortunately, Eman, he had to play Cho Gold, and they can't really stop back in that hero, man. He was, I think, dropped to 3rd compared to Savero being the first in gold lane department. Man, now towards game number 3. I want to have ask a question for you guys. Is there any kind of like cheese picks that you want to see more, or you can think of like should be there in this kind of meta? Because I have an answer of myself, and I think Mincetar is pretty viable.
Mincetar.
I'm not a fan of the Mincetar. XP or Rome, Chefin?
Gold.
To deal with who?
Well, for guys like Lancelot, guys like 1-1, even Harrod, you can just flicker forward, then
very
like
situational.
Very situational, yes.
I think if that's the case, I could definitely see an angle for that to happen, especially in the gold lane where there's less action. But yeah, I think it's very, very situational. It could work. I think for me, I don't even know if it's cheese. I don't think this is fair, but Selena is a pocket pick that I want to see. It's not cheese, it's a pocket pick. And I think in a clutch game like game number 3 for Moreno, he should already be telling the coach, yo, coach, give me my pick.
Interesting.
What about you, Gani? What's your cheese or pocket pick that you want to see
What's
in MPL
my
ID
cheese?
S16?
You know, I think when the situation is like going up against a Fredrin, no assassins, I think Atlas can come through, because you know, if you think about it, Atlas will definitely force a Purify. You have to lock in yourself an assassin in order for this to work, because then the mid and the gold would be forced to use a Purify, and the assassin would just, you know, go ham. But that's just me.
Yeah, I think
that's just me and my wishful thinking.
Also, the case with Mincetar, it's super conditional. I think we saw, I believe, Aurora Turkey played a really good Atlas game in MSC, and that's because of the fact that the opposing composition was made, or like, you know, well tailored for an Atlas pick from that side.
Yeah.
Well, let's see the highlights.
I believe it was a Leomord in gold, right?
I forgot.
Yeah, the Atlas was picked by Aurora, and it was Team Flash with that they were up against.
It was Apex.
Might be.
Yeah. I remember that game. It was a great pocket pick. I think Gani would definitely, you know, he would definitely go crazy if you see an Atlas in MPL ID. It's one of his. How many games do you have on that, Gani?
Like
1K, just 1K.
What? Just 1K. Shefin, what's your like #1 most played hero, and how many games do you have?
Like Hayabusa with like 600 or something.
Okay, mine is
I've never seen you on a Hayabusa.
400.
Wow.
Yeah, I've actually never seen you on Hayabusa.
That is
What's the win rate on the Hayabusa, Shefin?
Like 67.
Oh,
67. Oh,
and mind you, those are solo games, alright? I got some good win rates on solo. Grok, 72%.
That's actually
72%.
Respectable.
You know what, Shefin?
70%.
We don't need to compete here.
Khalid, 70%.
We know we are the 3 best players in the...
I still remember. You want me to go on again?
Hey, my 1-1 is at 72. My Melissa is 80%. So...
But that's not solo.
Hey, there's no difference between solo and 5v5 right now. It's all the same rank, so I could claim.
I don't know about that. I think solo is a bit more miserable, and I'm...
Well, you play solo in solo, so it's maybe, you know, different.
How does that work?
I mean, you were born for soloing practically.
I was born in Jakarta.
Okay, then never mind. That's
but
interesting.
You were raised.
You were raised.
Yeah, I guess. Solo is the way to go.
The more you know.
Yeah, for sure. Is there any kind of lore that you guys want to share with the audience here? Because this is like the outside of the game discussion where we don't have anything to talk about the game earlier.
Hey,
let's just yap.
This is MTL after hours, bro. It's after hours.
MPL AH. Welcome to MPL AH.
I mean, you could just also respond towards like chat or comments that has some questions.
What is chat saying? What's chat been saying? Well, everybody's been very vocal about, you know, the picks and also the 1-1. Someone said worst 1-1. Wow.
Oh, worst. Okay, that's
interesting.
I did not expect for someone to comment that.
Yeah, it's mostly
That is
just
interesting.
people are just dumbfounded the fact that a team lost to Cho Gold, and that was pretty interesting. The fact that the Cho was the main answer for the 1-1 and it didn't work out, and apparently Arlet is the one that's gotta be the nail in the coffin towards that.
See,
hero.
was it the main answer for the 1-1, or was it just another way for the
like another layer?
Arlet to have more resets on Vengeance? Because I did bring up the topic of having a Moskov to have more CC, a Ruby as well. They ended up going for Cho, which has the mobility and the CC of both those two. Maybe not the mobility of a global, ultimate, but yeah, mobility in the team fights a bit more than the Ruby.
I think it's also, it makes sense. That's why they layered with the Cho, right? Just to have more crowd control, someone that can trigger that immunity from 1-1, that purify from 1-1 as well. So it's a work of art. If Arlet triggers it, then Cho can come in. If Cho triggers it, then Arlet can come in with the flicker. I think it's or even the Mountain Shocker can trigger it. So I think it's just layer after layer, and it seems like Erlon was overwhelmed.
I don't know if he was overwhelmed. I mean, I guess he was overwhelmed when he was in a defensive position, but that was still unnecessary. That the fact that he took like 2 turret shots and kind of like underestimating Morana's potential in the late game when you don't have a single magic defense item at all at that point, man. He was late into the Athena, and that's why he got punished. But I do agree with Gunny more about the layering part, man, because I think because 1-1's Purify only lasts like not even a second, right? Like half a second or something? Like a fraction of a second. It's not like the usual Purify. So you can just layer the CC one after the other even without like a lot of delay, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. That was game 2 though. And again, just ladies and gentlemen, who will take it? Because if Bigatron lose this, I think they will still be in the red zone.
Yeah, they'll be back in the red zone, actually. They're out of the red zone. So if they lose, they will be back to the red zone. If they win, Evos will actually be in the red zone, because Evos will be then 1 and 2. Right now they're standing at 1-1. BTR is standing at 1-2. So they could actually go and get 2-2 to go all the way to the top at number 2 with a win. Because Alter Ego just lost.
Yeah, so far
Navi are actually number 2 or 3 right now. So yeah, the standings are so dynamic.
Yeah, unfortunately, Onyx is still on the top.
Hey, what else is new?
Amon's on point targeting forced Evos into game 3.
I don't know about Eman's on point targeting forced Evos into
I did
game
not
3.
expect that.
That's I qualify that as a misinformation. I don't think even Eman would agree with that. No, I'm being serious, man. I'm being serious. It was not that good of a Cho game, although there was some moments of brilliance when the stars are clicking or aligning. Eman was still pretty much sound in the mechanical part.
Yep.
Fair enough.
What do you want to talk about again?
Let's go to the draft. That's the top. Oh, first pick now. So Evos take red away. So far, it's been a full red side victory, but I don't even want to count that because blue have just thrown more.
True. Yeah, I think it's interesting to see, right, Chefin, that they went for the blue side.
I mean,
it was Evos that went red.
Oh, it's the
loser.
They don't want to play for the color, man.
I am not the only one bound by these chains.
But of course, we're on to the drafting phase presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 7 and Z Flip 7. What's wrong with Mirko?
No. I was just like, okay, wait. This time it's CC Phobius again. They're gonna go for the same exact draft as game number 1. Maybe they feel game number 1 was just an execution problem, which I kind of agree with. Just maybe they changed the Uranus. Jusin gets banned. Yeah, it's the same draft so far. If the Bobcat and Lance both get left open.
Okay, there you go. So it will be a similar draft towards game 1. So with that in mind, Lancelot first pick again?
Oh, that might be true for I think either side, if Coach Bam wants to prio a bit more on the Arlot maybe, or
Tail's been itching
Kalea,
for a
but
real
I think
fight.
Kalea is gonna be bad. I gotta say, after these 2 games, heroes that can kind of like, you know, disrupt the momentum, disrupt the flow of the game that we had in game number 1 and game number 2 would be Fanny. You know, this would be a pretty interesting pick if they want to go for that risk.
Okay.
Interesting.
So Evos, what do they ban? They're really thinking about this one right now. Is it going to be the Arlet ban, Lancelot ban? Because if you ban Lance, then... Well, I don't think... See, the thing is, I think for Evos, they would much rather have the Baksha on their side. So, yeah, that's why they actually ban out the Gatot, and they're going to trade it. If BTR go Lance, Evos go Baksha Arlet.
No protection.
But BTR change it and go for Baksha instead, giving Evos the Lancelot. And they might be the ones to give BTR an Arlet here. BTR might just go for an Arlet again with a Baksha.
Wow. With that in mind, Evos, I think they can pick up the Arlet and the Lancelot. No, Lancelot third. So, do you really want to flex the Baksha for a Lancelot pick is the question?
Oh, that's an interesting approach, but I think you kind of miss out on the fact that you have this very cheesy combo that we have in the first game, the Helkert Baksha, the Franco Baksha. I think you miss out on that potential if you pick the Baksha alone, because the Lancelot will not be the keep up. It's gonna be the Lancelot and also still the Uranus Miracle. Is this gonna be an Odo Arlet?
Yep. Now let's take a look at it. It's gonna be the for BTR now. They can just go Yisun Shin with this, right? And then like flex the Baksha into Rome. They already have the Baksha as a way to deal with the Uranus, so going for more damage plus mid prio should be pretty good. Now, what is the mid prio you want to get? Because usually you go for the Farsa, but with the Lancelot, I want to change things, and it is going to be the Baksha flex into the Harith Yisun Shin.
Now, this is interesting. This is interesting. I feel like they have already prepared this sort of scenario as well, Sheffin and Mirko, and the map control is insane here from the side of Bigatron. The mobility, the vision that it will provide from that mountain chakra, and let's say Baksha is invading, that is already a lot of information that Bigatron can get.
So they're thinking real long and hard about this one.
Our cosmic blaze will never be
Oh no.
Pretty solid against the Harith in the early game especially, but we'll see how that actually works. Because if BTR get a snowball with this composition, that Cloud won't even get to 3 items before he can actually be of any use.
He popped off as well, game 1, right? With the Claude. And wow, what a showing here. Second phase, it will be another Esmeralda. Do they want like a support kind of deal, or do they want to just secure a hero? Why do they ban the Esmeralda here?
I think it's because of the fact that it does decent against Uranus, but then again, I'm not sure if that is the main reason. Maybe the Claude does not do too well, especially in the early game, in the mid game against an Esmeralda. That might be the case, but yeah, this Esmeralda is a bit strange for me.
I agree. I think it's strange. I think it could be this is a bit off, but Evos might actually just try to make BTR overthink with the Esmeralda ban. Now they're already banning the Helkert, which did show up in game number 1 and was a big reason as to how they were able to win with all those ambushes.
When you gaze into the abyss,
is banning.
the abyss.
They also take away the glue, because we did see for Evos a glue roam. And I think this composition actually is pretty good for Evos to go for glue roam again.
Okay, so Selena is banned. That's one off the table for Moreno. And the hero that you're looking forward to seeing in this game is a Race Miracle. Now for BTR right now, they banned the Helkert in the second banning phase. If it's gonna be another roam ban, it's gonna be the Hylos. I think I'm on board with that.
Yeah. They already have a roamer in the Baksha, so ban out the Hylos here. Something that would actually give Evos the same strength BTR has had in the last 2 games with the Hylos. Now Evos, what do they go for?
Eve is available?
Roam and... Eve is pretty good against the Harith and Eason Chin in the box, but then you would leave yourself susceptible to a possible... I don't know if it's... Do BTR want to go like Benedetta XP again, like they did before for Shogun?
Cure the pain. I harness it.
Okay, so it's a safe Valen pick first.
Yeah. They just want to respond, so if Bigatron either goes Eve or Farsa, they can have that ult.
Yeah.
Crowd control, man. I think Bigatron needs more crowd control. I think also goes for Evos. Not a lot of crowd controls here that the heroes that were picked up.
So do they want to go Arlet again? Capitalize on the CC of the Baksha and Mountain Shocker of Eason Shin? Or do they go for the Benedetta Petrify? What else is in the mix?
I think that's reaching a bit too deep, that Benedetta Petrify, because there's too much dashes coming in from BTR. It's gonna be the Farsa once again for Moreno, and
against
is this
Claude and
the
Lance.
third straight game with a Farsa?
Yeah,
I think so, right?
3 games, all Farsa, and it's a Hilda.
Wait,
wow!
who goes
against
who?
the Lance,
Who
Claude,
goes
and
where?
Valen. If we get into mid to late, this is great for Evos, but if Hilda is able to do what Hilda wants to do, which is just invade in the early game, stop the Lancelot from being able to farm, it'll be solid. So Evos, what do they go for Rome? Something that they need mid prio. They just need mid prio. What is prio? What Cho? They just clear in Cho?
They want to go crazy. The Akai roam just to deflect the. But then again, the heavy spin the cooldown is a little bit long.
It's gotta be either Cho or Padang, right?
Okay,
they
There
go
you
back
go.
to the cheese. Interesting.
As Mirko expected.
Yeah, against the Hilda too, that's even more value. So, comes down to a skill matchup. Whoever snowballs first. Bigatron by Vitality definitely have a bit of an edge when it comes to just winning on the early game with the Hilda and Baksha. But when it comes to the later stage of the game, I'm gonna say Evos definitely have it, right?
Surely, right? Let's see though. From the counter index and also the lineup rating is actually only 0.1 on the counter index, but the lineup rating for BTR is 1 point higher, with some of the biggest difference, and it's actually kind of similar from both sides. Even the late game potential. Let's go though. Game number 3 of BTR versus Evos. Who's gonna come out of this game with a W, because this is gonna be a huge one.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this will be officially the last game of the week, and let's see what will happen here. Will it be the red robots taking it, propelling themselves more in the table, or perhaps Evos? Let's find out and watch.
Let's take a look at it. The individual lanes is going to play a lot of the impact in the game here, because you need to be winning the lanes to actually be utilizing the Hilda. Hilda up top with a concussive blast, so he is really just going to be looking for clear in the lane and into the jungle. So far so good for that plan, because Evos have actually started on purple buff. That means Albert is going to be in a really tough situation later on when he gets to the orange buff, especially if BTR can get the mid prio right now with Finn.
Emblem by Game Snacks though, it looks like there's not much there. Let's see, Nile versus Albert. Yeah.
Oh man, he actually baits out a lot of time now. Albert is going to be caught in a tough spot again. He was already in a bad spot. Revitalize used, didn't get to see the emblems, but this is super delayed for Albert. He's going to get to orange buff by the time Nile gets level 4, and he can just pop Mountain Shocker to give Hilda vision to invade.
That seems to be the idea for BTR right now. Albert is a bit too late, but looks like the mid control is kind of like divided here. Key with a lot of wave clear, but then he wants to pull the trigger.
That's the mobility, that's the speed that the composition from the side of Bigatron is able to do in this game. A lot of just rotation, right? I think their theme here. Well, let's see though. They will reset though, as the turtle will spawn very, very soon.
So no invade just yet, just a bit more pressure in the mid lane, and it's great because Shogun gets 4, and Roundel is forced back, giving Moreno 4 quicker.
But it's still gonna be a Lancelot versus a Yi Sun-shin in this objective battle. They go towards the top. Shogun or Sorizo. Flickers
They're
behind.
They're targeting Uranus. That's a bit too ambitious, perhaps. Let's see. Now level 5 here. Level ahead of Albert. Taking it slow. Iman jumps in. Retribution battle will fall to the hands of Nile. The fight though. Ooh, great dash. Erlan will fall. First blood. Before Bigatron seems like the match though. Nile caught in trouble there. Nile goes down. It seems like isolated. Key will fall as well. Bigatron they find 2, but they lost their jungler.
Okay, so that should be a W for BTR, right?
Yes, they got 2 kills, 1 turtle. Evos were only left with 1 kill, and the kill being on Erlan. So Iman got more value out of that. 1 kill, 1 assist compared to 1 kill. Moreno?
Oh, gotta be careful there. Flicker will be used now. Finn with the shield immunity, waiting for the right timing now. Just the aid and hover around in the bottom side of the map as the green camps actually will be cleared by the YSS. No, never mind. It seems like he's just being patient with it.
He needs to respect it. Sorizo can shoot them away and can just bait them, buy some time for Albert to walk up.
Yes, interesting approach here coming in from BTR. They're not really focusing too much on the Uranus, despite them having a decent lane for Hilda with a base damage. But I guess, yeah, it worked out quite well.
It has worked out quite well. Now it's up to BTR to utilize the lead that they got. They were able to already get the early game, which is solid. Again, something we already spoke about in the draft itself. It comes down to both these teams really setting up for turtle number 1 for them to get that snowball. Albert's really looking for angles here to get a lead, but is getting punished every time he walks up into mid lane because Moreno's just clean with it. Down below, Iman getting a lot of gold too, winning in the matchup. This is expected too once you get level 4 and you get the full reset on Zaman Force.
Counter-Strike has been secured by Nile, so extra damage before the first or the second turtle begins. And once again, this is going to be a Lancelot versus a Yi Sun-shin retreat battle. But in the first one, Nile was able to kind of flip the script and getting hit for himself.
Because of Shogun.
Seems like,
just take a look at Shogun.
Yeah. Shogun being the enabler. I think with Nile collecting purple, he will be level 7, so another advantage there. That's a stun though, connecting on towards Albert. I don't think they can contest here.
No.
Being level down. And yeah, Bigatron will play it cleanly, not forcing a big fight as well, as they will rotate back towards their respective lanes.
Yeah, that's the Maestro Moreno for you. When you give him space, this is what he can do, man. Rizzo might be in trouble, has to flicker away, but yeah, Shogun, I think he is I gotta say, more of an unsung hero for BTR right now because he does the heavy carrying, the heavy lifting.
Oh my lord.
In every objective battle.
The map is really, really bright, man.
Yeah, look at Shogun. He's not even gonna give Albert space here. So Riza's gonna have to go there, Key as well, and look at, in turn, the tempo that BTR have on the map. Everyone has to help Albert farm, or wow.
That's Feather Airstrike just locking Sorizo down. That's gonna be Finn though, sealing the deal in the mid. It's just Shogun delaying the rotation, providing information, and they're ahead here. Almost 2K practically.
Yeah,
wow. Just wow, great stuff.
Yeah, the only worry that I have about BTR is the fact that Finn and also Shogun will kind of like fall off in the late game, and that falls in line with their passive, which is Toki in late game. Let's see though.
That's true. Could very well happen. And no, Finn just gets away with a shield unity. Not even a spell used. That was an easy getaway for BTR. I saw the itemization for Shogun as well. He knows that for the most part, the guys who are gonna be able to dish out damage to him are the magic damage heroes. Oh my lord.
Oh, Sorizo bursted down again! Just with the combination of Nile and Moreno, it will be enough to take him down in the bottom side of the map though. Iman immobilized, Key forced to use the flicker. That's going to be the structure targeted by Big Atron. 10 seconds on the clock for that last turtle, and Bigatron, they are definitely on it.
Yeah, 2.5k before the third turtle. That's something. Oh my god, Shogun is just... Get this guy out of here, man. So annoying.
Roundel used the ultimate way too quickly. He did get Moreno to low HP, but I think it would have been more value to hold it for when the turtle gets started, no? Oh.
I don't know. In the mid, almost, that's already, like, it's Roundel poked. Keep up the flicker.
Shogun!
No. Oh my goodness, Shogun! Almost find the solo there. He now very low. He will be taken down. Uh-oh, Bigatron, they want to collapse here in the mid lane. EVOS grow quick to it, and they will be able to distance themselves. Shogun looking for from another angle. They want to find the dive. That's going to be the structure in the mid going down. EVOS now, again, just struggling to find farm in their own jungle.
Yeah, and I think it's just courtesy of Shogun. Look at that. We have a pick-me guy in Chorizo. We have a pick-me girl in Shogun, man. And he's been getting all the boys.
And it's not just a pick-me, it's a pick-me that can execute too, man. That's a lot of damage. You know, Uranus usually just wants to give, wants the attention, but can't really give the attention back in the early to mid. Shogun is the opposite, man. It's a Hilda early to mid. He's all up on you, man. It's more of like a possessive girl more than a pick-me one, right? Because you're just walking up, you're like, hey, look at me. If not, I'm going to bash your head in. Albert has felt that. That's why he's 0-0-0. He's not given a single, like, minute of free time, dude. There's no rest when you're up against this Hilda.
But the interesting part is he is obsessed with all of her 5 X's. You know, all of her herself.
Well, yeah, you're right. Let's see. It's them just invading, man. Right now, Albert is level 11.
Mid-lane.
Oh, man.
Now, level 14 for Nile. So 3-level gap between the two junglers, man.
Yeah, even if without me seeing the level, I would have expected at least a 3-level difference, because that was a clean Thornburst combo towards a Yi Sun-Shin, and there was barely any damage.
Uh-oh, Feather Airstrike. That's a stun with the shield immunity. Both Feather Airstrike now deployed. Let's see, that's one member mounted. Doesn't really find the connection to pass though. Moreno with the wings by wings, just waiting and hovering. Finn now trying to hold on, and that's going to be key. Just isolated there at that kill on the board. 0-3-1 for Key.
Man, game's gone. I would have just smacked Finn there.
Yeah, same. I would have done the same, especially when it's my friend on a like when a glue is on a boy on one of my friends. But yeah, dude, I guess the Baksha is a pretty good way to deal with the glue roam, because you get too far away for him to actually pull you back, and Shogun's 1v3ing.
Oh lord,
just his zone though.
He's winning out the trade damage against 3 guys.
Oh,
that is
man.
insanity.
Wow, just wow. I mean, I already like the Hilda pick, and it just came down to Turtle 1-2. If BTR got Turtle 1-2 and they got even more out of that, then yeah, the Hilda pick will get them even more value. If they lost, then it would be the same thing, but for EVOS would be the one pushing in, and Shogun wouldn't really be able to do what he's doing right now.
That's going to be the base turret bottom side triggered though.
Holy shield.
With the wave coming in. Oh, that's a flicker from Chorizo. Holy shield is popped while Lord is still up. It will charge the structure in the bottom side of the map here. EVOS, do they have enough damage profile to clear it? Base turret, very vulnerable here. Should be taken now, but Shogun a little bit too deep there, and she will fall. That's going to be the... gotta be careful here, Finn. With the Puissance and Revitalized pop, though, it will ensure his safety. Iman finds the connection with the Shaman Force and Chrono Dash. That's going to be one kill. Added. Roundel goes down, and ladies and gentlemen, EVOS, they are in big trouble. Because Iman is here, and he will pick up the double.
Okay, I thought it was endable with the card minion in the bottom lane, but it looks like BTR does not want to take the gamble. It looks like they just want to get rid of all the holy shields, but the card is not getting the holy shield treatment. This might be endable actually.
Chorizo will be up though. Roundel in 4 as well. They will get all 3 structures instead, and they will back away.
So they don't get a win instantly, but it's a win indefinitely. BTR, 11 minutes, 10,000 gold lead, and all the base turrets taken down with Lord 1. You really couldn't ask for a better like result to what you've already deployed here for Coach Bam and Airpong. Oh man, the orange buff. Still Albert the one to take it, but again, Evos have to spend some big resources to walk in their own jungle and to get farm. BTR are the ones holding their ground, and he's already used it. Yeah, Albert can't walk in his own jungle. It was Shogun at first, but now everybody wants Albert. Even Moreno on Forza. She's blind.
Yeah, man. He has the Blood Wings right now. Even before this, the only items that Moreno has was only the glowing one and also the wishing lantern, and that deals a ton of damage. Now with the Blood Wings, extra safety, extra movement speed. Now Albert is gonna have a hard time for him to be able to execute this burb.
I just want to give props to BTR for adapting. You know, game one. If it was game one BTR, I think they would have just gone in all the way in bottom lane earlier and just looked for the end and maybe choked. But after that, they were like, you know what, guys? Let's stick to what Bam and Airpong and Barbosa have told us. I think maybe we gotta, take a chill pill. There's no reason for us to risk a 10,000 gold lead because, hey, we have a Lord to play with. We have 3 base turrets that we can take for free. Evos are just so far behind. So Rizzo on Uranus against Baksha. Again, I think we gotta stop seeing Uranus against Baksha.
Feather Airstrike will be put down. That's a flicker bite key. So Rizzo will be able to just be a nuisance earlier. That's a conceal though. Looking for Ramon. Is this the right call? Oh my goodness! Shogun finds that kill. It's a 5v4. Albert isolated, stunned up, and take a look at the mid. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the new Bigatron because they have wiped Evos out. And it will be in a reverse sweep style.
Yeah, and no choke at all this time. BTR was able to close out the match with a 10k gold lead. Congratulations to the Red Robots. Goodness. That was an interesting decision coming in from Erlan, knowing that Shogun was there too.
Dude, Shogun is great, especially when you have Bam constantly giving him picks to shine on, man. The outplay potential in game number 2 to save the team. Game number 3, the solid consistency, always knowing who to target, who to invade, and when to invade. I think a lot of Hilda players usually struggle on that department, right? When to invade. Whether they invade early, force it out, whether they still cut and play with the normal clear lane strategy before you invade. He did it all to perfection. And this is what it resulted in. Erlan walked in way too aggressively, by the way. You cannot do that against a Harith in the late game. When you have the glue, it actually enables the unlimited dashes, not just for the Lancelot, but an underrated unlimited dash against when you have a glue is the Harith. The Harith gets constant hits on the glulets, and it ends up being him dashing forever. So GG, BTR, well played for the first time today. We get a 2-1.
Yep. And a very well-deserved zoom in towards
That's
the
a
biggest
Bigatron
Bigatron fan in the world. Gotta zoom out to less relevant people here with me, and also Gani with you, Mirko. Congratulations for you
yourself,
and also
Harmonic.
Bigatron, especially, because that was at least game number 3. That was really, really clean, I gotta say.
That was clean, man. And I mean, it took a while because somebody got early game 1, but then, I just doing Bigatron things. But yeah,
Gani. A win is a win, Some teams win 0-2 this week, by the way. You gotta, come on. Some teams win 0-2,
okay.
Gani. So
hey,
you gotta,
not me, so
not you.
I can't relate to that.
At least they're playoff risers, man. At least they are playoff risers. We gotta wait until the postseason and see who's laughing, who's actually crying, man. I saw you cry.
That's what losers say. That's what losers say.
Okay, back to the game, man. Yeah, Shogun. Shogun, amazing display, especially for a rookie. Now, oh man. Is this enough to tip the balance of the Rookie of the Week vote? Or is it just not enough at all?
Dude,
good question.
Cool. He's good. Let's see the quality of wins, right? I think this could be biased again, but I think BTR had the better quality of matches, against Geek Fam, number 2, and against Evos, compared to a really good debut still for Kin, but just against lesser, opposition.
Okay, I think that's just biased, Mirko. No, that's not fair.
I
That's
think
bias.
that's fair to say.
Unless you
No,
feel
that's
that
fair.
like Geek Fam aren't good, then yes, that is just pure bias, Sheffin. Right?
Okay.
It's a lose-lose for you, brother.
I'm not good at this kind of banter, man.
Okay, you'll learn.
Yeah.
It's okay.
As EVOS will learn too about their match today. Again, same stuff. After Vin took over, they won the first game. Then, wait, did EVOS win the first game in this?
Match? EVOS won first game.
Yes.
Second
right?
game, it's a reverse sweep style.
Reverse sweep.
That gotta suck, man, for Vin. This is just not, you said that Evil cannot draft at all, and now you come here to EVOS and it's like 1-2. It's like,
true.
oh god. Maybe
Uh-oh.
it's not just about draft, It's like your voice's execution somehow. It's tough.
Right. I'm really struggling to think of who's player of the week, dude.
Player of the week?
Yeah, it's tough.
Wait a minute, I actually haven't voted that. Guys, took over for a second. I haven't voted that.
No one
we're
has.
still
Everybody's
thinking as well.
confused.
No one
about me,
has.
'cause
Okay.
oh, man, who's player of the week?
Okay, let's just see the contenders here for all of you guys out there that's watching. It's Kyrie, Kin, Nile, Arfi, Ukir, Idok, or Shogun. Oh wow.
This is
Yeah,
tough.
right?
Say?
I want to say Niall because of tougher opponents technically.
What? Really? Is this just
You know
rage
what's
bait or like?
crazy? I might go Shogun, dude. It's crazy, but he did a great job in all the games. Niall was amazing against Geek Fam, but against and here it was more like he was taking a passenger seat and letting the others drive.
I might just be biased too, just because of the fact that I'm an XP laner. But like when I see Kin play, I see someone like Eman caliber. He can do no wrong. Every engage, every decision that he made, it was for the better of the team. Yes.
Interesting.
So, do you guys not agree with that? Because you only said interesting.
I agree.
That means you don't agree.
No, I agree with you for sure. Like Kin is an amazing player, and he deserves a shout. It's just, oh man, it's unfortunate he was up against Navi and before Andoryu Ukir.
It's a tough decision. How about you? Ani?
This is tough.
So
Wait, you said
confused.
Nile, right?
No, I was practically just trolling earlier, but
Oh, okay. It was a rage bait towards me, I guess. But yeah, apparently
Oh, we're
we are
gonna do
ready with the
interview first.
interview after EAP. It's an interview with BTR. It will be translated by Mirko again.
Maaf. Ya. Aman.
Tapi kita udah bisa mendengar mereka ya. Iya.
Oh, no
belum ada
audio
suara
from them?
katanya. Aman aja katanya, sabar dulu.
Okay. I would expect a team that has a robot as the nickname to be more proper on the electronics, man.
Hey, sometimes it's it's the irony of BTR. They look good early, they choke, they have robots in their name, but they don't have the technical parts of an interview right. It's okay. Sometimes it happens. Evos wanted an after party, got none.
Yeah, that's a low blow for you, Mirko. That's not classy at all.
Hey,
maybe we
that's
can just
not a low blow. That was
maybe we can interview
perfectly
Mirko
timed.
here right now. I think it's just the same thing as interviewing
days.
BTR player, right?
What?
He is technically a Bigatron player.
Interview me. Let's go. Go ahead.
What happened game 1? Okay, you go first, Sheffin.
You go first. You go first.
What happened, Mirko, game 1? Game 2. Usually, when you guys lose out in the early, you just lose out the game. But then, out of not Bigatron style, you won game 2.
Yeah, we're just the worst team in the world. We're never gonna make it to playoffs. We're never gonna win M7. We're never gonna win MPL ID. That's just the name of the game right now.
Okay. My question would be as a Bigatron player, kinda. Why would you buy an Onyx reject, a Geek Fam reject like Nile?
Reject. Last time I checked, brother, he carried you to an M series, brother man. Right?
I think the
since
only
Nile
thing that he
left, y'all
carried
never made it.
to the stage is those fingers, man.
If it wasn't for Nile doing that, they would have won. But hey, you've never gone to M series without Nile, so you can't call him a reject.
Okay,
It's
just
more
for
like Nile
clarification, guys, we're
rejected
just
you.
trolling, but apparently, I think interview is already ready. They are now proper with the audio. Miracle, go on.
Bisa mendapatkan kemenangan, tapi kenapa harus 2-1 nih? Boleh Vin dulu yang jawab.
Tadi di game 1 kita
Game
blunder
1?
sih di
What
Lord.
happened in game 1?
Itu yang bikin kita kalah.
We just blundered in the Lord.
Oke, langsung mengakui ya dengan adanya beberapa mistake yang mungkin terjadi. Tapi kalian expect gak sih sebenarnya dengan hadirnya
Did you guys expect
health card?
the cheese picks to come out from Vin?
Expect sih Bude.
We expected it, Bude. That's not Bude, but
Expect sih soalnya
yeah, we expected the cheese picks.
tadi pas testing si Hengki udah pakai AC, cuma kita pikir kayak bisa lah kita lepas.
During the ping test,
Tapi ya,
Key was already on Helker.
awalnya sih berjalan sesuai game plan kita, cuma kayak ada beberapa mistake kita di mid game yang
But the game plan for us really was already good. We just made a lot of mistakes towards the later stage of the game.
Kalau tadi itu lebih sering buat picture ke Moreno nih biar langsung hilang aja tuh. Banting off.
ya kalau game
Looks like they were targeting you, Moreno.
dapat, cuma game 2 game 3 sih dia bisa nyentuh.
Yeah. He was just lucky that he was able to get me in game 1, but game 2 and 3, he wasn't able to get me.
Bercanda.
I'm sorry, I'm joking, Key. I'm joking. He's talking about Key.
Akhirnya kalian kan kayaknya menang game 3 dengan cukup cepat ya. Game 1-2 tuh
You won game 3 quite easily, quite quick.
Karena mungkin emang based on hero-nya aja sih, kayak kita game 2 kan pakai
It's just based on the hero.
Strat cowok bot lane kan. Terus di mid game-nya one-one-nya udah terlalu.
In game 2, why it was so long was because of just the hero. They had choke gold lane, so if they couldn't snowball in the early game, they would have to pull late.
Oke. Nah, ini cowok god lane ide siapa berarti?
Whose idea was it for choke gold? Eman.
Sering make, dia iseng-iseng make.
Eman just, you know, he plays it in ranked. He does it because he loves playing choke.
Main di gold lane. Kalian serem gak sih kalau Eman itu tiba-tiba pakai skin biasanya kan?
Were you scared that Eman was on gold cho?
Atau udah gimana gitu sih Eman ya?
Or are you guys used to it?
Vin yang jawab.
Vin.
Justru kalau dia pakai skin malah nggak serem.
Oh gitu?
Iya, nggak serem buat musuh soalnya kalau dia pakai skin. Kalau pakai skin.
Oh, so if Eman wears a skin, it's scary for the enemy team. So apparently he was playing with a skin on show.
Dan kita tahu bagaimana kiprah Hengki di MPL udah cukup lama sebagai senior. Gimana perasaannya setelah
He's a senior?
menghadapi Kiki, atau mungkin ada tanggapan melihat gameplaynya tadi?
Tanggapannya paling minta tutor HC lah.
Finn is asking for a tutorial on Hellcurt from Key. That's his thoughts on Key.
Mungkin nggak tahu. Saya itu nggak setuju deh.
Nah, bentar. Ini minta tutor HC-nya ke siapa, Vin? Ke Vin.
Minta tutor HC-nya ke Hengki.
He's asking for Key to give him a tutorial on Hellcurt roam.
Oke. Dan kalian juga ini ya sering banget akhirnya melepas one-one. Apakah ini karena memang
You guys left 1-1 open.
atau siapapun yang pakai one-one kalian udah nggak masalah buat sekarang?
Was it just because it was Evos, or are you gonna let 1-1 go against everyone?
Emang itu bagian dari plan kita buat ngelapas.
It was part of the plan for us.
Jadi kayak ya mau nggak mau mereka harus dinaik ngomong itu. Terus kita siap.
It's a power pick for Eman, so Evos had to deny it away from him.
Tapi berarti congratulations ya untuk kemenangan kalian 2-1 dan akhirnya kalian sudah bangkit nih setelah mungkin week 1 kita lihat kalian agak sedikit terseok-seok. Gimana caranya mungkin kalian bonding yang akhirnya membuat mereka kalian lebih solid nih untuk di minggu ini?
Ya yang pas.
What did you do this week
Dia mau jawab nih.
to make you guys so special?
Kita cara bonding kita agak beda nih soalnya. Kita mandi bareng.
Our bonding is a bit different.
Waduh.
And that's a sus.
Di kamar mandi satu
pretty
tahun
sus.
tapi jamnya bareng janjian gitu kan.
Enggak, emang bareng. Emang bareng.
Oke, sebenarnya cukup ya informasinya kayaknya
We shower together is what they said.
terlalu spesifik ya sepertinya informasinya.
And it's a bit too specific, Naveen says. Are there any messages to the Bigot Troopers?
Buat Bigot Troopers ya, thank you udah selalu dukung kita. Sorry juga.
For the Troopers, thank you for always supporting us. You're welcome, Moreno.
Coba buat bounce back di week 2 ini dan mungkin cukup berhasil.
We tried to bounce back in week 2 and we did it. Yes, thank you for that, Moreno.
Benar, tapi last
And hopefully they can stay consistent for the next few weeks. Thank you, Moreno.
Ya, derby STM ya. Kalian bakal ketemu sama Alter Ego.
Oh, you're gonna have the Chaos Derby next week against Alter Ego.
Yang mau disampaikan nggak untuk mereka?
So, do you have any messages to send to Alter Ego?
Niall sih biasanya.
Niall. Usually Niall has a message.
Kan dia mantan tim sama iya.
Niall's ex Alter Ego, so he should have something to say.
Main serius aja.
Play serious is what Finn says to Alter Ego.
Oke. Terima kasih Moreno dan Finn atas waktunya. Selamat beristirahat.
Thank you, Moreno and Finn.
Konsisten, tetap memberikan yang terbaik. Good luck buat next match-nya. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, it sounds like they were just talking to me, guys. You know, when they said Troopers, it's just like they're like talking to me. You know.
Yeah.
Like singular,
2-0
not plural as well, right?
2-0 in week 2, by the way. Yeah. What about you, Gani? How many wins did you get this week?
Hey, we're 3-0. We only played one, so we only played one.
What about you, Sheffin? I heard you were, flexing day number 1 with a 2-0 and another team was 0-2. How does it feel?
Okay.
That's actually pretty nice. The freeze is pretty nice.
Yeah.
What do you guys say?
The freeze.
What do you guys say earlier?
Yeah.
We were talking about how GeekFam went 0-2, how Karma is sweet as heck, and that BTR were just too darn good with all their improvements and with BAM and Airpound joining.
Okay, I didn't hear you guys, sorry. But player of the match obviously is Shogun, presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 7 and Z Flip 7. Good stuff coming in from the rookie, man. And I think they found a replacement for Mr. Luque.
Let's take a look at it here, what he was able to do in game number 3. This was the game where he really took the game into his hands by jumping in constantly into the enemy jungle. This was also, by the way, it doesn't look like much because you don't really see him on the map, but every time you see the tempo shift over to BTR, it's because of an invade of Shogun early on. He was able to stop Albert, forcing Key and Cerezo to both help Albert, and then it constantly just went on and on. Finn here as well on the Baksha that was flexed into roam was phenomenally done by him. The shield unity and the Poisons always used to get away and to force Key out every time on the glue. He tried to mount and he wasn't able to get it. Shogun did die in the final moments, but it was always traded for something better. And even though he's only 1-1-1 at this very moment, it was what he was able to do to enable the rest of the team that made it so special for BTR, that made BTR get the lead that they had. And even in the final moments here, again, being the guy to go for the instant CC, popping the ultimate to get Eman more damage done was great. It was really a team effort, and Shogun, in my opinion, deserves the spot that he's in right now. A lot of pressure early on because he had to replace Luke, of all people, one of the top XPs in Indonesia, and I think he's done a good job.
Yeah, good job indeed. Let's take a look at the items here. I gotta say, nothing too crazy so far from my perspective. And yeah, that's just about it. Exactly 14 minutes in a 14-kill game for Big One by Vitality. Wow. A whole different story from what happened in game number 1 and game number 2 when it was a bit contested going towards the late game, but BTR this time was able to get the job done. Very uncharacteristic of their nature.
Yeah, well, actually, from this week,
tough, man.
It's actually pretty characteristic. Now, if they were Geek Fan on the other side, Gani, right?
Oh yeah, Geek Fan. What the heck happened to you guys, man? You were so convincing week 1, but week 2? Hey, it was granted it was against tougher opponents, huh?
It's this passive Geek Fan, man. We just got a poor going through the season, not really giving out all. Even
I thought
Lowski
patterns.
himself.
I thought there were no patterns, Sheffin.
No, there are patterns. It's been going on for 5 seasons, Mirko. Like, keep up. Get to the program.
The switch up is wild, and I think the switch up for the people back at home as well, after seeing Biggie choke in game 1 to then seeing Evo's choke in game 2 and then seeing a stomp in game 3 was pretty wild too. Because yeah, I don't think we expected this to be. Did we? In a way, we kind of did. It was. I think we knew that it was going to be a stomp in game 3. Whoever wins the turtle, the first 2 turtles, would just stomp and win, right? So really not out of the ordinary. Just what is out of the ordinary is the fact that yes, Bigatron did not actually throw and stuck to playing it fundamentally, which is a surprise even for me. Well, especially for me as a BTR fan man.
Yeah, great stuff I mean from BTR.
Bigatron
Oh man, even the glue pick that we kind of like expected to be this counter towards the Boxia Rome was not able to give the same amount of like, I guess, presence and impact in the late game compared to the mid game.
It was a tough showing from the side of EVOS. I think even from the draft, I think they were back to a corner, right? Erlan wasn't able to output the same influence on the Claude like game 1 as well. A lot of cancellation, and I feel like they got outplayed with that Hilda last week. I think they overlooked that hero during the second phase, and it was instantly capitalized by the Red Robots, man.
Yeah. I want to talk about Erlan, Mirko, because you've been a very big advocate for this guy. You saw the vision of this guy, but in this match in particular, he was overall actually quite good until that moment in certain games. So, like, what do you think is the difference between Erlan maybe like the top gold laners in ID right now?
I think he locks in, and he has an ability to lock in, but then he clocks out every time the team's already ahead, or every time every time it feels like it's just done, you know? Winning or losing. When the team is losing, he clocks out when he feels like there's just no more ways to actually come back in the game. When he's winning, he clocks out when he thinks the enemy team doesn't have a way to come back. Both times we saw that, in the Claw just walking up randomly, the 1-1 that constantly got caught by the final slashes of Shogun. So he's like, when he locks in, he needs to lock in at the right time. It can't be focus all around. I think focus and discipline for him is a bit tough, and that's what really stops him from being a top tier gold lane for now.
Ooh. Okay, interesting description there. Very in line to some of the stuff that we've seen from Erlan. So you were saying that, EVOS needs to win tough matchups or like tough games every time if they want to win, or at least if they want Erlan to perform. That is a interesting condition there.
I mean, it looks like it so far. Definitely, I think the way to do it would be also just stop with the cheese picks. Once you get a win with a cheese pick, it can feel really rewarding. But you have to understand that it's cheese for a reason. It's not meta for a reason. You need to have an understanding of when to utilize the cheese. Cheese is only good when it's utilized as cheese. If you play it every game, people read into it, just like the glue. It just took one game in MPL for BTR to be able to understand the glue, and for me to even call it out in the draft so early in the draft.
Interesting.
Fair point, right? I think, again, but I like this season. I feel like a lot of variety already showing up, and I thought if the hero pool is already this deep, this early, we might get to see more of it later on. Mind you, folks, it's just week 2. We just ended week 2, technically. So yeah, a lot of more things to come, hero pool wise, from ID, definitely.
Okay, so another maybe like a filler question for you guys, because I think we can all agree that Onyx is by far easily the strongest team in ID. Do not smile, Goni. But I want to ask you guys something about like who's gonna be the second placer by the time the season ends, because I think it's not a cutthroat answer. At least from what we've seen in week number 2.
That's true.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, sure, I want to go first.
I think again, this is again why Geek, because if you ask me, say Friday morning, it will be just Onyx Geek. But then after seeing Geek you know, losing out both games, looking to not really being unstable, I might consider to change now. To change what team is still definitely I'm still waiting for that. I haven't decided yet, but basically is what I'm trying to say.
Choose, Connors. Who's number 2?
I think still Geek, but I think Geek. But there's a small gap between the rest and Geek. So yeah.
How about you, Miracle?
I think if Geek Fam stop using healers, yes, Geek Fam. But if they continue to use healers and force the healers into the meta, with no changes, by the way, if the patch suddenly changes, we have a patch for healers and then they take advantage of that, I think it'll be great. But again, if they just use healers right now, I'm gonna change. I don't think Geek Fam are gonna be top 2. I'm gonna lean into BTR.
Okay. That's the vision,
no
Miracle.
reason.
You don't see the vision. They're trying to use the healer because they want more avenues, more ways to win, more draft to use once the playoff
They got
starts.
dominated 3 games in a row with healers.
That's what I mean. It's experimental games, man. Geek Fam knows that they're gonna qualify to the playoffs and probably be the second seed. They're not worried about these teams other than Onyx. We are straight to the goal, straight to the top. That's the only thing that we care about.
To be a top team, I don't think you can experiment in the regular season anymore, you know?
Not sure about that. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I should give out my answer after you guys just...
Say it, dude.
Just say
Who's
it.
number 2
Just say it,
right now?
Stefan.
Is it still Geek?
Who do you think?
Of course. Who else? But
So
we'll see the
we can
standings.
say
though.
ask the same question next week, you know?
Okay, yeah. That could be a fun question, but let's see the
Oh
regular
my
season standings
lord,
so
dude.
far. It's Navi, EVOS, and Team Liquid at the bottom, with Team Liquid haven't cracked up a W yet. This is just very jarring to see, man.
Yeah. Defending
Wow.
champions of Season 14 find themselves at the bottom after Week 2,
Wow.
which also was the same arc that they went through in Season 14. They were in the bottom with
Last
0
year.
wins, and then they promoted 3 members from MBL.
No way again,
This was literally
Four
Liquid last
members.
year.
Yeah.
This was literally, again, week 2, not able to get a win, and then week 3, the big change, the big shake-up, and then they were able to, the rest is history. But yeah, even Navi, who won 2 games this week, seems like they found themselves still 7th.
Yeah, this is an interesting schedule or standings that we're looking, but we're gonna see the schedule though for next week. We're gonna start it up with Navi and RRQ. This is a big test from Navi after getting Andoryu and Ukir. Can they actually perform against a top tier team? Then EVOS versus TLID. Surprisingly, it's the battle of the bottom here in Season 16. Then we continue in Saturday for EVOS versus Geek. Man, they don't get a lot of resting time, EVOS, after that match in Friday. BTR versus AE, then the big boy matchup, RRQ versus Onyx. A matchup, or like a rematch of Grand Finals in Season 15. Wow.
Wow, indeed.
Stellar stuff.
This is interesting. Another thing to watch, I feel like, is I want to see, Navi going against RRQ with Navi now with Andoryu. I'm sure he wants to meet RRQ. Another, it's
literally, man, this season has been
a lot of
blessing.
bangers.
Has been a blessing. I cannot believe that I'm saying this, but I'm looking forward to Navi and Dewa matches just because of the fact that Kin is there and also Andoryu and Ukir is there. And we got Rookie of the Week. Surprise, surprise, it's Kin. It's not Shogun, Miracle. So, what do you have to say about... Wait, I'm gonna throw it to Gani first because this is his quote. This is your moment.
You know, I think I have not casted a game from him, but I saw, and of course I watched the replays. It's, I think, the surprise factor, man. A lot of streamers were able to react to his tremendous plays as well, and even got the streamers, ex-pro players, by the way, were baffled still, like, what the heck is this guy on, right? And yeah, I gotta say, I think this guy is something special here early on. Hopefully, he's able to progress and also improve.
Oh, wait. Wait, that's not... That's not right.
What do you mean?
What do you mean that's not right?
If the player of the week is a rookie, then surely he's also Rookie of the Week.
Yeah, I personally changed my vote for Rookie of the Week to Shogun after that game. Did a good job enabling everyone else. I think that it's as simple as that, right? When we have a generational talent like Kin and a person who enables so well like Shogun, it just comes down to comparison. Who would you rather have in your team? Someone who could play the selfless role? Someone who could be the anchor in a lot of the team fights? Which one? I think for me, because of the quality of matches that Bigatron by Vitality had in week number 2, I personally thought they would go 0-4. Like, I'm not even joking. After week number 1 performance. So the fact that they didn't, and the fact that Shogun came up clutch after receiving so much criticism from week 1, despite, again, having, in my opinion, a pretty solid week 1 performance, this is definitely a very nice reward for him, you know? Going through that, feeling the pressure of getting the criticism all on him, and then shutting them all up.
Interesting indeed.
But what do you have to say?
There's a recap coming up here.
Yeah, the recap for Super Friends Cup or Super Friends League, I believe. So, or Super Friends Fake. We gotta wait for the league. So it looks like Onyx and EVOS will lead the charge. Lead the charge even after EVOS losing out against BTR. Wow, a lot of trust towards the White Tigers.
A lot.
It's interesting seeing this. But now I want to see the league. All right, Jeff, and because I think the Sonic boys are able to get the dub this week, bro.
Man, you don't know anything, man. Navi Nation, they are a whole different breed, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no Super Friends League.
Number 1 currently Navi Nation, by the way. After day number 1, week 1. Week 2, day number 1. We got the updates. It was Navi Nation 3-0. Unfortunately, after that, we haven't been able to get, you know, the updates on it. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. Navi Nation, as I believe I told Arashi and also Mirko last Friday, Gani, they're trying to get a spot on the actual team, man. They're playing for a roster spot in MPL.
I think before Endoryu Ukir, that could have been the case. Maybe they would have slid in really well, but after Endoryu Ukir, I don't think there are any slots open right now. Everybody's doing so well. Everybody just, you know, got enhanced after the move.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
I know.
This is just week 2, ladies and gentlemen. 3 days of action. Results mostly a 2-0 today. Just that last match there, we get to see a full best of 3.
Yeah, and of course, all of this would have been possible. You know, if it weren't for our sponsors. MPL Season 16 is powered by Moonton, presented by PBSE, or supported by PBSE, presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet, GoPay, official coffee, Good Day, and of course our partner in esports, that is Simpati, Dunia Games, GamesMax, and Good Time, and our advertiser, Kacang Sukro Yoritos. And of course, not to forget our suppliers, Head and Shoulder, Ubes Gold, Royal Guard, and also Imaginary. Once again, thank you so much for all the contribution towards this event, because yeah, this has been a tough week for all Indonesians out there, and hopefully all of us can stay safe and still enjoy the game that we love, that is Mobile Legends and an esports scene.
Yes, sir. It's been an amazing week, by the way. For me, a pretty mid-week for Sheffin, great week for Gani too, and it will continue to be a roller coaster for all of us. Maybe next week I'll be the one getting bullied in the middle, and then Sheffin might come back again, and then Gani is probably never going to get bullied this season. But yeah, it's okay. We have.
We'll see though. We'll see though. A lot of things up for grabs here. Even we can really rule out that Onyx might fumble the number 1 position. That is in for the probability,
Sheffin,
right?
That
Even
will never happen. That will not happen. Gani is safe forever. They are guaranteed champions.
Man, you gotta hype it up. Hype it up, bro.
He's cursing!
I don't know. What do you mean? No, they're going to be undefeated. They're going to go. What do you mean, Gani? No, that's how dare you assume that
don't
I'm
panic. Don't panic,
using my
don't panic.
powers.
Interesting strategy there, Mirko, but unfortunately we have to close the stream. Sheffin, Gani, and Mirko will have to sign out for this another amazing week of MPL, especially Sunday with some great matches. But we have more great matches upcoming in week number 3 and so on and so forth. So do not, well, you can't go anywhere after this, but of course, come back to us and watch MPL Indonesia Season 16 on the next matches. MPL Indonesia Season 16.
We own this.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini.